To tell this story, we must travel in time. Back to the land of the O-gah-pah. Back to Arkansas. Long ago, before railroads, reservations, or even the name America, there was a people who lived on the confluences of the Missouri and Mississippi rivers. They were called the O-gah-pah, the downstream people. We know them today as the Quapaw Nation. When the Quapaw settled into what is now known as Arkansas, sometime before the 16th century, they built villages near the rivers. They planted corn, beans, squash. They fished, they hunted, and they thrived. While it is debated when the first interaction between the Quapaw and Europeans took place, it is confirmed through historical record that Father Jacques Marquette and Louis Joliet came across the Quapaw in 1673. Marquette and Joliet called the Quapaw by a different name, the Arkansas or Akansea, gifted to them by the Illini people who described them as fierce warriors. A second exploration group, led by René Robert Cavelier, Sieur de la Salle, would meet the Quapaw just a few short years later. La Salle and the Quapaw people had a significant, though complex, relationship during the late 17th and early 18th centuries. La Salle would claim the Mississippi River and surrounding territory for France, naming it Louisiana in 1682. La Salle and his trusted lieutenant, Henry de Tonty, established a foothold in the region, a trading post known as Arkansas Post. It was here, along the winding riverbanks, that the Quapaw Nation and European newcomers would first engage in meaningful exchange, goods, ideas, and diplomacy passing from hand to hand. But this contact came at a cost. With it arrived something unseen, the first devastating wave of smallpox, a silent storm that swept through villages, forever altering the lives of the people rooted in this land for generations. In 1776, the Revolutionary War took place, and believe it or not, the Quapaw had a part to play. At the time, the Quapaw were closely aligned with Spanish colonial forces, particularly those under Governor Bernardo de Galvez, who controlled Spanish Louisiana and supported the American fight against the British. The Quapaw provided military and logistical support to the Spanish. They served as scouts, warriors, and informants, helping the Spanish maintain control over the Mississippi River region and defend Fort San Carlos near the Arkansas Post against potential British or British allied native attacks. The Quapaw's actions were not only in support of their allies, but in defense of their own interests. The British were arming tribes hostile to the Quapaw. Supporting the Spanish protected Quapaw trade, territory, and political relationships. They played a quiet but meaningful role in shaping the power balance in the Mississippi Valley during a critical moment in North American history. With the birth of a new nation came a hunger for land, and the ink of treaties would become the tool. In 1818, the first treaty between the Quapaw and the new United States government would be signed. The Quapaw were compelled to cede over 30 million acres, nearly all of their homeland between the Arkansas and Mississippi rivers. In exchange, they were granted a narrow strip of land along the lower Arkansas River, a fraction of what had been theirs. It wasn't just land they were giving up, it was access to sacred places and the ability to protect themselves from encroaching settlers. Only 6 years later, in 1824, another treaty followed. This time, the Quapaw lost nearly everything. Even the meager land they had retained was taken. The United States promised to relocate them to Caddo lands in Louisiana. But what followed was not protection, it was disaster. The Quapaw were sent to unfamiliar territory, plagued by flooding, disease, and hunger. Hundreds, possibly even thousands, died.
We've prospered.
Prosperous is the word Barbara Kaiser uses to describe how far the Quapaw Nation has come since the Treaty of 1824 was signed.
It marks the real beginning of the dispossession of the Quapaw people from their traditional lands.
The treaty between the U.S. and Quapaw resulted in the tribe being removed from Arkansas.
The survivors wandered, most returning north in defiance. For nearly a decade, the Quapaw existed in a state of uncertainty, displaced, scattered, and grieving. Then, in 1833, the U.S. government allowed the Quapaw to resettle along the Neosho River in what is now northeast Oklahoma. This land, too, came with strings, though all agreements at that time certainly did. In 1893, under the pressures of allotment and assimilation, the Quapaw would become the first tribe to self-allot their own lands into individual plots as the federal government moved to dissolve tribal governments and open so-called surplus lands to settlers. Despite all their hardships, the Quapaw have endured. They survived the paper wars. They outlasted broken promises. They suffered through the boarding schools, and then they rebuilt. Today, the Quapaw Nation continues to stand as a sovereign people, economically diverse and growing. Politically and socially active, and deeply rooted in the stories of their ancestors. The treaties may have taken the land. Through the boarding schools, a loss of tradition and culture, but the spirit and pride of the O-gah-pah remains.
He doesn't have it. Folks, if you could begin taking your seats, we're going to get started promptly at 9. Thank you. The July 4th, 2025 Quapaw Nation General Council meeting is now called to order at 9:02 a.m. Ms. Grace Goodeagle will honor us by providing the invocation. Would you please rise?
Entate, Father of the O-gah-pah people, we thank you for earth and sky and water. We thank you for the gatherings when we can be together. We had a lovely day yesterday when families were able to get together and dancing last night. We need you. We want you to guide us as we meet now with our annual meeting. There will be business to take care of, decisions to be made. Again, entate, ganage, thank you. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you, Grace. Secretary Treasurer, would you please declare quorum and call for the orders of the day?
Madam Chair, I declare a quorum, and I call for the orders of the day.
Ganage. Hawaii, hello and welcome. It's wonderful to see so many Quapaws here today, and thank you for coming. It's through active tribal member participation we continue to make forward progress. Elders, please sit up front. Looks like you guys have already found your chairs. The tables and chairs are a little bit more comfortable up front. Would all Quapaw elders please rise and be recognized? We want to thank you for teaching us, guiding us in our culture and traditions, sharing your wisdom, and especially your patience. You're an inspiration to all of us, and you are precious to the Quapaw Nation. Would all veterans please rise and be recognized? Your service to this great nation is greatly appreciated to keep all of us safe. Please join me in a moment of silence for all those we have lost this last year. Please lift all these Quapaw families in prayer as we all grieve and help support one another. Ganage. Thank you to all those working to make this a good General Council meeting. That includes all the Quapaw Nation employees and volunteers, Downstream Learning Center, O-Guah-Pah Communications and Events, Department of Public Safety, the Election Committee, and the Downstream Casino and Resort team. For all Downstream employees who are tribal members, please see Brent Devine up front and sign the employee sign-in sheet for payroll purposes. For those who go to the patio, please keep the doors closed so the pavilion temperature remains comfortable. It was really chilly in here earlier this morning, and now it's heating up, so let's keep the doors closed. Our goal today is to conduct an efficient, productive, respectful, and constructive meeting. Thank you to our tribal princess, Lena Sosi, and junior tribal princess, Emily McCandless, for representing our nation so proudly and gracefully this year. Would all past and present Quapaw royalty please stand and be recognized for your contributions to the Quapaw Nation? Thank you to Tony Shawnee, our Pow-wow Committee Chairman, the full Pow-wow Committee, and the Grounds Committee. We have all been looking forward to the 153rd Pow-wow. Yesterday evening was great, and we're looking forward to the next 3 days. There is a desk in the back where Carrie Sisson is. She's way in the back. Carrie, wave your hand if you can. So Carrie has, members can apply to become registered voters and request an absentee ballot for the upcoming July 26th regular annual election. When you registered earlier today, you received a voting device, a packet, agenda, and a sticker. You need to wear the sticker. Remember, sticker equal clicker. Unfortunately, mine already fell off my lapel. So only those wearing the O-gah-pah flag sticker should have a voting device in their possession. Caretakers and non-tribal member essential personnel should wear the yellow sticker to show that you have permission to be in the room. In the packet, you have a number of materials. A Quapaw Nation resource booklet that contains a departmental directory, a welcoming statement from the Business Committee, the fiscal year 2024 financial results, the Quapaw Nation Gaming Agency highlights, reports from all 3 gaming properties, departmental reports, the NAGPRA annual report, and subcommittee reports. The last 2 loose pages are a Quapaw Nation General Counsel and resource book feedback surveys. We sure would appreciate you take the time to complete these surveys, either on the forms provided or on the website after today's meeting. This is all a part of our continuing focus on improvement. Your feedback helps ensure that future meetings and information provided reflect the needs, the priorities, and the voices of our nation. At the beginning of the resource book, we included the Quapaw Nation mission statement and guiding values. These were established through a collaborative effort to deliberately and thoughtfully define these to the best of our abilities. Will you please keep the background noise at a minimum for those who wish to pay attention? Our mission is to provide for, protect, and empower Quapaw Nation citizens by cultivating a compassionate, inclusive, and loving community that supports the well-being of our people and the sovereignty of our governance. We're committed to prioritizing the needs of our tribal members while extending kindness and support to our extended community, creating a legacy of acceptance, unity, and shared prosperity. Our guiding values are protection of culture, genuine intent, servant mindset, and a stewardship focus. What's also contained in the packet are the July 4th, 2024 General Council meeting minutes, the September 7th through 8th, 24 Special General Council minutes, and the January 18th, 2025 Special General Council minutes. Also includes the Quapaw Nation Constitution draft, the timeline, Constitution Committee's comparative analysis, and their recommendation. There's also a bear legislation update that we'll review later. A red or blue or yellow lunch ticket so that everybody can have lunch a little bit later at 11:30. A white numbered door prize ticket. Please keep the door prize ticket. We'll have some door prizes of great items throughout the day. Some other goodies like a koozie, bottle opener, O-gah-pah sticker, and ink pen. We hope you enjoy them.
The dull roar, because I can't even hear anything up here. I don't know if you guys are having issues.
If you would please, kind of the conversations in the back, could we tone it down just a little bit, please? We can't hardly hear the opening address. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. What is not in your packet is a gas card. Tribal members are eligible to receive $100 cash when you turn in your clicker later today. O-gah-pah Communications is live streaming the meeting. Live streaming from a personal device is strictly prohibited. The video will be uploaded to YouTube after the meeting has concluded and editing is complete. Lunch will be available at 11:30. There is indeed a designated elders table. You must have the large red ticket to go to that line. Please make way for the elders and help them, as well as others with mobility issues. All other tribal members should use a blue or yellow ticket for non-tribal essential personnel and non-tribal caretakers to go to the other line. For those who may congregate in the back of the room, Please keep the noise level down out of respect for those who wish to hear the entire discussion. Please note that any pending grievances or investigations are to be treated as strictly confidential and cannot be discussed during General Council today. There are two specific areas we would like to address before we move on based on multiple requests by tribal members. The first is the PACE memo on bear. Please refer to the memo you received when you registered earlier this morning from PACE. They are our governmental relations firm in Washington, D.C. It was also made available through the Quapaw Post social media. We'll now go through the memo together. The memo is dated June the 30th, 2025, is addressed to the Quapaw Nation Business Committee, and is from Devin Rennerson and the PACE team. It is regarding the bear legislation update. This memo provides a summary of actions on the legislation that would provide $137.5 million in federal appropriations to the claimants in the bear litigation. Current status: we've worked out an agreement between the Quapaw Nation and other bear claimants on the text of the legislation, allowing the introduction of a bill in Congress. That bill had a legislative hearing in April, where the Department of Interior raised some logistical concerns with the legislation, but otherwise testified in support. Next steps: we're working over the next month to resolve these concerns or ask Congress to override them. We are targeting a hearing on the legislation in the Senate in September. We are working with Congress to identify potential pay-fors for the bill, which are required under current House rules. The nature of this process means that most likely first opportunity for passage would be the end of 2025 as part of a much larger must-pass bill that Congress considers. Here's a recap of the timeline. In November of 2024, Quapaw Nation and other bear claimants reached agreement on legislative text. December 2024, Senator Mark Wayne Mullen and Congressman Josh Burkeen introduced legislation nearly identical to that which was agreed on by parties. Both parties consented to the changes. End of December, Congress adjourns without passing bear legislation, not a surprise since it had only been introduced days earlier. February of 2025, Senator Mullen and Representative Burkeen reintroduced identical legislation in the new Congress. March through April, Quapaw leadership and staff worked to get a legislative hearing on the bill, the first step necessary for passage. April 30th, House Committee on Natural Resources holds hearing on bear legislation. Chair Supernaw testifies in support. Interior testifies in qualified support. May through June of 2025, Quapaw leadership and staff work to understand and address Department of Interior's concerns. July 2025 is expected. Interior will provide written feedback to the nation and House Natural Resources Committee. Here are the current issues. Quapaw staff are working with Congress to address two issues that must be resolved prior to passage. One, who determines the allocation of $137.5 million among the claimants? Both the nation and claimants would like the Secretary of Interior or their designee to make the determination. The Department of the Interior wants it to be a neutral third party. DOI wants to avoid deciding because they don't want to get sued if they get it wrong, and they fear they don't have the staff capacity to get it right. Two, how is the bill paid for? House rules require an offset. In other words, we must reduce spending in other areas of government by $137.5 million to authorize that amount of new spending. This will be the most difficult hurdle and will likely require the bill to move as a part of a larger package of bills that is offset by major changes in federal spending. Detailed timeline for resolution. Quapaw staff met with senior staff and attorneys at the Department of Interior as recently as June 26, 2025. At that meeting, DOI informed Quapaw staff that they will be providing written changes and recommendations to the House Natural Resources Committee as soon as this week. While Quapaw leadership anticipates rejecting the changes, we have been in a holding pattern until those recommendations were forthcoming. After the recommended changes are received, we anticipate the Senate joining the House of Representatives in holding a hearing on the bill as soon as September 2025. The most challenging aspect is finding another large piece of legislation that can carry our relatively smaller bill. Quapaw staff believe there are at least two windows of opportunity, December of 2025 and December 2026. There may also be another opportunity in mid-December 2026, but it's too early to tell. If the bill is not enacted by January of 2027, it will have to be reintroduced, as was done in February 2025. While that will be a setback, the process will not go to square one. Once hearings are held and/or the bill passes one committee or House of Congress, it's easier to accomplish that feat. Furthermore, if Democrats regain control of either the House or the Senate, we will likely no longer be required to find an offset to the cost of the bill, making it notably easier to pass in the 2027-2028 congressional session.
For those in the back of the room, if you guys can keep your chatter down to a minimum and be respectful of all of those who would like to be able to hear what's going on, we can hear the roar all the way up here, and even those of us that are sitting next to Chair can't hear her because the roar is so loud in the back of the room. So out of respect for everyone else in the room, please keep your chatter to a minimum. Ganagay.
I would like to clarify that there are no changes made to the legislation after it was introduced in February of 2025. The next item we wanted to give an overview of is the BC is maintaining regular contact with Quapaw Nation Prosecutor's Office in order to keep apprised of the status. It's continuing to cooperate with the criminal justice system and has been provided an update from the prosecutor's office. I'll now read the criminal case update from the Quapaw Nation prosecutor so General Counsel has a good understanding of the status. This is dated July the 1st, 2025 to the Quapaw Nation Business Committee. It is regarding the Quapaw Nation versus John Berry, Quapaw Nation versus Tamara Smiley Reeves, and Quapaw Nation versus Jack Brill criminal cases. Dear committee members, it is my understanding that a request has been made for the Business Committee to provide an update at the Quapaw Nation 2025 General Counsel of the above-referenced criminal cases now pending before the Quapaw Nation Court. Thank you for contacting this office in reference to the request. The Quapaw Nation prosecutor represents the collective people of Quapaw Nation in cases involving individuals charged with violating Quapaw Nation criminal laws. Fundamental to the role of a prosecutor in criminal cases is protecting and ensuring a fair process for both the public and the criminally accused. To ensure fairness of proceedings within the Quapaw Nation Court, there are rules that govern statements, attorneys, and specifically prosecuting attorneys. They're allowed to make outside of court concerning a criminal case. Therefore, generally the prosecutor may not make statements concerning criminal cases except as necessary to inform the public of the nature and extent of the prosecutor's action. While the prosecutor's office does not control statements made by the Business Committee, a prosecutor does have a duty to exercise reasonable care to prevent persons associated with the prosecutor in a criminal case from making an extrajudicial statement. That's a statement made outside of court that the attorney would not be allowed to make under the Quapaw rules of professional conduct. With this duty in mind, it is the recommendation of the prosecutor that the Business Committee refrain from publicly commenting on the ongoing criminal litigation and the underlying allegations. Intending to remain in compliance with the above rules of conduct, the Quapaw Nation Prosecutor's Office may report to the Business Committee and by extension to the General Counsel the above referenced criminal cases are currently pending in the Quapaw Nation Court and are moving forward in the court process. Following this office's written report provided prior, 2 of the 5 cases for which a report was requested reached resolution. Currently, Quapaw Nation versus John Berry, Quapaw Nation versus Tamara Smiley Reeves are pending trial, and Quapaw Nation versus Jack Brill is pending preliminary hearing. At times, the criminal justice process may require and has required this office to issue subpoenas to individuals requiring their appearance in court. This office appreciates the continued cooperation of the Business Committee and its Quapaw Nation employees who may be required to sacrifice their time and energy to comply with such requests. In response to any specific questions regarding the nature of the criminal charges or the court proceedings, this office directs such inquiries to public record. The criminal complaint in each case is on file with Quapaw Nation Court. Individuals charged with a crime are considered innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. With a few exceptions, hearings in criminal cases before the Quapaw Nation Court are open proceedings. As such, members of the public may attend and observe the proceedings. Information on upcoming court dates for cases pending in the Quapaw Nation Court is available on the Quapaw Nation website. By calling Quapaw Nation Court Clerk's Office, or with respect to criminal cases, by contacting the Quapaw Nation Prosecutor's Office. This office will continue to keep the Business Committee, as the representative body of the Quapaw Nation, apprised of the status of these criminal proceedings. Should you have any specific questions or concerns, please do not hesitate to contact me. Signed, Quapaw Nation Prosecutor. All right, before we move on, we've just got a couple of tips regarding Robert's Rules of Order before we move on to agenda item number 6. So first, meeting minutes do not require a motion on their acceptance. Only if there are corrections to the minutes as presented must we go into discussion. We do not need to make motions to cease nominations when we get to the elections. There's no need to count abstentions when voting. Motions should be specific enough for clear action to take place. For example, a good motion would be, I so move the July 4th, 2025 Quapaw General Council meeting recess no later than 4:30 p.m. and reconvene at noon, July the 5th, 2025, if all agenda items have not been addressed. A bad motion would be, I so move the meeting adjourn later. Doesn't tell us which meeting, what the date, or what the time is. All right, let's go on to item 6, reading correction approval of minutes. First is the July 4th, 2024 General Council minutes that were contained in your packet. Quapaw General Council, are there any corrections to the July 4th, 2024 meeting minutes? Hearing no objections, we will proceed to the vote. Election Committee, we need to use our clickers to vote on approval of the meeting minutes. Could the Election Committee please provide instructions to use our clickers to vote to approve the July 4th, 2024 meeting minutes?
Good morning, everybody. Okay, we're still using the clickers we've been using for several years. Is there anybody in here that does not know how to use them? We've used them so much in the last couple of years, this should be just second nature to most of us. In the bottom right-hand corner, push the 0 to power it up. As before, the questions will be posted up there we'll be voting on, and we will be available to help anybody that's having any problems. Everybody's comfortable with them? I mean, we've been using them a long time. Okay, thank you.
I would like to remind everybody that General Council has convened. We are in the General Council meeting at this moment. When you're standing in the back of the room and you're speaking loudly and your chatter gets loud so that no one who is wanting to pay attention to what's going on and the information that's being disseminated can be heard, You are being disrespectful and not allowing those who are wanting to actually be a part of the business that's going on today. Please keep your chatter to a minimum so that everyone can hear what's going on. There's a lot of information that's being disseminated, and if you have any questions later on, you probably didn't hear all of the stuff that Chair Supernaw has already said. There are some people up here in the front who've had a hard time hearing everything because there's so much chatter in the back. I'm going to again ask everyone to please keep your chatter to a minimum in respect of everyone that is in attendance at this meeting. Ganagay.
Okay, here we go. This is the July 4th, 2024 minutes approval. 1 for yes, 2 for no. So just select the number you want and then hit send.
Yeah, and it starts raising a picture.
Oh, so we're at 416? Yeah. Yeah. I can't imagine we can get 100%.
We're over 420.
He said 426.
426.
Wow, we're almost at 100%. Votes in.
I want to thank everybody for doing such a good job. Voting will now cease. And thank you once again. Okay, evidently the mic was cutting out on me. Voting will now cease. We've almost got 100% participation. Like I said, everybody's used these enough. They're almost second nature now. So voting will cease. It's been approved. And I want to thank everybody for being so punctual about it. When we get down to the other elections, we will be putting a 3-minute time limit on times to vote, which should be plenty of time if anybody's having any problems.
Thank you, Frank. So the yeses have it, and the motion is adopted. The July 4th, 2024 General Council meetings minutes are adopted as distributed. We're going to go on the September 7th through 8th, 2024 Special General Council minutes. Quapaw Indian Council, are there any corrections to the September 7th through 8th, 2024 meeting minutes? Hearing no objections, we do have an objection. Just so folks know, we're now in the discussion phase since there has been an objection.
Test, test. Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, I'd like to amend the minutes to include the recording as supplementary. The reason for that is because we haven't had opportunity to review the minutes yet, so we don't know. They're pretty lengthy, and the minutes are the official account of the events that took place, so we would just like them to be supplemented in case we don't catch anything in the minutes that we've been looking at for a few minutes now.
So I want to make sure I'm clear, Roman.
We just looked again. She doesn't know. She said they weren't. Have you seen them? Have you seen them?
Roman, is the motion to postpone to a specific later date?
No, no, ma'am. I would just like to amend these to include the recordings as supplementary to the minutes.
Oh, got it, the recording that is up on YouTube?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm trying to think of how to address that. Are you suggesting we not vote or just to amend them so that it includes the recording?
Just to amend what we have in our hands to include the recording.
Thank you, Roman. General Counsel, are there any other objections or discussion items before we proceed to the vote? All right, hearing no further discussion, we'll go to the vote. And that motion is to approve the September 7th and 8th, 2024 Special General Council meeting minutes as amended by including the recording. Election Committee?
Okay, basically what Roland asked for was to add the recording to amend that motion to accept, so that recording's available to anybody. I do believe those minutes were probably posted in the Quapaw Post, and they're also probably on our website, Quapaw website for sure. I haven't looked it up, but they're pretty good about posting that. So one for yes, 2 for no. And we have a 3-minute time limit, please.
Thank you, Frank.
Yeah, it does. Joey's computer's covering it up.
Oh, no, Joey, you're fine.
It is. You know what February was.
Okay, our 3-minute time limit is up. Looks like we have one person having a problem. Steve's going to take, okay, it's good? Okay, voting will now cease.
All righty. The yeses have it, and the motion is adopted. The September 7th through 8th, 2024 Special General Council meeting minutes are adopted as amended. We'll go on to the January 18th, 2025 Special General Council minutes. Quapaw Indian Council, are there any corrections to the January 18th, 2025 Special General Council meeting minutes? We have an objection. There has been an objection. Now we're going to go into discussion on the correction.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to amend the minutes as presented to include the recording the same as the last motion.
General Counsel, are there any other corrections or discussion? Hearing no further objections, we'll proceed to the vote. And the motion is to approve or disapprove the January 18th, 2025 Special General Council meeting minutes as amended. Election Committee?
Okay, this vote will be exactly as the same. We just, Roman has made the amendment to include the recording, the YouTube recording. So vote yes, we accept that, or no, you do not accept it. And our 3-minute time limit is now starting. I'd like to take this time to remind everybody of what Chairman Weena said. Carrie Sisson is back there, and you can pick up absentee ballot packets. Now, the thing about the absentee ballot packets, you pick them up, you have to mail them in, or you can bring them and vote and drop them in a box. We have a ballot box provided at the Tribal Administration Building. If you do not use your absentee ballot box and walk in to vote, you have to return the absentee packet in its entirety to be allowed to vote in person. And also, anybody that's 18 will be 18 before the election. You can go ahead and pick up the paperwork to register to vote, turn that into the office, get your picture taken. Really nice new IDs we're giving out. All right, our 3-minute time limit is up. Voting will now cease.
All right, the yeses have it, and the motion is adopted. The January 18th, 2025 Special General Council meeting minutes are adopted as amended. We'll go on to item 7, the Treasurer's Report. Secretary Treasurer Valier, would you please provide the Treasurer's Report?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Away. Good morning, O-Guah-Pah Relations. In your package, you're going to find the O-Guah-Pah Nation Resource Book. It is the smaller size book, and the first page inside the book is a welcome message from the Quapaw Nation Business Committee. The CFO and Treasurer's reports begin on page 3 of the resource book. Throughout the resource book, you will also find financial data that corresponds to the respective departmental reports. If you would like to access an electronic copy of the resource book, you will find it located on the Quapaw Nation website. At the home page, you can click on the Government tab, then click on General Counsel tab. There is a link or a button that takes you to the full PDF of this resource book. Thank you to Communications for putting this together. I'd like to point out a couple of items included in the CFO and Treasurer's report. On pages 8 and 9, and my apologies for the lack of page numbers, you'll have to count your pages. I'll give you a minute to do that. You will find, actually, I've got it numbered here. So, 8 and 9. On pages 8 and 9, you'll find the 2024 general fund revenues totaled approximately $57.6 million. Of that total revenue amount, 75% of the revenues came from gaming operations. Now, if you'll turn the page to pages 10 and 11, you'll find that the 2024 general fund expenditures totaled approximately $69.7 million. The total expenditures include 20% going towards tribal member services and benefits, and 32% being paid out for the Good Eagle Quapaw settlement distribution. You'll notice that there are expenses in excess of revenues of just over $12 million. That does not mean that we operated at a loss for 2024. The approximately $22.2 million distributed for the Good Eagle Quapaw settlement were funds that were sitting in a bank account and would not be included in any revenues in 2024. If you remove the settlement distribution from the expenditures, the remaining expenses paid for tribal operations totals to just under $47.5 million, which leaves the Quapaw Nation with a net income of approximately $10.1 million. Let's move on to page 14 of your resource book. This page provides high-level financial data on the Quapaw Nation enterprises. You will see the total revenue, total expenses, and net income or loss for each enterprises. I want to note here that in 2024, the Quapaw Nation Cleaning Corps was dissolved, and the services were absorbed into the operations of Downstream Casino and Resort. At the time of dissolution, this enterprise served only one customer, Downstream Casino and Resort. The decision was made to discontinue the operations of the Cleaning Corps to allow Downstream to absorb the Cleaning Corps into their operations. This move provided a net lower cost for cleaning services to Downstream. We would like to thank Downstream Development Authority for their assistance with transitioning the Quapaw Nation Cleaning Corps employees over to Downstream Casino and Resort employees. Another enterprise with a significant operational change is the Quapaw Nation, the Food Services Authority. This is our meat processing plant. This operation was being run by a third party, Cypress Valley. In December of 2024, the decision was made to transition the processing plant operations from Cypress Valley management back to Quapaw Nation management. We are happy to report that there has been a successful transfer of the processing plant operations to the Quapaw Nation completed as of Monday, June 30th, 2025. We would like to thank Cypress Valley for their assistance with accomplishing our operational goals for the processing plant. We would also like to thank all the Quapaw Nation staff members for their assistance with making this a smooth transition. Your hard work and dedication to the Quapaw Nation is greatly appreciated. One thing that you will not find in your packets today is the 2024 Quapaw Nation Financial Audit Report. This report was far too large, as it's almost 100 pages, to include in your packets. We felt that to save on printing costs, we would allow you to be able to access this audit report on your own from the Quapaw Nation website. The full 2024 Quapaw Nation financial audit can be accessed from the website. On the home page, go to the Government tab, scroll down to Audits tab, and click on that tab, and once in the Audits area, you'll find at the top of the list is the 2024 Quapaw Nation's audit at the top of the page. The report is very long. It's quite extensive. It has all of the financial reports in there, along with several notes and how the auditors, what they did and what their scope of work was. If you ever can't sleep at night, pick it up and read it. Unless you're one of those weird persons like me who can read this, likes to see the stories and the numbers. The Quapaw Nation fiscal year 2024 consolidated financial statements received an unqualified audit opinion. An unqualified audit report concludes that the financial statements are presented fairly and are transparent in all material aspects. The Quapaw Nation financial statements are presented utilizing the government auditing standards. An unqualified opinion is the best audit opinion provided by auditors. On to financials. In August of 2024, we leveraged Quapaw Nation's upgraded credit rating and refinanced the Saracen Casino and Resort debt for a total of $350 million, which includes $225 million in a term loan and the remaining $125 million in a revolving credit. The revolving credit will provide access to funds that may be necessary for the completion of the Saracen Hotel and Resort under construction. The interest rate for the new credit facility is the secured overnight financing rate, SOFR, plus 3%. As of July 1st, 2025, the current SOFR rate was 4.44%. Over the last couple of months, the SOFR rate has varied between 4.28 and 4.45. Currently, the balance term on the loan principal is $225 million. Since the beginning of the hotel, vertical construction began in June of 2024. The debt agreement allows for a 24-month amortization holiday during the construction phase. Unless there is substantial completion of the construction, then the principal payments will begin earlier. An amortization holiday means that only the interest on the term loan is required to be paid. This credit facility will mature in August of 2029. As of July 30th, 2025, only $43.5 million of the $125 million revolving credit has been utilized. In November of 2024, we again leveraged the Quapaw Nation's upgraded credit rating and refinanced the downstream casino resort debt for a total of $129,591,990. The interest rate on the new credit facility is SOFR plus 1.5%. As of June 30th, 2025, the balance due on the principal of the downstream debt is $107,091,990. The expected payoff date is December of 2028. The refinancing activities for the gaming operations of Downstream and Saracen have provided better financing terms and is allowing us to focus on eliminating debt. It is the goal of the Business Committee to continue to eliminate debt as quickly as reasonably possible. Now let's talk about tax commission. In case you have not seen the public announcement from the Quapaw Nation Tax Commission regarding Oklahoma Turnpike tolls, here are a few highlights from that PSA. You can find the full Tax Commission PSA on pages 41 and 42 of the Summer 2025 Quapaw Post. The Quapaw Nation has been in discussions with the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority, OTA, regarding outstanding toll accounts associated with the Quapaw Nation vehicle tags. No agreement has been reached between the Quapaw Nation and the OTA. While the nation continues to actively engage in good faith discussions, Quapaw Nation motor vehicle registration records are not being shared with the OTA at this time. If you have a Pike Pass account, please make sure your account is up to date with all the current tag numbers for the vehicles on your account. If your Pike Pass account has not had current tag numbers or correct information, you will need to go online to www.platepay.com to verify that you do not have plate pay charges on your current tag numbers. If you have plate pay charges on your tag numbers, it is recommended that you contact OTA to have those charges moved to your Pike Pass account and the rates reduced accordingly. Tribal members without a Pike Pass may look up and securely pay their outstanding toll amount online at www.platepay.com. If a tag number can't be associated with an address, plate pay invoices will not be mailed to the vehicle owner. However, the toll fees will continue to accumulate on that tribal tag number. Tribal members receiving or having outstanding plate pay invoices can contact OTA directly to request a toll reduction. However, this will require agreeing to obtain a Pike Pass account. Now let's talk about the Tobacco Compact. The Tobacco Compact between the Quapaw Nation and Oklahoma State expired on March 31st of 2025. Prior to and after the expiration of the Tobacco Compact, the Quapaw Nation Business Committee, along with our attorneys, have been attempting to negotiate in good faith with the Oklahoma State Governor's Office for a new Tobacco Compact. However, it seems every time we have felt like we would have an agreement, Governor Stitt would rescind his agreement to the proposed Tobacco Compact. His reasoning usually has been that he wants to have a tag compact, which we do not have currently, or we ever had in the past, and a turnpike agreement before he will agree to a tobacco compact. The reality of it is the Tobacco Compact does not have anything to do with tags or turnpike tolls. We have been in negotiations with the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority to resolve any issues that Quapaw Nation tribal tags may have with them. This has not fazed Governor Stitt when considering our Tobacco Compact. Since we have not been able to get anywhere with good faith negotiations with the governor's office, the Quapaw Nation, along with other tribes that are experiencing the same issues with their tobacco compacts, Muskogee Creek, Osage, and Seminoles, collaborated to attempt a legislative route. The Oklahoma State House of Representatives was in full support of the legislative route of the Oklahoma Representative Scott Fettgatter championed for the tobacco compacts going forward. Representative Fettgatter was able to garner enough support in the Oklahoma State House of Representatives that if Governor Stitt would veto the tobacco compact bill, they would be able to override the veto. However, the Senate side of the legislature was a different story. In May of 2025, Weena Supernaw and I joined our attorney, Joe Williams, along with the Osage Nation tribal leadership, Muskogee Nation tribal leadership, their attorneys and lobbyists to lobby Oklahoma State senators at the Oklahoma State Capitol for support on the Senate side to pass the Tobacco Compact legislation. At the beginning of the second day of lobbying, it looked like we were very close to having the Senate votes needed to be able to have the Tobacco Compact bill presented. But again, Governor Stitt stepped in as he heard about the lobbying efforts were being made by the four tribes. By about noon on the second day, Stitt started posting disparaging comments regarding Muskogee Creek Nation and Chief Hill. He lobbied several of the senators that had expressed support for the tobacco legislation, as well as senators who were on the fence. We began losing the support that we needed to be able to even get the bill introduced into Oklahoma State Senate. By mid-afternoon, it was apparent the Tobacco Compact legislation bill was dead on arrival and would not be presented on the Senate floor. This is my editorial comment on that situation. It was very apparent to me, and it was very disheartening that some of those senators, when they were asked what their concerns were with that legislative bill, the answers were, we don't want to vote against Governor Stitt. I didn't say this to them directly, but this was my thought. Who voted you in? Your constituents voted you in. Who were you supposed to be representing? Your constituents. Who are you representing if you choose to not vote against Governor Stitt? You're representing Governor Stitt. Then you're not representing the people and your constituents that you were put there to do. Just my own personal feelings. As of today, we are still without a tobacco compact with the state of Oklahoma. The Quapaw Nation Business Committee and our attorneys are diligently continuing to look at alternatives to having a tobacco compact with the state of Oklahoma. We will update tribal members on the progress of any viable alternatives that may be presented. The Quapaw Nation has had several capital improvement projects ongoing during this year, things that we're very proud of. Most notable is the Hotel and Event Center at Saracen Casino in Pine Bluff. I will allow the Saracen management team to provide the update on that construction project, because I don't want to steal their thunder. But I will say that has been exciting to see the progress. We are looking forward to the opening of the Saracen Hotel and Event Center within the next year. Secondly, the construction of the Quapaw Casino new facility commenced early this year. If you drive down Highway 69A, you will see the progress of the Quapaw Casino construction. Again, I will allow Quapaw Casino Management to provide an update on that construction project as well. We are looking forward to opening a newly built building for the Quapaw Casino, and it's about time. If you drive down Future Farmer Road on your way to the Pow-wow grounds, you will notice a new housing addition with 28 to 30 houses in various stages of construction. We are happy to report that as of today, approximately 15 of those newly built homes now have Quapaw families residing there. When you drive down the road, look for the O-gah-pah ticket sign. We are proud to be able to provide affordable housing to our Quapaw tribal members and their families. While you are at Beaver Springs Pow-wow grounds, you will notice that there is still ongoing improvements to the campgrounds and surrounding property. The longhouse has been renovated and has a new addition to it, a new roof, and it will have an upgraded kitchen. Feel free to go by and check it out. We are thrilled to have been able to renew the building that so many of us have fond memories of. Also, there is ongoing construction on the Beaver Springs campgrounds to mitigate erosion from flooding. We are looking forward to be able to preserve campsites that have been affected by flooding erosion. Now I'd like to talk about an economic impact study. During the last year, Quapaw Nation participated in an economic impact study conducted by United for Oklahoma and Oklahoma Indian Gaming Association. The economic data utilized was from the Quapaw Nation's 2023 financials. The results were surprising and encouraging. The direct contributions of the Quapaw Nation within Oklahoma State are as follows. The Quapaw Nation maintained 1,173 jobs, paying wages and benefits of $30,457,503 to Oklahoma workers. When combining business revenues, government expenditures, and capital expenditures, the Quapaw Nation accounted for $298,125,947 in direct Oklahoma production. The Quapaw Nation spent $23,370,543 for basic government operations as well as health care, education, social services, history, culture, housing, and education programs. The Quapaw Nation businesses generated $272,795,754 in revenue. The Quapaw Nation spent $781,912 on road and bridge construction and maintenance within the jurisdictional area. The Quapaw Nation spent $1,144,738 on other capital projects. When analyzed in the context of the Oklahoma economy and accounting for the spillover or multipliers impacts, it is estimated that the Quapaw Nation supported 2,328 jobs in the state, $97 million in wages and benefits to Oklahoma workers, and $469 million in economic impact statewide. As you can see, the Quapaw Nation has quite an impact on the economy of Oklahoma, especially here in the northeast corner of the state. We look forward to participating in future economic impact studies to see how the Quapaw Nation grows and continues to provide significant contributions to the community in the area as well as statewide. So looking to the future, the Quapaw Nation Business Committee has started researching options for building a sustainable financial infrastructure that will benefit all Quapaw Nation citizens. One of those options that we are looking at is creating sovereign wealth fund accounts that could be utilized to sustain programs like education and social services, even in times of economic downturns. A sovereign wealth fund will allow us to take the revenues from our enterprises and grow those funds so that the revenues we receive today will continue to create sustainable benefits for Quapaw Nation citizens well into the future. As we get further into our research on sovereign wealth funds, we will keep you all informed about that process. The Quapaw Nation has a bright financial future, and we look forward to continuing the growth of our enterprises and creating a sustainable future foundation that will benefit the well-being of all Quapaw Nation citizens well into the future. And before I close, I would like to say one thing about the 7 people that are sitting up here. I am hugely proud and honored to be a part of this. I have been encouraged with the respectful collaboration that happens between these 7 business committee members. We have accomplished so much within the last year, and I couldn't be more humbled and proud to be a part of it. I would like to say there is one thing that I coined when I was at a phrase I coined at a UINO meeting this last month. Respectful collaboration. It gets things done and moves people forward. And I can promise you that everybody that's on this business committee right now, that is our mission, and that is what we look forward to doing. Thank you for allowing me to serve here for you. I'm greatly honored and humbled to be able to have had this time. Ganagay.
Thank you, Secretary Treasurer Valier. Is there a motion to approve the Treasurer's report? Is there a second? Okay. The motion was made by Frank Frazier and seconded by Julia P. Bashy. Business Committee, is there any discussion on the Treasurer's report? I'm sorry, I said Business Committee. General Counsel, what am I thinking? Vance, could you come up to the podium, or can we get a microphone to Mr. Gilmore?
Thank you, Treasurer, and thank you, Chairman Supinaw. Just 2 quick questions. First of all, I applaud the Sustainability Fund. That shows tremendous insight. My second question is, has there been any discussion in regards to the fact that 75% of our revenue comes from gaming? It seems as though we should be more diversified.
We have a new economic development subcommittee that is assisting us with being able to look at different enterprises. At the moment, one of our goals is to get things straightened out with the current enterprises that we have, because we have had some issues with a couple of the enterprises, as you can see, not even breaking even. So we're trying to focus on them and get those rolling to where we can make sure that they are contributing appropriately before we pull into any new enterprises. We want to make sure that things are rolling well with everything that we have before we add to it. Does that make sense? Okay.
Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor of adopting the Treasurer's report as presented, we need to go to the clickers. Thank you, Election Committee.
Okay, if your clicker has powered down, just repower it up. Simple question, yes, we approve, or no, you don't. You're on a 3-minute time limit, and it began as soon as he posted the question. You guys are doing so good today with this voting. I'm really glad to see it's working so well. If anybody is having any problems, just raise your hand and someone will come and assist you. Okay, 3-minute time limit is up. Voting will now cease. I would like to remind everybody that we are aware of how many people have checked out clickers, and it turns out we're having about 100 people that are not voting for some reason. We would really appreciate it. It just takes very few seconds to push the buttons and hit send. Other than that, you guys are doing great.
All right, the yeses have it, and the motion is approved. The treasurer's report is adopted as distributed. Okay, we're going to go on to elections. The first is for tribal princess. And just a little bit about the requirements. The tribal princess must be from the age of 14 to 18 years of age and can serve for a total of 2 years. After nominations are complete and it's time for the nominees to speak, they are welcome to have someone speak on their behalf. Those who are making nominations, please rise, state your name for the record, and state who you are nominating. Let nominations for Quapaw Tribal Princess begin. I see a hand in the back. We're heading there. Yeah, I think going forward, people need to come up front. It takes too long to run a microphone around and find everybody.
My name is Melissa Gaines, and I'd like to nominate Minnie Sosi for Tribal Princess.
Melissa, could you please repeat the individual you are nominating?
Minnie Sosi.
Is it Mia?
Minnie.
Minnie. Thank you so much. Minnie Sosi. I saw additional hands for additional nominees. Are there any other nominees for Tribal Princess? Hearing no further nominations, Minnie Sosi, would you please come forward and address General Counsel?
Quickly, I would like to say the people that were nominated today, if they would stop by and give your name and how to spell it to our helper back here, he'd really appreciate it.
Take it out. Howe, Minnie Sosi Hamilton, Jaje Abni, Omanika Pedabni Atni, Chelsea, Oklahoma Atni, Chelsea Wakanzeti, Eti, Uihe Anihe. Hello, I am Minnie Sosi Hamilton. I am 18 years old. I live in Chelsea, Oklahoma, where I'm going into my senior year at Chelsea High School. Over the 4 years, I have been involved in Student Council, Native American Student Association, Business Professionals of America, Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America, Yearbook Committee, the Class of 2026 Office, and this past year Prom Committee. After high school, I plan to attend college and further my education in speech pathology and play softball at the higher level. I am a Quapaw, an enrolled Quapaw. I am also a descendant of the Kiowa, Navajo, Delaware, Cherokee, Cheyenne, Creek, Oto, Missouri, Absentee Shawnee, and Ottawa tribes. I am the daughter of Jennifer Sosi and Aquanoxie Hamilton. I am the younger sister of Xander Ray Mendia and Najoni Sosi. I'm the older sister of Lena and Ashki Sosi and Enoch Hamilton. On my maternal side, I am the granddaughter of the late Larry and Pauline Sosi and the great-granddaughter of the late Vernon Sr. and late Billy Shawnee Atkins. On my paternal side, I am the granddaughter of the late John Werner Sr. and Deanne King Hamilton. I am the great-granddaughter of the late Walter Sonny King and late Charm Valier. I would love the privilege of this title. I have watched my sisters proudly and graciously represent with this title and would love the same opportunities. Paze de didak ni wikombara, wakanta akitu wi takta wikombara. I hope you have a pleasant evening, safe travels home, and pray God be with you all. Ganage.
Minnie Sosi Hamilton is the Quapaw Tribal Princess by acclamation. Please stay up front. Or if we could present the shawl, the banner, and the crown at this time, sure would appreciate it.
She might need help.
Congratulations, Minnie. That's wonderful. All right, now we're going to go on to Junior Tribal Princess, and they need to be 18 to 13 years of age and can serve for a total of 2 years. After nominations are complete and it's time for the nominees to speak, they're welcome to have someone speak on their behalf. Those who are making nominations, please come to the podium, to the microphone. It'll speed things up a little bit. When you make your nomination, state your name for the record, the individual you are nominating. Let nominations for the Quapaw Junior Tribal Princess commence. Oh, okay, somebody couldn't hear. The age for the junior tribal princess is the age of 8 to 13.
My name is Lucille McClellan. My mother was Charm Valier. My dad was Walter King Jr. I am nominating my granddaughter, Betty Lou Goodbear, as junior princess. This will be the second time she has served this, and she learned a lot, and she wants to show how much she learned.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations before we proceed to the nominees' comments? Any other nominations? Seeing none, Betty Lou, would you please address General Counsel?
Hello, my name is Betty Lou Natista Goodbear. I'm glad for you all being here. I'm looking forward to be your 2025-2026 Quapaw Nation Junior Princess. And I'm glad for y'all being here. Gonna gay.
That was wonderful. Betty Lou Goodbear is the Quapaw Junior Tribal Princess by acclamation. Congratulations. Would you please stay so we can get your shawl and your banner and your crown.
Aki, please bring Grandma's phone now.
One last photo. Gotta have it. Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful. Congratulations to you both. This is going to be a good year. Congratulations. They are. All right, we're going to go on to the Pow-wow Committee Chairman election. Those who are making nominations, please come forward to the podium. State your name for the record and state who you are nominating. Let nominations for next year's Pow-wow Committee Chairman begin.
My name is Molly Drapo, and I am nominating Sean Ellick.
So we have a nomination for Sean Ellick.
My name is Catherine Smith, and I'm nominating Mary Jacobs.
Mary Jacobs is nominated. Any additional nominations for Pow-wow Chairman? We've got one coming up. We'll wait. Don't hurry. These floors are slippery.
My name is Mary Heather Dismuke, and I nominate Oxnaxie Hamilton.
Uga'xpa.
I don't think I can spell that correctly, but it's Oxnaxie Hamilton.
Who did Catherine?
Yeah.
Mary Jacobs.
Any additional nominations for a Pow-wow Committee Chairman? Hearing none further, we would like to invite Sean Ellick to address General Counsel. Sean Ellick, are you in the room? Thank you.
Asking Aunt Leslie because she knows.
Good morning. My name's Sean Ellick. I'm a descendant of Solomon Quapaw, was my great-grandfather. Sil Ellick was my grandmother. Been raised all my life down here, so just want to continue to carry on our traditions with our young folks and show them how we do things around here and continue to keep our powwow great. And you may make it a little better. You never know. So your vote would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Mary Jacobs, would you please come forward and address the General Counsel?
Is Mary here?
Yeah, she's
Right
coming.
here.
She's coming.
Oh.
Hoe Zani, Iwikide Andagni. Hello, everyone. I'm happy to see you. Thank you for the nomination. I'm really happy that I got nominated. I absolutely am privileged to be a part of the committee this year, and I've seen it grow through my uncle. And I would like to continue that, but also bring
my young mind into it with also our elders. I'd like their input on what we can do better for our people and bring in our elders' knowledge into the arena. And I'd like to, excuse me. I guess this is just really passionate for me. I grew up here watching this powwow as a young girl and watched it grow into what it is now. And I know how hard it is to get it to where it is. I get to experience that every year. And with the team that we have already, we work hard to get where it is. And I'm excited for the future. I want to do things with the people who camp out there. I want to do activities for the kids, and I want to do little things that bring us together as a people. And I hope that you think of me. Thank you. Ganike.
Thank you, Mary. Hamilton.
Hello. Hey, can you hear me back there? My name is Uga'xpa Hamilton. I heard the pronunciation. I had to giggle a little bit, but it's all right. You know, I think Tony Shawnee did a pretty good job with the powwow. You know, I've been around this powwow arena a lot of years, danced in it. You know, it's just been a big, huge part of my life. So I just kind of wanted to, I'd like to see where it is now. I'd like to, you know, a different perspective, you know, maybe something new. I'll just, you know, it'd be nice to keep it going the way it is. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Election committee, can we get the 3 candidates? Sean Ellick would be, I suppose, number 1, Mary Jacobs number 2, and Aki Hamilton number 3. Oh, they're ready. Okay.
Okay, and once again, we have the 3-minute time limit. Looks like we have 3 good candidates up there. So make your choices and vote, please. Thank you.
Greg brought me some stuff. He brought me the Celsius and stuff. Can I get that? I think he left it with Brian. Okay. Yeah, it should be. Who made the beaded crown? It's in our note. It's in our. Oh, I don't remember. I don't remember who it was.
And once again, anybody having any trouble with their voting device, raise your hand and someone will come and assist you.
But there was, I think she was having to
We have 20 seconds. Please vote.
Okay, voting will now cease, and we will have us a winner on the board. And we'd like to congratulate Sean Ellick.
Congratulations, Sean. All right, we're going to go on to the next election to fill 2 grievance committee odd-year terms ending 2027. Per the 1956 governing resolution as amended, it states in section 6.1a, a grievance committee consisting of 5 persons of Quapaw Indian blood shall be elected by the General Council and shall not include any members of the Quapaw Nation Business Committee. The terms of office for the Grievance Committee shall be for 2 years. Elections for the members of the Grievance Committee, unless a vacancy is being filled, shall take place at the Quapaw Indian Council meeting of the Quapaw Nation and shall be held by nominations and votes from the floor. 3 members shall be elected in even number years, and 2 members shall be elected in odd number years. Subsection D goes on to say, Grievance Committee members may serve 2 consecutive terms and then must take 2 years off between serving in the same capacity. Those who are making nominations, please come up to the podium, state your name for the record, and state who you're nominating. Let nominations for Grievance Committee begin. And again, it's for 2 positions, terms ending 2027.
I am Michael Leighton Whitecrow. I am nominating Heather Dismuke.
Mikhail Whitecrow nominates Mary Heather Dismuke.
Madam Chair, my name is Linda Davis, and I nominate Justin Ray.
Justin Ray has been nominated. Any additional nominations? Nathan Phelps.
Madam Chair, I nominate myself, Nathan Phelps.
Thank you, Nathan. We have one, I think we've got somebody else coming up to make a nomination.
Madam Chair, John Rogers, nominate Molly Drapeau.
Molly Drapeau has been nominated. Hearing no further nominations, we'll ask each we've got one more.
Can we get a mic to the elder over here? Bonnie Shock. That's Bonnie, right?
I nominate Justin Ray.
Bonnie, he has already been nominated. Thank you. Any other nominations? All right, hearing no further nominations, we'll ask each nominee to come forward and address General Counsel. First up, Mary Heather Dismuke.
Good morning. My name's Mary Heather Dismuke. I go by Heather. I have served on the Grievance Committee now 2 years. If re-elected, this would be my last term. I currently work for the federal government as an analyst. I've worked for the business committee, I've worked for the tribe, and I've been a consultant for several tribes in the area. And I cannot tell you how amazing it's been to serve on the Grievance Committee and advocate. One of the biggest complaints we have had is the Grievance Committee, when we receive grievances, I've heard people say that they have not been heard, they haven't been properly advocated for. And I feel the past year we have properly investigated each grievance. And I know you guys have heard that the burden of proof is on the filer, but it's also the burden of proof is on us to investigate each grievance and put that puzzle together and present that puzzle to the person who has filed that grievance and advocate for the person that has filed. But the other thing that we have to do is we have to mediate for the business committee and the person who has filed that grievance. And I feel that the time that I have served in those 2 years, we have done that successfully. And I just want to thank you for the nomination and thank you for the people that have supported me in this role.
Thank you, Heather. Next up, Justin Ray.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Justin Ray. I'm very humbled to be nominated again for serve on the Grievance Committee. Little about me, I've always believed in fairness, open communication, and standing up for what's right. Whether it's helping resolve conflicts, listening to concerns, or making sure everyone's voice is heard, I strive to be someone people can rely on and trust. I would love to continue to serve on this Grievance Committee because I genuinely care about our community and what makes us sure issues are handled respectfully, responsibly, and integrity. If elected, I promise to be approachable, objective, and commit to make sure everyone treated fairly. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Nathan Phelps.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Nathan Phelps, and I have served on the Constitution Committee for the last 2 years. And with the knowledge and stuff that I have come as a group of elected of a body of people, I would love to serve on this role to be your guys' voice. Thank you. Ginagay.
Thank you, Nathan. Molly Drapeau.
Good morning. My name is Molly Drapeau. I'm the Higher Education Coordinator for Quapaw Nation, and I'd appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly. Election Committee will now go to the vote. I think we'll need proper instructions since we're voting for, we're making multiple selections.
I'm going to have one of our IT guys explain this to you. I think he can make it a lot clearer than I can.
Good morning, General Counsel. On your voting devices, go ahead and make sure they're turned on. When we are making multiple selections, you'll make your first selection, and then on the bottom right above the power button, you'll see a little period, also says symbol on it. You'll press that, and then you'll make your next selection. And then you will click send.
Could we get Justin Ray's last name spelling updated? It's W-R-A-Y.
I would have to restart the vote, but yes, I can do that. Yep. Yes, you'll make your first selection, and then you'll press the period button, and then your second selection, and then send.
And again, if anybody's having any problems, just raise a hand. Somebody will come and assist you.
Yeah, it's like mine says thank you. Yeah, same okay, so I'm assuming it took. Yeah. But the little bars are like down, up, down.
The wording was scrolling.
Yes. Raffle. Look at that. We've got a roller cart.
Okay, since we had to stop and change the name, since we misspelled Justin's last name incorrectly, the vote you just voted, invalid, so you'll have to vote again. Sorry for that.
We're going to do a raffle. Good morning. We're going to do a raffle. If you'll please check your blue ticket, the number is 347480. Again, raffle number 347480. It is a basket with picnic items and a gift card from the BC. Woo-woo, we have a winner. Please go to the back. They know that girl. We can do another one real quick. You want to go ahead and do another one? Have they told us recently how many clickers are on? The second raffle is number 396774. 396774. And it is a gift basket, again with picnic items and a gift card from the BC. Do we have a winner? Ooh! Okay, all the way in the back. Go to the back, please.
Okay, voting will now cease. and we will congratulate the winners momentarily.
Congratulations to Heather Dismuke and Justin Ray.
And again, we had 501 people vote, and we know that there's quite a few more than 500 people that checked out clickers. So 586 of these have been checked out. So some people are not voting. Come on, guys. Although everybody else, you guys are doing great. Everything's going good. Thank you. And congratulations to the winners.
Wait a minute, don't take it down yet.
All right, we're going to go on to another election. We need to fill 3 Ethics Commission odd-year terms ending in 2027. Per the governing resolution as amended, it states in Section 6.2a, an Ethics Commission shall be established and be comprised of 5 Quapaw Nation members who shall be elected by nomination from the floor at the next Quapaw Indian Council and shall not include any members of the business or grievance committees or employees of the nation or its entities. 3 members will be elected to serve a 2-year term, and 2 members will be elected to serve a 3-year term. The 2 members receiving the most votes in the initial vote will be the 2 serving the 3-year term. Those who are making nominations, please come forward to the podium, state your name for the record, and state who you are nominating. And again, it's to fill 3 Ethics Commission odd-year terms ending 2027. Let the nominations begin.
Well, I'm going to do something different. I want to be nominated again. This will be my 2nd term on that. Our first term, we ran into a lot of problems. We spent a year writing a code of ethics. It went to the attorneys and was totally changed. And we would like to, it'll be brought up in the next section of the meeting. But we have had a lot of problems with the code that as it's written, and we need to go back and do some revisions. So I would like to stay on the committee for that. And then also, we have several vacancies also, and I want to nominate Betty Gadke. Thank you.
So we have a nomination for Brenda Murray and Betty Gadke.
Heather Dismuke, and I nominate Amanda Schallenberger.
Did you say Amanda Schallenberger?
I nominate Jerry Montgomery.
Jerry Montgomery? Is that correct, Bonnie?
Who was that?
Are there any additional nominations for the term ending 2027 for the Ethics Commission? Hearing no further nominations, we'll ask each nominee to come forward and address the General Counsel. Brenda Murray.
Well, I think I already did my speech. So I'd just like your vote to stay on the committee another term to get this worked out for them. We want to represent everybody and employees and everyone. We had problems with getting employee handbooks to satisfy complaints and some of the way that It was written by attorneys. It was totally turned around from what we wanted. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Betty Gadke.
Hi, everybody. My name is Betty Gadke. I was nominated last year, and I did something really dumb. I turned down the nomination, and I regretted it all year long. So thank you for nominating me. I worked for the Postal Service for 30 years, so, I know how to stick to stuff. I have dedicated when I retired the last 15 years to just helping out my tribe. And I am a very honest person, and I would love to be on this committee and just move us all forward. So I humbly ask for your vote. Gonna gay.
Amanda Schallenberger.
I cannot accept this. I work for the tribe. Just let everybody know.
Thank you, Amanda. Jerry Montgomery.
Hello, my name's Jerry Montgomery. I'm the daughter of Flossie Matthews, the granddaughter of Pearl Crawfish Dukes, and the great-granddaughter of Harry Crawfish. I served on the committee for 2 years along with Brenda, and we did have some problems going along the way, and I would appreciate your vote so we can continue to do what we were doing, and we're trying to serve all of the employees, all our people, and try to do the best we can ethically wise. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. We had 3 nominees and 3 openings for that odd year term. As a result, all 3 of the individuals, Brenda Murray, Betty Gadke, and Jerry Montgomery, are now on the Ethics Commission. All right. So we're going to go on to the last of the elections, and that is to fill 1 Ethics Commission vacancy whose term ends in 2026. Per the governing resolution as amended, it states, Section 6.2a, an Ethics Commission shall be established and comprised of 5 Quapaw Nation members who shall be elected by nomination from the floor at the next Quapaw Indian Council and shall not include any member of the business grievance committees or employees of the nation or its entities. Those who are making nominations, please come forward to the podium, state your name for the record, and state who you are nominating. Let the nominations for 1 Ethics Commissioner begin. And again, this is for even year, term expiring 2026.
Well, I nominate Sean Matthews. He's our chairman now.
He still has
Yeah.
a year.
Oh, okay. I pass. Go ahead, JR.
Not quite time yet.
Hello, I'm J.R. Matthews, and I'd like to nominate Larry Ramsey.
So Larry Ramsey. Are there any other nominations for the Ethics Commissioner whose term expires 2026? right, seeing no other nominations, congratulations, Larry Ramsey. You're now on the Ethics Commission. It is 11:08. I do want to ask a question. We're scheduled to break for lunch at 11:30, so I know we've been sitting here for quite some time. The next item and the next individual on the agenda are the O-gah-pah Wisdom Keepers, and I didn't know, Grace, if you needed more than 20 minutes. Can we get a microphone to Miss Grace Goodeagle, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Being next on the agenda, I am perfectly happy to take a break, and then when we come back, then we'll continue.
All right. Thank you, Miss Grace. I appreciate that. So we're going to take a break. In a few minutes, lunch will be made available by DCR. I suggest that we reconvene. We will reconvene at noon. Thank you.
A little bit. Beautiful. Oh my gosh, I love it. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, we're going to get started again now that the lunch break is over. I did want to make a short announcement on behalf of the Culture Committee. All those 50 and above, tomorrow from 2 to 6 p.m., they're going to be taking moon crescent pictures at the Longhouse. Please bring your lawn chairs. It's tomorrow, 2 to 6 in the Longhouse. O-Guah-Pah Wisdom Keepers, Miss Grace Goodeagle.
Each of you should have received a resource book in your packet. Towards the back of the report is the report from the Wisdom Keepers. We are your elders. And earlier in the meeting, when people raised their hand, if they were elders, there were quite a few of you. So that's wonderful. Also on that page was mentioned of technology. We are still in the process of getting older, yes, but we're practicing. We're still learning. And thanks to technology, we're able now to have things done, including, it was wonderful to have the film that was made from the interviews. And again, our report is in the back of the resource book that you have. But I'm here to speak to you as all of you. We are descendants, our ancestors. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't even be here. And for some of us who have lived long years, again, that the teachings have been taught throughout. And again, we are still learning. But there were a lot of values that they had then and values that we should have now, or at least keep alive. And that's what we're trying to do. Things have changed over the years. As I mentioned, technology. Yes, we are getting more into the modern era. I would mention, though, that things are not as they should be. One thing that we have noticed in our communities throughout the nation and throughout the world, there seems to be a lack of respect for people. Not only elders, but for anybody else. You notice that. That's not something we have done. The way things are done, we are known by our actions. Those actions are very important. And again, we were taught many things as we were growing up. Because yes, we were children, and we went to school, we went to work, and did many things, just as you are experiencing life. And so, what we would like to ask at this point of General Counsel, right now, our situation is elders. We're calling ourselves the Wisdom Keepers. In past years, we have made many trips, including trips to mounds. As you know and saw the film earlier today, the Quapaw, the O-gah-pah people, we built mounds. There are mounds in Indiana, in Tennessee, in Arkansas, and we may even build one here in Oklahoma someday. But the thing of it is, it's a continuing thing. In addition to trips that we have made, we had an annual dinner because the business committee at that time that said, what can we do for the elders? And we said, we love to travel. And so that's how we got our trips involved. Then again, what about an annual dinner when they ask us, what more can we do for you? And with the dinners, it's like powwow, when you can get people together, your families together. With our dinners, when we have them in December, it's a time when we can be together as elders. And we get to visit, and we have dinner, and we have a gift. Because someday, you are all going to be elders.
Grace,
You might
can I
give that
interrupt
some
you for
thought.
just a second?
Again, kind of lack of respect. You see it happening. We don't want to do that.
Grace, I'm going to interrupt you for just a second because I want to call the room to order. So everyone in the back of the room, we have an elder speaking. The meeting has reconvened again. So please keep your chatter at a minimum so that everybody in the room that is wanting to hear our elders can hear her. Thank you.
Okay. So what we are experiencing at this point, yes, we had a period of COVID not too long ago where we were not even able to hug one another or shake hands with one another. And that's hard for us because we need to relate to each other type of thing. Many, many things we were taught, and with the thought of making recordings, we can tell our stories and things that we learned, things that we should be doing. And in past years too, some of the things that I was taught, my father said that you never stop learning until you die. Other things that I was taught was you never bring attention to yourself. You think of others. And then also, you do not do anything for personal profit. It's for the people. You're serving the people. And even when there were changes and they were saying, oh, we've got all of these committees, we hear these glowing financial reports, glowing. Millions of dollars. And how is that being used? Because it wasn't but a couple of decades ago, we didn't have much money. So now we have all of this money available to us, type of thing, but again, how are we using it? There are other things that we have been taught, one of which we don't like to have a bird in the house. There are so many stories and things that we can tell you, and we want to. We enjoy so much going to Camp Quapaw and working with our young people. Things that used to be done, like such a thing as even shaking hands with one another. So many things. The O-gah-pah people, that was their life. And they wanted that for us. Now, we in turn are thinking of the young. Did you see our princesses up here? That's hope. That's hope right there. Our young people. So many civilizations or communities, they've lost touch. And the young people, yes, we were young too, can get impatient. Oh, we want to do it our way. Well, some are, and that's not going to work. We've been there, we've done that. And so when our grandkids say, why not? How do you know? Well, we won't go there. But we're living our lives. And so at this point, again, we've been making some trips. We've had dinner when we can be together. And we do want to do more classes and things. Recently, though, when we said, we would like to take a trip. And at first, you know, they said they'd like to go to Washington, D.C. Well, several years ago, we did do that. So this time, we said Washington, D.C., and we were told there's not enough money to do that. So then we narrowed it down. So we're going by the fiscal year now. And they're saying, oh, well, you can take a trip. So instead of having 2 buses with our elders making a trip, we can have 1 bus. So again, we hear these glowing remarks about the casinos, the finances, how great it looks. Our elders, we have never really had to deal with a budget. Past administrations have said, what can we do for you? How can we, what more can we do? This time around, we don't have a budget. We've never asked for a budget. Stipends with the communities, we serve. And when we served years ago, we received no pay. But when we were asked to serve, we served. We were honored. Our families were honored. We were thanked, are thanked in different ways. So now we are a line item in the budget. The total is $35,000 for not only elders, but other needs. Is this any way to treat your elders? When you read that Constitution in the beginning of it, how we should respect our elders, take care of your elders. I have elders living now. And again, someday you will be elders. And we've heard so much about taking care of the youth, and we are, and that's wonderful. Our young people are really doing well. And we're doing a lot for the middle age, but not only our community, but other communities. The elders are being, if not ignored, they're just not concerned about them. You need us, and we need you. So with this in mind, we would like to request from you, General Counsel. We are not a subcommittee of the Business Committee. We're elders. Yes, you have elected officials to serve a term. Elders are going to be around for a while. So with that in mind, we would like to ask the General Counsel, would you think about creating a planning committee to help us? No, well, we make reports, and we could even have a treasurer if they say, yes, we should have a treasurer. We can do all of these things to make it conform to what's happening with our tribal ways. But we are an important part of our community. But we are as it were, a separate body within the community. So how can we do that? If that's what you want, so that we can have a better relationship with the business committee. So that is our request. So maybe by the year 2026 at our next meeting, we'll have something to report. In the meantime, we are thankful for what we are receiving, but that's our report. Ganagay. Kashon.
Excuse me, Grace, would you like to make a motion before General Council for their consideration? Okay.
We didn't know whether it could be made in the form of a resolution or just how to do that. So that's where we have to rely on General Council and business.
Is there anyone who would like to make a motion on behalf of O-gah-pah Wisdom Keepers to ensure their goals and their gifts are more broadly available?
I, Bonnie Shaw, can make a motion for the Wisdom Keepers for a treasurer or a what? A plan committee. Sorry.
Bonnie, I'm sorry I didn't hear anything after you said that you moved for the Wisdom Keepers for a treasurer.
I think she was requesting a planned committee.
A planning committee.
I'm old.
All right, I want to make sure I've got it right. Bonnie Shaw just made a motion for the Wisdom Keepers to have a planning committee. We've got a second. We've got a motion on the floor, folks. Who would like to discuss this motion initially? Miss Julia Peebushy.
I called a question. You want a committee, another committee for your committee, correct? Just, that's my question. The direct purpose for that is to help plan your trips. So it won't be considered a subcommittee, and totaling with the elders, wisdom keepers teaming up together?
Can we get a microphone to Miss Brenda Murray, please?
We are not a subcommittee. We're not even a line, we're just a line item that we get, they give us a Christmas party. Yes. And then once in a while, we have an event. Last year, we had a one-day event to Joplin Mineral Museum and came to Downstream for lunch. This year, we're having a trip in hopefully September. And to Angel Mounds.
Terrific.
But what?
Didn't you guys go to Branson as well?
Do what?
Did you guys go to Branson as well?
Yes, they did do Branson.
And we're wanting to set up another committee to help you.
We aren't a committee, so we don't have, we're just a group of elders that meet once a month.
All right, we've got other folks. Jody Whitecrow.
I have a question. I don't understand what a planning committee is going to do. I don't get that. If they don't have the money to plan anything, what's the point? Give them more money. They are our elders that we're supposed to be taking care of.
Madam Chair.
Johnny Rogers.
I believe that what the elders, after speaking with Grace, the wisdom keepers are asking for is to create a group that helps them gain recognition from general counsel. They don't know how to ask for it, so they're wanting somebody to help them gain recognition. And more funding.
Any other discussion? Oh, Betty Gabke.
Yes.
Okay, I think what Grace is saying is that we need help planning these things, these trips, and basically $30,000 isn't going to take a bunch of elders on a trip. I think we need more funding. Can I make an amendment to this?
Yes.
Okay, so I would like to make an amendment. I would like to double the 35,000. I would like to double that, and even if it's just 2 people, to help them do the footwork, you know, to find these people that will take the elders on these trips, plan, you know, where they're going to stay, and to even plan out these trips. And this is kind of a special trip. You know, going to Angel Mound, that's where our history is. You know, that was part of our migration down to Southeast Arkansas, or Central East Arkansas. So, you know, we're old. We need a little bit of help. So my amendment is I would like to double the funding and ask for a couple people that would be dedicated to helping us plan these things. Does that make sense? Okay, I'm done.
So I just want to reiterate what you said, Betty, to make sure I've got it right. The amendment is to double the $35,000 budget and 2 people to do the footwork and planning based on the desire to go to Angel Mounds.
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
Is there a second to this first amendment to the main motion? Got a second? All right. Now we're in discussion of the amendment exclusively. I think Jody, I'm
Wayne, we need another committee like we need a hole in the head. Why don't you put $150,000 in the budget annually for the elders and let them spend it however they want to and let it go at that?
Yes, Grace would like to speak again.
There's a mic coming, Grace, right there.
We got to split up.
Just a bit of clarification. We were told by our Secretary Treasurer we were a line item, but we were one of many on that amount. So 35,000 covered not only us, but others. So when you double the amount of the, if it's specifically for elders, yes. And we will manage, we will have help to manage this. But clarification, as I was told, that line item of 35,000 was not only for us, but others.
Was that one just for the elders trip? Okay. Grace, that was my mistake. The 35,000, I didn't realize what you were asking me the other day. Whenever you said, we didn't discuss an amount. The 35,000 was just for the elders trip. That's what we had left in the budget.
Left in the budget. But the thing of it is, the trips cost more, and that's why you said we couldn't do it.
Yes, the trip that you guys were asking to take cost a lot more than the 35,000 that was there.
We're still in the discussion phase of the first amendment to the main motion. where the motion was to double the $35,000 and 2 people to do the footwork and planning so that a trip to Angel Mounds may be taken.
May I speak?
Heather Dismuke.
Hi, good morning. Okay, I agree that the elders' budget should be tripled, almost doubled, whatever you guys are requesting, because you guys do go on a lot of trips. You guys have your Christmas dinners. We recognize you. Giveaways of turkeys, hams, whatever you guys need to support whatever you guys need to support our elders, because we need you. But the thing of it is within Quapaw Nation, we have a events coordinator, and it has been explicit to all committees that we use that events coordinator. That is that individual's job. So if you're having issues managing your trips and doing things, then that person is being derelict in their duties. That is their job. They are the events coordinator. And that's what we've been told. Melanie Shawnee.
So I want to make sure I understand. Heather, are you would like, and I think I missed this, Jody, it was similar to your sentiment, you're amending that prior amendment to bump it to triple.
Well, what is their full current budget right now? Like, you say that they have $35,000 left within this fiscal year, right?
Yes.
How much is their total budget?
That's exclusively for the trip. There are other budget items for the elders' dinner, the Christmas gifts, the checks. Those are all separate. The $35,000 is trip.
Okay, but for fiscal year 25, what's their total like budget that they are allotted? Is it 100,000, 200,000? What is their allotted budget that they have been given?
I'm not sure if I'm understanding correctly, so I'm just going to say this. To the best of my ability, from what I understand, there is a line item that covers for their Christmas party, the Christmas checks, and then there's also the line item for the children's Christmas checks and their Christmas party.
So they don't get like a total allotted budget. Like, hey, Elders Committee, here is $100,000 to use for fiscal year 25. You can use it for your checks, you can use it for your trips, you can use it for hams, turkeys, whatever you guys deem as the committee. They don't have like a set budget amount.
Difficult to explain.
Because I know when we get a budget, right, we get like 100,000, and underneath that budget of 100,000 is our line items. Like, hey, Elders Committee, you get 100,000. Underneath that, here is your elders checks. Here is your trip. This is da 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 da. They don't have anything like that. They don't. Okay.
Funds are in different levels in the fiscal year budget.
I got it.
And Linda's got it.
I just pulled it up. So for the fiscal year 2025 budget, Elder Christmas dinner budget was 50,000. Elder trip was 35,000. Elder Christmas was 60,000.
Point of order, Ms. Chairman. There are other people in the tribe who deserve just as much. I am an elder. My children were in the age group, under the small ones, they get a Christmas party and all that. Okay. Then the elders are, I think, are a wee bit greedy because the people in between receive nothing. They can take cheaper trips. They don't have to go on a three-day, overnight trips. There's a lot of things they can do around here. When I was, several years ago, Betty Gathke was our chaperone. We went to the museum in Kansas City to see this row of splendors, and it was a very nice trip. I don't think they have to go on a 3-day trip and stay overnight too, because we had an elder who wanted to spend an extra $1,000 so she wouldn't have to carry her luggage in. Now that's a bit ridiculous. Other people in the tribe need to be recognized, and I think the group of the middle-aged people deserve something as much as the other people.
Beverly, thank you.
Then I would like to motion that we give the elders committee or the O-gah-pah wisdom keepers $200,000 for their budget and whatever their line items, and then they use the current employee for the Quapaw Nation, the event coordinator.
Heather, can I speak for just a moment again, please? There is already, and I'm not discounting anything that Grace has said or anyone else in this room, but just for clarification, there is already dedicated right at $145,000 to the elders for the things that we just spoke of. It's not that they are not getting listened to or not getting heard. It's a matter of there is already those amounts dedicated. So as the nation as a whole, as the General Council, are you wanting on top of what is already dedicated to them increased? That's where I'm at. That's where I'm trying to clarify and get in my head to make sure that I understand what's.
Isn't that what they're asking for? For an increase and then help? Well, why don't we give them the increase and then they use what's already in-house instead of it being another 2-person salary on top of the increase? You know what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, yes. So basically, if you're saying $200,000, you're looking at a $55,000 difference of what's already there.
I just want to make sure I know where we are right now. So based on the last amendment to Amendment 1 is to basically establish a $200,000 budget for the elders and let them decide how best to utilize that through the event coordinator. Do I have it?
Yeah, within the amendment of the amendment of the amendment.
Right. I think we've kind of trashed some of the previous amendments because if I go back to the initial amendment that Betty Gadke stated, where the desire was to double the 35,002 people to do the planning in order to go to Angel Mounds, it's almost as if that got modified significantly. Betty, are you okay with that?
Does she need to rescind her?
Right. Do you want to rescind your initial amendment based on where we are right now?
I'd like to say, earlier in the year, we went up to the opening of the museum up at Angel Mounds in Evansville, and it was me and Grace, and we went up on our own expense. And this past 2 weeks ago, I went to another dig in Arkansas, and it was a Quapaw site, definitely Quapaw, and it was carbon dated at 15/40/41, and I went over there on my own expense. We heard about it, we went, you know. So I think the elders ought to have some type of, you know, way we operate now, we don't have a budget, anything like that.
Thank you, Bill. Let's see if what Betty wants to do with her initial amendment.
I actually think I'm going to rescind it. Quite frankly, what Linda said really ticked me off. How many elders do we have? And you're trying to divide us into $35,000 a year. What do you make a year? What do all of you guys collectively make a year? And you're squabbling over $30,000+ to be divided amongst all the elders? You know what? We freaking earned this just by what we have done over the years for our tribe. So it's
Betty?
really a kick in the teeth, what you just said. So
The
I will rescind
35,000
mine,
is-
and I agree with Jody.
I'm not saying that I'm disagreeing with you. I am just
Oh,
saying.
well, it sounded like you were calling us out, saying we are very ungrateful. And we're not. We're not.
I'm not saying that at all, and I will not be argumentative in
Well, then
any
don't
way,
argue.
shape, or form.
I have a right to say what I want, so don't argue back. I'm done.
So I think we need to ensure that we have, Heather Dismuke made a motion. I'm not sure if we're in the first, we'll get to you, the second amendment, but that motion was never seconded. Does anybody want to second Heather's motion to increase, or to establish a budget, 200,000? That was the initial motion, and then there was an amendment, and now we're in a sub-amendment, and we have to tend to that before we go back to the main motion. Can we get a microphone to Lori so we can hear? Oh, okay.
With this super important decision and everything and a lot of hot topics and discussions, I think everyone's intent is good for these wisdom keepers and everything that's happening. But can this be tabled until maybe there's some more thought and calmness and thinking through? Because everyone's intent is so good, and the money, we want our elders to have this. We want to take care of them. But there is line items and there is budgets. And I think we're going so deep in the woods and our emotions are high. And I think because this is so important and there's so many great things that need to be talked through, I don't know the right way, but I feel like this might need to be tabled to get through what we need to get through for the best of everyone.
All right, so we've got a motion to table this, to spend more time collecting feedback. That's got a second. Now we're in the oh, wait a minute. Yeah.
All right.
We have to tend to the table.
Okay, all right.
Right,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. So we do still have active motions on the floor. The amendment that put forward by Heather Dismuke never got a second. So we're, okay.
Weena, Bonnie Shock here. I withdraw my motion.
Okay, so Bonnie withdraws your initial motion, is that correct? Okay. So now we're at Betty Gadke's motion. Oh, you rescinded, I didn't hear that, sorry about that. So Betty, you rescinded yours. We don't have a motion on the floor because Heather's never got a second. Oh, you seconded it, okay. So we're at Heather's motion, which was to give the elders a $200,000 for their budget and let them decide how to use it through the event coordinator. That has a second, so that's where we are.
It's okay.
Rephrase.
Sorry,
sorry, that is not what I said. What I said was to give the Elders Committee a budget of $200,000 that they can use to whatever they want to use it for, whether it's Christmas, turkeys, hams, whatever they want to use it for. Give them a budget, a set budget of $200,000, and have them utilize the events coordinator instead of hiring 2 individuals. That's my motion. And you second it. And I had a second back there, and I had a second over there.
Thank you.
One point of clarification, would this be effective for the 2026 fiscal year that starts October 1? Because we've still got an available funding amount for fiscal year 2025 in the amount of $25,000, or $35,000, pardon me. Okay. Okay. Now, we are in that motion right now, and we're still in discussion. Is there any further discussion before we go to the vote?
Yes.
Additional discussion in the back. Can people please use the podium? If you're able-bodied, if you're able-bodied.
Okay, we have Grace, and we have the gentleman where Johnny's at.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, buddy. What was that, buddy? I'm sorry.
Can we ask a question to that person?
Yes.
That was up there.
Heather Dismuke, your participation is required.
Yes, sir.
I think he's asking with maybe within the $200,000 budget, since they're wanting more and with the help, like how many, what if all of a sudden like 20 more elders want to go on the trip? What if, you see what I'm saying? So like that number you gave is great because we want to increase it, but without this, we have these line items, like right now they know what they can spend for their thing. And if we just cut them loose, is that the right way when they're already asking for help?
That's why I'm saying like that $200,000, that's their budget. Whatever they want to do with that $200,000, it like say they have a trip. Oh, where's one of the places
So
you guys
if they burn all that money on that expensive trip, then that's their choice.
Say again? Yeah, like let's say they go on a trip and it costs $150,000 and they take 300 elders. Well, then that's what they've spent on a trip for elders. That's what they have. And then they have $50,000 left. That's what they got for Christmas or bonus, or you know, the checks, the Christmas checks. I almost said bonus checks, I'm sorry. Yeah. But that's them. That's their decision. That's general council. I don't want general council to tell our elders what they do with that $200,000. That's up to them. That's no. I just want them to have their own set budget. And I love you guys as a BC. Like we sit up here, we elected you. But I just don't feel like the BC should be telling the elders how much money they can spend and what they can spend it on and et cetera. That should be up to them. That's why I want to have them to have that set budget of $200,000 for that year.
Hi. I just had some question as far as some clarity, because they, you know, Grace Good Eagle came up here and she was asking for a budget for travel. Now all of a sudden, we want to take everything they get in the course of a year and throw it into one bucket, and we want to say, we're going to give you more money, but you're giving up your hams, you're giving up your turkeys, you're giving up, is it their extra utility money? What are they giving up? Are they really are they gaining anything financially by doing that? Or why can they not keep all the benefits they currently have, set a separate travel budget, increase that budget, and let them make those decisions, because not every elder travels. What if somebody says, well, we're going to go on this trip, but they took away somebody else's utility money, or somebody else's ham, or somebody else's turkey? That's not right.
The utility money would not be included in an elder's budget because the utility money, it falls underneath social services.
Right.
Utility money for elders would never be underneath the budget line item for elders because it's social services. It's a completely different program.
Hi, okay, I got a quick question. Does all the elders get to go? The disabled, the ones in wheelchairs? No. There has been some that has been told that they cannot because they cannot, yes, because of wheelchairs and stuff. So with this extra budget that they're going to get or asking for, they can afford to accommodate the disabled and their volunteers and everybody. Yeah, their caretakers or whoever goes with them, instead of having 4 or 5 different people go with them. So if they're in a walker or hover around or whatever, or wheelchair, are they able to go? They should be, but there has been some that has been told they can't. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Can someone get a microphone for her back there because we can't hear what's...
What she was saying was, what she's
Right.
saying is not all the elders are notified. Not all, what she was told is not all elders have been notified, and not all elders.
The guy on this side, he must be asleep.
Must be. I know I'm rude, and I'm sorry, but the elders never hear about all this. Their trips are generally over with when you do, or there's only a set group get to go. And that's the way it's been for the last 10 or 15 years. There's just certain people get to go to these trips. Nobody ever hears about it until it's all done. Thank you.
Thank you. Minnie Francis?
I don't know if you can hear me. I'm Minnie Francis Hall. I'm proud to be Quapaw. I'm thankful to our BC for all that they've done for our people, myself, my family, our people. I've reached the age of 78 years old. That's not old. A lot of you are older than I. A lot of you have seen more than I. A lot wiser. But you know, I don't feel like the tribe owes me anything. I don't feel like the BC owes me anything. What they've given me, I'm grateful for. All of these events that we have, not everybody benefits. Not everybody. If you go back and look at the list of all the people who attended at least the past 10 trips for the past 5 or 6 years, 20 out of every 30 of them will be the same group, always. And I know my sister, when she was alive, she was not able to go because she was on a wheelchair. And it took me a couple of weeks and a lot of arguing to get her on her. I had to go and enroll too so that I could go and push her in her chair. And she wanted to go. All we did was go to Kansas City for the day. But that's the kind of treatment some of our elders get. I have a sister, because she's on a walker, she couldn't go because they said there would be too much trouble. How many of our handicapped get the advantage of these trips? How many? No. Like I said, we have committees, we have events committee that plans all these elders dinners and all these children's dinners. I say, we elders, we've earned what we've got. Give it to those children. We don't need to be standing up here asking for more. We've got people coming. If we want to teach them, let them learn the values of generosity, love. Let's not be asking for more on something to go somewhere that not all of the elders are going to get advantage of. We have a list of elders. Let me tell you, I've never been notified of any of these, and I would have loved to go on one of them. One of my girls, we would have found a way to pay for, they have to pay for their own ways, but everything comes back to Title VI. No matter what is planned, it comes back to Title VI because of certain qualifications and health this and health that. One time I got sent probably 20 pages of things to fill out. It wasn't worth it for an afternoon trip, but I really wanted to go. Still didn't get accepted because only 20 were allowed, and I was the 22nd applicant. That's wrong. That's wrong. If you're going to plan it, you plan it for a group of people. You accommodate the people who can't go, who can't help themselves. Volunteers. There are people, there are loved ones, there are caretakers who will come and help take them. And if it's their own experience, the family will get together to help them. That's not right. Like I said, you people, tribe, family, all of you, I thank you for everything, but you do not owe me as an elder anything. BC, I'm thankful for all you've given me, but you don't owe me that because of my age. Being an elder, to me, an elder means somebody who is wise enough to pass on what they've got. I try, but I don't know enough. You know, there's a lot of others who know more than I maybe, but I pass on what I know. That's what I call my older. I don't call an elder. I'm an older Quapaw. So I want to wish you all a happy day, good powwow, and thank you, but I just needed you to know how I feel about this.
Thank you, Minnie Francis. Catherine?
Yeah. My name's Catherine. Minnie is my mom, and Billy was my aunt. And yes, they were not ever invited because they weren't physically able to go. And first off, Betty, you have no right screaming at them. The wisdom, no disrespect to these elders, but the wisdom keepers are not an elected or any kind of committee for Quapaw Nation. So they should be lucky that they're even getting anything. I remember back when they used to take these trips on their own. They never came to the business committee, but you had no right screaming at them, saying this and that about that. I'm with everybody else, and I agree, yeah, take care of our elders, give them money to take these trips and stuff, but they should include everybody, not just a certain group. Because there's a lot of them here that are not very mobile to go on these things. They have to have people that go with them, but they're excluded for it. If you're going to treat one elder one way, treat the rest of them the same. So if you guys are going to want budgets for this and budgets for that, budget in for somebody to help these ones because they want to go too. They shouldn't be excluded, but certain people with walkers and everything else can go. If you guys are going to do this, then you guys need to make sure and make it to where they invite all of the elders. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Catherine. Terry?
Hi, I'm Terry Kearns. Gracie's my cousin. She's like an auntie, though, to us and a mom. I understand. I've not been, I'm not good with schedules, so I forget when the meetings are. So I've not been allowed not been able to go to a meeting, but I'm going to start. And what I feel like the needing of the additional funds, I've always received, well, not always, but, notification, Facebook, mail. I was sent a packet, for different trips, and I just wasn't physically able to go, even with help. So with the additional funds for the wisdom keepers, I believe that will help so we can make extra arrangements. When you have to ask for extra equipment or extra provisions or extra help for our wisdom keepers who are disabled, I feel like personally, this will open the door so more of us can go if we want to go and we feel like we can go, but we know we need help. this will help all that. And I feel like the wisdom keepers, I mean, these people have been budgeting for 80 years of their life, right? So they know how to plan a trip, but then the events coordinator could help by, we tell them, you know, where they want to go, this is how many's going, this is what all our needs are going to be, wheelchairs, etc. And the event planner can then sit down and make the arrangements because they already know how to do all of that, right? So they can say, okay, this is going to cost this is going to cost this, going to cost this much. So they come back to the wisdom keepers, and you know, we're smart enough to know we need to take that's how much this trip's going to cost. And you never know on those trips if there's going to be 20 or if there's going to be 60, you know, because I don't know day to day just how good I'm going to be feeling, and I might be looking forward, and I've looked forward to a couple of trips, but just physically was unable to do it even with help. So I'm just trying to clarify a little bit. I know some of that middle age, you know, I used to be that a long time ago, but you know, it's not that we're gifting the elders $200,000 to do whatever they want to. Nothing's coming out of your pocket. Nothing's coming out of your social services. Just asking for, you know, a budget so they can plan these things, because middle age, y'all are still working. So, but your elders are, we're not working, so not able to work. So we can go and gain wisdom from all these things, you know, that we get to tour and visit and see. I mean, I'd love to see the angel mounds and that kind of thing. So I just feel like it would allow us to even give you more of what we've learned and be able to share that. And I love the interviews and things that they're doing with our elders, so we can pass on things we've been taught, things we've remembered, things we've experienced, and then with us gaining more knowledge and more experiences, that's just that more we can pass on. But anyway, does that make sense? I mean, you know, I just want to clarify it. Nobody's asking for, oh, well, we want, you know, this big pile of money. No, because every event, it depends on who all is signed up to go, what their special needs are, and then there's plenty of money. We don't have to say, well, we can only take 20, because that's all that's in our budget. You know, so we got 30 that want to go. Okay, here's what our needs are, and then the event coordinator can, you know, can say, okay, I'll make the arrangements. These are the dates you want. I'll get all that done, and I'll make sure that everybody has everything that they need. So we go on the trip, and we're taken care of, basically.
Thank you, Terry.
I'm Jennifer Hartley. I don't know what's going on with all this stuff, but I have some recommendations, because I don't know what's going on, because you can't understand anything on this system. You can't, it's all muffled, you can't really hear it clearly. I suggest a better system, or speech to text on the screen where we can see what's being said. And then, can we limit the time that people speak when they're up here?
Pardon me?
Can we limit the time that people speak when they're up here, like 3 to 5 minutes or something?
We have to tend to this particular motion first.
I know. And then,
But
on
yes.
the elders committee, can we not do mail, like send them, every elder, send them the mail and let them vote on what they want to do and send it back in, and then you give them the results of what they chose to do? And then whatever they choose to do from there, then send another questionnaire on whether they can go, what accommodations need to be made for them to be able to go. And then they can decide for themselves instead of everybody deciding for them.
Thank you. Deb?
Well, I want to clarify a few things. My name is Debbie Ray, and I'm an employee of the tribe. I've been coordinating with a tour manager the last several trips that the elders have been going on. First of all, I want to clarify a few things. When we have someone that's saying everybody is not notified on the elders' trips, I want to clarify. One, there's the elders' trip that is paid out of the general fund. Number two, there's elders that are 55 years and older that are participants of the Title VI program that goes on their trips. So if you're not participating in the Title VI program, then you may not be aware of the trips that they go on. But that is not the annual trip that is budgeted in the business committee funds or the general fund. So I wanted to clarify that. So there is not multiple trips going on that everybody is not made aware of. And the second thing I want to bring up is how I do this trip. I go to the enrollment department and I get a list with the name and address of everybody that is 65 years and older. And I put out the notification once that trip has been established, when the dates are, when it's coming up. So if there is a good address, and that is the same address, the same list that I get when I prepare your guys the elders checks. So saying that only certain people get to go, everybody is invited and made aware if it is received in the mail, if we have a good address. We make every accommodation. We have a budget. When they choose to go on a trip, they are always, and there's some of you in here that can state that this is fact. I ask, where would you guys like to go? I want to find the best opportunity, take them where they can go, make the trip as enjoyable for everyone that attends. The comment that was made a while ago about the $1,000, the tour manager, if you go and we use a tour manager, I coordinate, and Rhonda Weaver, the Title VI director, coordinates these trips with me, with the tour manager. The $1,000 is what it does cost when the tour manager handles the luggage. When you have employees, we don't get anything for going. I mean, it's just we go and help. We're the chaperones. We help to handle the luggage. We do whatever needs to be done. So unless anybody has been in this business before, you don't understand all of the backside of what goes on and all the planning and why there's different, why that number is thrown out there. The elders asked to go on a trip. They came and they were asking about their trip. They wanted to go to DC as their first choice. Their second choice was, I believe, to the Dakotas, Wounded Knee, wherever that was. Okay, I got to stay within the budget. We all have to stay within the budget, right? The budgeted amount that was left for the trip was $35,000. Common sense tells us we can't get a busload of 55 people, 2 buses, 3 buses, or whatever, to DC on $35,000, right? So the second choice was going to the Dakotas. Can we do that? No. Then we go back to the point of, should these trips be just enjoyable and not be anything traditional or whatever? Do we go to the mounds? I'm going to throw my personal opinion out here that it should have something to do with our culture. It should have something to do with our culture. Everything that I have done, when I coordinate those, I try to incorporate that in that trip. The last elders trip was to Branson. Is this going to be what everybody wants to do? You can go or you don't go. I mean, sign up or don't sign up. If you don't want to go, don't go. Right now, within a day of the last meeting with the wisdom keepers, now I want to clarify this because it was stated a while ago, give that committee, number one, they're not a committee, okay? They're not a committee. They are a group of wisdom keepers. Do you have a question, Eric? Oh, another one.
Whenever she's ready.
I feel like everybody needs to know the facts, the false narratives that are thrown out there, the accusations that are made. we do the best we can with the amount that we have left. So within days, within hours, days, whatever, I made contact with a tour manager. I requested, when we left that meeting that day, Rhonda and I asked, you guys need to, they came to me and Rhonda and Gracie did and said, they don't want you guys, we don't need your help. We can do this on our own. Okay. Go ahead. It's yours. Go ahead. That I don't know where, when, why. But I said, if that's what they want, that's fine. But I want them to have a trip that is enjoyable for all and be able to do what they can do. Now we're back in the picture, and I've already got quotes made. It is to Evansville, Indiana, to see Angel Mounds. Now, is that what everybody's going to want to do? No, then don't go. We can't plan individual trips for each individual of what they want to do. So Evansville, Indiana is coming up. And again, we're trying to stay within the budget of what is there. Now, is it necessary that we just keep giving more money? I mean, if you form a committee, then we're just forming a committee to run another committee or to do this or that. It's not necessary. If there's anything that we need to form a committee, it is a committee to resolve the committees that we have. For the love of God, that keep costing us. So, we do have a trip that's coming up. Everybody will get notified of it. There'll be paperwork that has to be filled out. And it's, we're doing the best we can to stay within the budget, And if you guys don't want our business committee operating with a budget, well, I think we're going to need some help, because everybody needs to realize we can't continue spending money that we don't have. Just because it's there or it's coming down the pike, we don't need to spend it today, because if we do, it's not going to be there tomorrow. We don't need another person or another committee to plan a trip. I mean, and I get, if you guys don't want me to do it, I won't do it. But I don't understand why we need someone else to, if it's not, did somebody not make the comment earlier today? If it's not broke, don't fix it. How's it go? Is that how you say that? I don't even know how to say it.
She's been standing back.
There you go. So that's what I wanted to let you guys know, that there is, not all the facts are out there. There's a lot that's being said that isn't, When it comes to the accommodations, I make every single effort that is imaginable. But, we can go down here and check it downstream, and we can see how many handicap rooms do they have on property. They're not going to have a handicap room for a bus load of 55 people. I can't make that happen. Is it feasible to keep putting a bus out there, another bus, another bus, another bus? Well, okay. Number one, we've never had, out of all the trips that I have planned, we have never completely filled full capacity one bus. So, I don't want to take up any more time. If anybody has any questions,
Point of order. I had made a motion to table this, and we had a second.
We were already
And it was
inside the motion
discussion.
at that time.
Okay, just so, because we're still just going so deep, and this is so, so important. And we can't make this decision with all these people and emotions going right now. All these thoughts are fabulous, and they're all important, and everything needs to be analyzed and thought through. Everyone's emotions and thoughts, and we're on two spectrums of thoughts and that. I just can't see, we just keep going deeper and deeper. That's why I table it, not any disrespect, not any lack of importance, because this is super important and super respectful. But people are just getting flustered and frustrated because there's just so many happenings, is in my opinion. And that's why I tabled it, because I think this needs some analyzation and in some way, whether it's committee or however that system works, to work through this in a positive, good ending, in a positive way where the outcome is great.
Thank you.
I just want to add one thing that the business committee has asked me to do, is to look at developing guidelines for trips, possibly taking other groups, other ages, to where it could maybe alternate, so that one year it's elders that go, one year it's youth, family, whatever. And so that is something that I'm working on as well, so.
Thank you, Debbie. I'm not really sure if, okay, Eric, did you?
My name is Charlene Button, and I want to ask a question. Have we ever had an open budget for this?
Could you please repeat that, Charlene? Have we
An
ever
open
had?
budget for the seniors. You know, there are those from 55, I think, on up. Now, I'm almost 97 years old. I know I can't go. And there's others who cannot go. But an open budget for those younger elders. Why, I'm old enough to be your grandma or mother, whichever, because I'm almost 97. But anyway, let's consider that open budget of these younger elders that are here and that can make those trips. Maybe they can, but I can't. So what is your answer?
I just want to make sure I understand, Charlene, that it's basically having elder trips broken down by age groups or physical capabilities.
I appreciate what we elders receive. I always have. Many, many years. And I love this tribe. But do consider that open budget for you youngers. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. Rhonda?
My name is Rhonda Weaver. I work for the Title VI program. I'm the director. And
Can you speak up, Rhonda, or get closer to the microphone?
I have something here that I wanted to clear up. There was turkeys and hams that's mentioned. They are not taken out of the elders' budget. That comes from downstream. They call me, and their leftovers they give to me to give to the elders. And the other thing I wanted to clear up is we do take out of my programs. We take wheelchairs, we take walkers on the trips. People that do have wheelchairs and walkers, if they're able to go underneath the bus, we take them to help them. I just wanted to clear that up. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda.
Excuse me. I'd like to know, what is the age for an elder? Is it 55, 62, 65, 70? What is the actual age when you're considered an elder?
So it depends upon whether the program relies on federal dollars or is this a program established by the tribe. There are some, correct me if I'm wrong, Rhonda, it's 55 and above for Title VI. The age limit is different for elder housing based on the HUD guidelines. And then the programs established by the tribe that are funded out of the general fund are 65 and above. I know that's confusing as all get out, but that's just the truth.
Okay, thank you.
Also, I just want to clarify, I said turkeys and hams as a hypothetical, whatever elders want to do. I'm not saying that it's coming out of their budget. It's whatever they want to do with the 200,000. That's it.
Point of order. This is.
My apologies, I need to interrupt everybody. There was a safety incident out on the patio near the pavilion. Anybody that witnessed a bottle being thrown out on the patio, would you please see downstream security? They need your testimony. They need to understand what you saw, what you heard, or what you might have experienced. Apologies, Brenda.
This has gotten kind of out of hand on
Point of
the-
order.
on
Order,
this
please give
budget.
your attention to Ms. Brenda.
We appreciate the Christmas dinners and the gifts that they give us at Christmas. That when it started, those were different budgets. Downstream had given us one of the Christmas dinners when they opened back years ago. It came from Downstream. Another time we were told that the dinner was from the BC as a gift to the elders.
Brenda, if you'll allow me to call the room to order, please. Allow me to call the room to order. Those that are in the back, we have an elder speaking. Please keep your chatter to a minimum so that everyone can hear our elder who is speaking. Thank you.
I want to just make this clear that some of the things that has been talked about were not in a budget as to the elders. They were like gifts and honorary things. And so what we are asking for is just an increase in our travel budget. That was it. And it's kind of gotten off of everything because some of the, like the turkeys and hams, those come from Title VI. Title VI has their own trips for younger ones. And we have had questions as to what is an elder, we've been taking 60. And by the way, our meetings are usually the first Thursday of the month. If you're over 60, we're at the classroom of the museum. But what we just expected was an increase in the travel budget for this trip. And this is for 2025. Point of order. An amendment for that, or a resolution, just to increase the travel budget to, I don't know, 70,000, whatever it is. And
Did somebody call for point of order?
I did.
Oh, Lori Schaefer.
I would like to call for the question. There's a motion on the floor that's been seconded, and I know we have lots of discussion going on, but we're just talking in circles. Can we please call for the question on the motion that's on the floor?
So there's been a motion to close the debate. Is there a second? All right, let's go for the vote. It does require a 2/3 majority in order to close the debate. You may need to activate your clicker by hitting the power button again.
Attention, everybody. You may have to repower your clickers up. Mine went dead. We've been not doing anything with them here for a while. We are having the motion to close the debate. 1 for yes, 2 for no. And 3-minute time limit as earlier. If anybody's having any problems, just raise your hand and somebody will come and help you.
So you're closing the debate on this $200,000 amendment motion.
Right, and then we got to go vote.
Before you vote on the main one, you have to take care of the motion to postpone.
Folks, if you can find your blue ticket, we're going to go ahead and do another raffle. It is for a cornhole set. The number is 062435.
No, got to close the debate, and then we got to go back to the motion to postpone, and then we go back to the main.
Do we have a winner? 062435 for a cornhole set.
Okay, our time's up. Voting will now cease. And the results are vote yes. We are closing this debate.
All right, so the motion to close debate passed. Now we got to go back to the motion that was made to postpone. That was indeed seconded.
You got the motion, it was to vote on the motion for increasing $200,000. That's what you got to go to next.
Okay, I'm confused. Are we back on Heather's motion?
Yes. You just have to go to direct vote.
One moment, please. We're just going to clear something up.
Hey, Brent.
I don't want to, but
Frank, you want to turn the bully over there and bring me a ticket?
That's what we're, so that one was to close the debate.
So where does the motion
Looking,
postpone come from?
trying to figure out what's next.
Yeah.
that doesn't even make any sense to me, but okay. I'm not going to argue.
Last call for ticket number 062435. Oh, okay, I apologize, we did have the lady presented to the back.
No tabling, just postponing.
So do we go to the postpone now or the main motion?
No,
Let me ask.
this proposed amendment to increase the budget.
But that wasn't an amendment. It became the main motion because all the others were closed out.
They rescinded their.
Right, they all rescinded the main.
Okay, the remainder, all right, remainder. Okay, you can go that way.
Just go directly to the main motion.
Yeah, so you can say that it's creating a planning committee for 200 with the budget.
No, that one got rescinded here. The only one that's left is Heather Time. Yeah. That's just that's quarter.
Okay, so the lady that won this cornhole set wants to know if she can exchange it for in gray. I don't care. That's fine. So, okay.
I want to just go back to the
Hey,
main motion.
okay.
Heather. No, the Heather made. Final.
Oh, yeah, it was.
And said he rescinded her. That's what everybody thinks they're today. I mean, that's where, and I know other 80 gazillion violations as far as Robert's rules of order.
The cornhole set was donated back, so the lady is taking the Tulsa King items, which is playing cards, a leather koozie, plain lighters, and a Dwight Mayo corkscrew and a gift card. So we are redrawing for the cornhole set. That ticket number is 396847. Was that close? Somebody close? 396847. Oh, right there. Sir, if you can go to the back and they'll put your name on it and have it for you this evening, or at the end of the meeting.
We're voting on the motion made by Heather.
Thank you so much.
We're going back.
To provide a $200,000 budget and access to the Quapaw Nation Events Coordinator to assist with event planning and trip planning for fiscal year 2026.
Say the same thing she did, but fewer words. Fewer words.
Heather's motion provide a $200,000 budget.
Utilize the events coordinator.
Utilizing Quapaw Nation Events Coordinator for fiscal year 2026.
All right, now we're going to go back to the motion. And that is I don't know if this is, okay, now it's working. We're going back to the motion, give the elders a budget of $200,000 for fiscal year 2026 that they can use how they see fit and utilize the current events coordinator. And we're going to go directly to the vote.
I don't know. Linda, where'd Linda go? Tulsa Kings.
Which one should go first? Okay, Tulsa Kings. Okay, it's just corn then Tulsa. So this should probably be Tulsa.
Because the cornhole was given back.
Okay, we're going to go back to Heather's motion and vote on it, which would be to increase the Wisdom Keepers to $200,000 and utilize the Quapaw Events Coordinator for the 2026 year. You can start voting now. 1 for yes, 2 for no.
Oh, that's right.
the lady? Okay, hold on a minute. Yeah, so she's going to actually take number 4. Yeah. See, yeah, that's number 3. This person got number 3. And that's number 4. Yeah. 847. They do, sorry, baby. On the gift set, that lady put it out on the website. Her number was something. Okay, hold on a minute. Hold on. Who's this at? Oh. That's mine, I guess. 1, 2. Oh, that is all right. Thank you, honey. We're going to do another drawing, please. This is for raffle or donate. Gracious. Door prize. We'll try this one more time. Here we go. Oh, gracious. Okay, ticket number 347040. 347040, and it's Tulsa King items. The playing cards, leather koozie, even higher playing lighters, Dwight Mayo, corkscrew, and a gift card. 347047.
Okay, the voting has stopped. We will display the results on the board.
All right, and the motion passes.
One other thing, I just noticed somebody leave their cell phone up here when it's up speaking.
Lloyd, I think you wanted to.
My name's Lloyd Buffalo, and I would be considered an elder. I'll be 82 years old my next birthday, and it very much saddened me what had just happened. I grew up in a different world. Apparently, money is not respect. It can't be. Respect's when someone thanks you for what you've done for the people. You don't come in and meet my cousin asking for money for respect. It's wrong. I voted for the $200,000 because, ironically, that's basically what you're getting right now. It was a wasted time, complete waste. Thank you.
Thank you, Lloyd. We're going on. Frank Frazier, sorry, you walked away from the podium. It's time for the election committee update. Here we go.
Okay, everything's short and sweet from us. As you know, I've notified at the monthly BC meetings that we have been looking at a replacement for our clickers. We have chosen a company and in the process of getting them to supply them to us, and hopefully we'll have them surely by next general council. And that's all I have to say today.
Thank you, Frank. Betty, you wanted to say something?
First of all, I would like to stand up here and give Linda Davis an apology. She did not deserve what I said to her, and I truly apologize to you. You hit a nerve, and I just reacted. I just got on the ethics committee, so I got to make sure I do things right. I am so sorry. Yeah, there's a lot of emotions going on today. I did not say it correctly, and I was very disrespectful to Linda, and I am very, very sorry, but I still believe that the elders are not being respected, and they deserve it. And it's not about money. You know, we came up with a number. It's not really about the money. So I came up here to apologize. That's all I'm going to do. And I love Linda.
I love you too. Thank you, Betty. All right, so now I would invite the members of the Downstream Development Authority, Quapaw Casino Authority to please come to the podium.
Say.
I got the pear shape. I didn't get that. Cuggy? Do you want, okay. Billy Schapp, McWilson? Derek Jennings?
I don't know if she's here or not.
Hoshi Henry, if you're here?
Is Billy here? Billy's here, yeah. I didn't know you wanted us all here. Here's Bill coming. Yeah, thanks. Oh, okay.
Yeah, please.
Oh, she's not.
Cuggy, just make sure you speak directly into the microphone.
I wanted to introduce the members of the Downstream Development Authority, the Quapaw Casino Authority, and Saracen Development LLC. My name is Cuggy Supernall, and I'm the chairman. And these other fellows are going to introduce themselves and tell us about it.
Mick Wilson, DDA and QCA, as well as Saracen LLC, and I am the secretary of the committee. Derek.
And I'm Billy Schapp, and I'm the treasurer of the same authorities.
Hi, my name is Derek Jennings. I'm an at-large member on the DDA.
We have one other member, and that is Hoshi Henry. She's in California. She operates from there. So this is the member, this makes up the three boards that operate your casinos. They've asked me to make a short statement, shut up, and sit down. So I'm going to make a short statement. Ladies and gentlemen of the General Council, I want to tell you, I'm proud to tell you, that your casinos are making more money than they've ever made before. The financing has all been negotiated and renegotiated. We're paying less interest than ever before. The Quapaw Casino is being paid for as it's built. It should open early next year, and if we owe anything, it won't be over $2 million for a $24 million casino. The downstream casino resort is going to be paid for in 2028. And you've got to understand that we went 15 years and didn't pay a penny on the principal. Now it's going to be paid off quick. These Saracen's Hotel should be open for submarines in November this year. Now, when we sat down, we've got 3 videos from the general managers of the three casinos, so I'm going to shut up and sit down. Okay, thank you.
If we could please play those 3 videos, sure would appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Matt Harkness, and I'm the general manager of Saracen Casino Resort. I'll start by telling you a little bit about myself. My wife Kathy and I will be celebrating our 42nd anniversary in September. We have 3 adult children and 2 granddaughters. I grew up in New Jersey and have a bachelor's degree from Thomas Edison University in Trenton, New Jersey. I started working in casinos as a craps dealer in 1979. I've been a general manager of casinos since 2000, including 9 years as general manager of Four Winds Casinos in Michigan, which are owned by the Waukegan band Pow-wow. I started at Saracen just under 5 years ago when the main property opened. We went through some challenging times, including COVID, inflation, and general economic uncertainty. During all this, we were able to refinance the original bonds at a 14% interest rate down to a bank loan of less than 3%. That refinancing was pivotal since it eventually allowed the property to move ahead with the planned expansion. All of us at Saracen are excited for this next phase, which will include 320 hotel rooms, a 1,600-seat multi-use event center, and 5 new retail and food and beverage outlets. We are planning on a phased opening this fall. Throughout construction, we've continued to grow our market share of gaming revenue in the state. An important part of that growth has come from the Bet Saracen online sportsbook, which is among the top 15 largest online sportsbooks in the country. It is also important to note the high level of service Saracen employees are providing daily is a significant factor in our success. Most of the staff at Saracen come from the Pine Bluff area and have never worked in a casino before or in the hospitality business at all. But the employees have embraced the training and programs we've put in place, and our service levels are measurably higher than most casinos. There are 2 casinos in the central Arkansas market, Saracen and Oaklawn. Oaklawn is a legacy horse racing track that in the past 10 years has added a full casino, hotel, event center, and 10 F&B outlets. In May, which is the most recent month we have statewide results, Saracen generated 54% of the slot win and over 55% of the total gaming revenue in the central Arkansas market. We look forward to seeing what our market shares will be when Saracen is fully completed. When it is, our focus will be on maintaining outstanding service, enhancing the guest experience, while continuing to increase revenues and paying down debt. I am personally and professionally proud to be working with Quapaw Nation's leadership in making this property an asset that will generate significant amounts of money for decades to come. Thank you.
like you're just taking little Legos and stuff and just piling up together and create.
Hello, I'd like to introduce myself as the general manager of Quapaw Casino. My name is Kenny Anderson. I've been an employee here for 24 years, going on 25. This is my 7th year as the general manager here. I'm excited to announce that Quapaw Casino is building a new state-of-the-art casino. For the past 25 years, our goal has been to grow and expand, and our dedicated team has worked diligently to make this dream a reality. Our new casino is designed to celebrate the true legends of Quapaw Nation. It will feature Quapaw Nation businesses such as our own craft microbrewery and O-gah-pah coffee. We will also have a sit-down restaurant called Legends Restaurant, which will showcase the authentic legends of Quapaw Nation through memorabilia, artwork, and photos of Quapaw Nation members. This restaurant will offer high-quality service and will be accessible from outside the casino to create a family-friendly atmosphere with family restrooms. I will be collaborating with Quapaw Nation's Cultural Department to make this a truly special experience. To ensure the comfort of our guests, the new casino will have 20-foot ceilings and advanced air handlers for optimal air quality. We are also designing a parking lot and entrance that are inviting and easily accessible to everyone, with minimal walking and a level entry. Finally, our new 40,000 square foot casino will feature 450 plus machines, designed to enhance the gaming experience for all of our guests. We are confident that this new property will represent the Quapaw Nation in a very positive way.
Hello, Quapaw Nation. My name is Stuart Grayson. I'm the general manager at Downstream Casino Resort. Last year, we looked ahead to the launch of our mobile app and capital improvements across the property. I am pleased to announce that the mobile app has launched and is available in both Apple and Google Play stores. Most importantly, this app allows our guests to log into their account, see the monthly promotions, and their weekly offers. You may have noticed the new carpet on the gaming floor when you arrived. This project was completed in February of this year. It took 7 weeks, and I believe brings a fresh new look to the property and gets us one step closer to our goal of being the most comfortable place to play in our market. In 2025, Downstream Casino Resort is on track to meet its revenue and profitability goals. This success has allowed us to restructure the remaining debt in November of 2024. That gave us a lower interest rate and lower quarterly payments. We have currently paid off 65% of the initial debt. Each quarterly payment gets us closer to our goal of becoming a debt-free asset of the Quapaw Nation. I was proud to share that the $10 million tribal distribution cap had been removed in January of 2023. That year, we returned more than $20 million to the tribe. The year after, in 2024, we returned more than $40 million to the tribe. This success continues to grow programs and resources for the Quapaw people. I want to thank our dedicated team members for their support to Downstream Casino Resort and the Quapaw Nation. Their hard work has been instrumental in the success of the property. I would like to thank the Downstream Development Authority for their continued support and direction. This continued support and direction will be crucial to our success in the coming years. Thank you.
Hawaii, O-gah-pah Nikashi. My name is Joshua Seiler. I'm the Assistant General Manager of Downstream Casino in Quapaw City. I'm pleased to announce that we're in the final stages of pre-construction with moving Red Oak to the new location. That new location will be the old Buffalo Grill area, which hasn't reopened since COVID. This new location allows us to fit the model set by other large properties in our industry by having our steakhouse off the gaming floor. Not only does this increase our occupancy by about 100 seats, but it also allows us to try to drive more traffic to that area, including traffic from our non-gaming patrons. that we can hopefully develop into new patrons for our gaming experience. Through our research, one of the things we have learned is that our bar seating is one of the most sought after areas in the entire casino. With this information, we will expand the main bar capacity to accommodate more people. And we will also offer an interior bar for those guests who want the bar seating, but also want a high-end dining environment. The Mokasha Coffee Shop will be relocated across the hallway into the current Lover's Leap area. This relocation will allow us to increase our service capabilities to meet the high demand of traffic we have in that area, allowing us to better utilize our space and to better serve our guests. We're still developing those renderings, and I can't wait to see what the architects have to produce. From what we've seen with the Red Oak, I can't imagine it'll be anything less than stunning.
Good videos. Thank you, DDA, QCA. Since we've been sitting here for about 2 hours, I recommend we take a short 10-minute break and come right back at 2:02. Thank you.
One is having hot lights.
Okay. Okay. Good. If everybody would start getting back to your seats, we'll get started here quickly.
The room's filtering out.
I just want to make this announcement one more time. Tomorrow afternoon from 2 to 6 in the Longhouse, they'll be taking the moon crescent pictures for those 50 and above. Please bring your long chairs. Again, that's at the Longhouse.
Robert's Rules of Order book and something else that's on the education table. Okay, she was asking for us to do it after lunch too, and I forgot about it. Oh, flyers for the spring gathering, or the fall gathering, sorry. There's flyers for the fall gathering and, yeah, back on the table.
There are also flyers for the upcoming spring gathering. Fall gathering, sorry, I'm in the wrong season, folks. Those flyers are back on the enrollment table. Also, Robert's Rules of Order books.
It was the fall gathering. Several things that things damaged. Greg's working on it now to get it fixed. So he's putting new screws in it, putting new hardware on it, all of that stuff to repair it. So it's going to go back to them in better condition than we've received it.
Linda's on her way. Joey and Nina's, as long as they're close by.
You're welcome.
We have our family reunion tomorrow, Ray's.
What time? What time?
As soon as the meeting's
Oh.
over. As soon as the meeting's over. Technically, last year, the meeting went to 9 o'clock. Sitting through this meeting might have had something to do with it. I stayed until 7.
Yeah, it was a long day.
I can't imagine.
I just remember being wiped out. It's like my brain was pudding.
But Randy Ray, he's the director of services for he's our second cousin.
Oh, wow. It's nice to have a chef in the family.
Yes, it is. This will be, I think, our 650th year. Isn't that huge?
That is wonderful.
So much.
You're welcome.
You bet.
Oh, folks, I tell you, my son is, I cannot just, he's making his way, he's coming back up, I ran out to.
Okay, we're going to move on to new business. First up is the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act update and 2026 budget review by Carrie V. Wilson and her team. Carrie V. She was just here. She moved so swiftly.
Sure did. Yes, yes. It's afternoon now. Are you ready? Ready to rumble? Yeah. I am the director of the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation program called, it's NAGPRA. And last year, you reaffirmed the fact that I was still to do this, continue my work. And I very much appreciate it. 30 years plus, because I was involved with NAGPRA when it first began in November of 1990. So it is my life's work. So I appreciate it, and I want you to walk away with the fact that the collections I have repatriated in these last years are very important to the Quapaw Nation and to American Indian history and to American Indian history's future, our legacy. And I think most of you know I go out and talk to museums and I repatriate stuff, but I don't think you really understand the importance of it. You know, it is our past, it is our future. So, I might have to work this for me. The Quapaw's cultural landscape is, just very briefly, it's a Mississippi alluvial plain, but it extends all the way up into southern Indiana, all the way down the Ohio into the Mississippi River. And that's really that sandy, loamy alluvial soil is the Quapaw homeland. So just to orient you. But our main areas is the southeast Missouri, Arkansas, Mississippi, called the Central Mississippi Valley. This head pot is at the Nelson Gallery in Kansas City, Nelson Art Gallery. The reason I bring this up is kind of to show you one of the more valuable pieces that I've repatriated and to explain to you how important this is. It's important culturally, but it is also important. This pot has been in several different exhibits from, what is that, Sacred Circles. It's on exhibit at the Kansas City Art Museum right now. It is ours. We have officially repatriated it. It is Quapaw. It is in our control. This head pot was found in a sand blow just out of Blytheville, Arkansas. And when those sand blows happened during the earthquake of 1811 and 1818, this thing was blown up at a mound called Uga'xpa in northeast Arkansas, and it's intact.
Carrie,
Yes.
if you'll allow me a minute, I'm going to call the room to order. I will call the room to order. We need to call the room to order. The meeting has reconvened. We have someone up here that was appointed by General Counsel to provide this information to you. She's done a whole lot of work this last year on the NAGPRA. Please give her your respect, keep the chatter to a minimum, and give your attention to Ms. Carrie V, please. Thank you.
Well, anyway, this came from Uga'xpa, and this was in 1811, 1812 that this pot was discovered, when the Quapaws were still in Arkansas. It found its way to the Kansas City Art Museum, and now it's ours. If we were insuring this pot for an exhibit, it would probably be insured for about $50,000. So it's culturally significant, and these things that I'm repatriating are a valuable resource too. The second head pot that's red is a pot that I found at Carnegie Museum. We went up, Betty and I worked on an exhibit. Amy Colville, who works at the Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh, came down and brought human remains back to the Quapaw people that they had in their collections. And we became friends. It's important to develop these relationships. And she decided to have a little mini exhibit of the Quapaw people, and it's called Keeping Traditions Alive. And while I was there, I started saying, well, let's look at your collections from Arkansas. So this head pot was there on one of the shelves, and inside of the pot was a note. It was inside the bottle, so we had to get a pair of tweezers and fish it out. And it had been found in 1902 in Little Rock. It was brought by a couple of boys to be sold. And it was eventually given to the Pittsburgh Museum. So we're in the process of repatriating that one right now, too. So this year is really important. It was kind of an important thing because the NAGPRA program, National NAGPRA, amended its regulations, and so we're kind of going through a reset. We're having to learn the new regulations and how they apply. I mean, I've been doing this for a long time, so it's kind of old dog, new trick. And we did get our office established thanks to the General Counsel. And I want to introduce to you, I think I have before, Colin Mouse. He's a Quapaw and Cherokee, and he is our new assistant as of June 9th, 2025. So he's brand new. So he's officially on board, and he has been really wonderful after being solo, flying solo for a long time. It's kind of hard to have somebody come up and say, hey, what do you want me to do today? So I'm going to get used to this, I think, pretty quick. If you want to come up, be sure to come up afterwards. But this frog pipe over here I brought from Arkansas. Colin went down and picked it up, and we had a really great day looking over the collections and training. But he came and picked up this frog pipe. This frog pipe was the center of a lawsuit. The woman was out looking in a field in northeast Arkansas. She found it, and she called up Dr. Julie Morrow, who's going to be here, I think, tomorrow. And she confiscated the frog pot and some other items that were found in the nearby area for the Quapaw Nation. And we worked with the landlord. He gave the artifacts to us. But she ended up suing us, the Quapaws, over this frog pipe, wanting to get it back, because it's worth money on that for her. And she had a pro bono lawyer that was also a collector, so it was going to be really interesting to see. The collector field was looking at this case because it was going to set a precedent, and it did. The Quapaws won. So it was a big win, and I appreciate the business committee sticking forward through all of this quagmire because it just dragged on forever. But we got it. It's now in our possession. It's Quapaw. So the really other good thing that came from this is we established a relationship with Ritter Farms. They have over, 20,000 or more acres? And he put in his lease, Ritter Farms put in their lease, that nobody can go out on their fields and surface collect, and that was a big win for us because now we know that these items aren't going to be looted. And he has no trespass signs up, so he will prosecute anybody that gets into our fields. This came from the Hazel site, or Hazel North. It was a Temple Mound site. And when Julie found it, she went back out and worked with Sheriff Barker, and they actually found human remains with that. So we knew that that was from a significant site, and Colin smoked it, and it was smoked again today. But this thing is home, so that's nice. The Quapaw Nation is now culturally affiliated to over 180 archaeological sites in 6 different states. That's unheard of. And cultural affiliation means we were there. We have a shared group relationship with the peoples that live there. It's not saying this is our treaty land or this is something. These are actual sites that you can say this was related to the Quapaw people. So that's a big win. On-site consultation visits are actually required by the National NAGPRA program, and so I go to these different museums, and we usually have about 15 repatriations going on at one time, with different stages, and they never happen overnight, very rarely. The head pot from Nelson Art Gallery did, but the rest of them take sometimes years. But with the new regulations, it should speed up significantly. Here's a couple of pots I'm repatriating. This one, I call it the Winnie the Pooh pot, the one with this. But this is actually a beaver. It's a beaver. So this is from Southeast Missouri. This is Southeast Missouri University. And we're also working with them in establishing a reburial area in the Boot Hill so we can keep those things from Southeast Missouri in Southeast Missouri. Go ahead. Greenbrier site is a new site. It's Quapaw. It's after 1500, and it's probably the last one before European contact. It is in northeast Arkansas. It's near Batesville, and it's been found. They did excavations this year. We weren't able to get out and go see them. Bill Griffin did, so Bill can if you want to talk to him about it, he was there on boots on the ground. But in 2027, we're going to have the opportunity to watch them at this site. They're going to go back and excavate. So if we want to take a bus trip to the site for interested tribal members, not just everybody, I think that we could start planning now for that to be real, and I think that it'd be fun. So the other site, Belle Meade site, that's from this collection is on exhibit right now. They're getting ready to redo it, but the Belle Meade site is from Arkansas, but the collection was donated to the Pink Palace Museum, which is now called the Museum of Science and History. I like Pink Palace better, but Pink Palace was owned by Mr. Piggly Wiggly. So now we get into the fun part, the NAGPRA budget. And I want to say that we have a team up here. And I introduce Maddie Inlow at this point because Maddie just graduated from the University of Kansas. She graduated cum laude in her master's program, and her specialty was NAGPRA. So that, to me, is made to order. The universe is talking to us. We got a team now. So we can go forward, and I can start turning over my responsibilities to these people so our program can go forward in the future. Huh? Yeah. Well, here's Colin looking at the collections at the University of Arkansas. Anybody who's interested in that, I can always get you an appointment so we can go look at the collections. So the main objective of to continue our NAGPRA program is to continue repatriating items. But we're taking it a step further. Colin's going to be running the office and contacting institutions, answering emails, and starting to listen to consultation meetings on Zoom and that kind of thing. I'm not much of a Zoomer, but I'm sure that he'll adore it. But so we're looking at the budget, my wages. We looked at the proposal budget, and we've increased it, not significantly, but some, in kind of in line with what other NAGPRA specialists and other things are being paid. And we will have consultants. Sometimes I have to get a consultant. Most of the time, you guys have been really lucky this year because the places I went to and traveled, most of the time, they just went ahead and paid my hotel room and food and that kind of thing. So I felt that was a win for us. So next year we'll be traveling more, we'll be attending more conferences and trying to train. A lot of these conferences are networking. The different museums are coming in and working with multiple tribes at the same time. So you're going to see increase in the budget. Let's see. Museums I want to travel to this next year is the Peabody at Harvard. And
I'm going to call the room to order again, if that's okay. I'm going to call the room to order again, if that's okay. Call the room to order again. I'll call it. O-Gah-pah relations. Please keep the chatter to a minimum. Someone's trying to give you a report up here. We're still convened in the meeting, and please be respectful of those who are wanting to listen to the report that she's providing. Gonna go.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, anyway, go to the Peabody at Harvard, go over to the Peabody at Andover. Usually when I make a trip, I try to hit multiple museums rather than just one. And a lot of times I always try to combine my trips with other institutions or entities, or if I hear something, we're going to go on over there. Also, I wanted to tell you guys, which is important, trying to understand, we are affiliated with at least 5 archaeological parks. And so when you're out traveling and you're near there, please go by and introduce yourself and say that you're Quapaw. Because other tribes have kind of gathered into these places through their treaty lands and things like that. But these are really Quapaw sites. One is Chuckalise out of Memphis, Tennessee. One is Wycliffe Mounds out of Kentucky, Wycliffe, Kentucky. Then we have Park and Archaeological State Park in Arkansas. Toltec Mounds, which is now called Plum Bayou, out of Little Rock. And then we have Indiana State Museum, or Indiana Historical Site, out of Evansville, Indiana. These are all actual Quapaw sites. Or Toltec's not so much because we repatriated that, but the other sites are definitely Quapaw. So we need to have a presence there. I think it's really important. Local day trips, that's going to be on the budget, you're going to see that verifies like day trips if Colin comes down to the University of Arkansas, or if we go over to Branson, to the college, by Ozark Bible College or whatever, that would be constitute a day trip. And the line items are separate according to Quapaw budgeting. Then professional services, what I want to do, I mean, professional services like equipment and that kind of stuff, but also in this budget that'll be incorporated through other things, consultancy and all that, is actually have an outreach for a lecture series or maybe exhibits for you guys to see and to learn about these sites and things that we've been doing. So, wages and compensation. My specialty is actually going to these sites and identifying what is Quapaw. You know, looking at the cultural assemblages, putting forth my argument or my preponderance of evidence. And that's kind of with these new regs, you don't have to do that so much. But I actually want to say, to me, our past was so devastated that I want to take that extra time to say, yeah, we can say this is Quapaw. Not when we're one of 50 tribes. No, this is why actually this is Quapaw. So, and I want to spend a little bit more time in understanding some of this pottery and being able to write up articles and things. I'm going to let Colin tell you what he's kind of doing on his NAGPRA assistant roles. Don't freeze on me.
My name is Colin Mouse. I am the new NAGPRA assistant. Yeah, I just took the job in June. So the last few weeks I've been familiarizing myself with the NAGPRA rules and regulations and things of that nature, and watching a lot of NAGPRA training videos as it pertains to us, which it pertains to all tribes, but and museums and colleges. But NAGPRA training is online. Webinars, been doing that. Actually, last week I helped with the kids' camp. She was kind enough to donate my time to Camp Quapaw, so that's what I did last week. And last year I went to the field school in Arkansas. I'm not a very good public speaker, so forgive me. But and since the time she's turned over, she's given me some documents that she's had from the past that I've been able to scan in and put into our.
Right now he's designing a database, trying to turn him loose and see, you know, and he's going to, we're working with closed files, things that we, you know, no longer of interest to us, and he's scanning them into the computer, and then he's coming up with the database, and then we will put those files in storage rather than take up any more space on that stuff. But yeah, he's going to be handling the day-to-day activities. He has his official position is within the administration, so he's getting all the mail, and we'll sort it out and scan it in, and then I can share it. And Maddie Inlow is, I want her, and I'm asking your permission and vote of support to have her as a consultant. She has an opportunity to internship at the Field Museum in Chicago. And it is a once-in-a-lifetime kind of situation, and I think the information that she gleaned will certainly benefit our program. But she has, since her focus is on museum studies, it's now time. I've repatriated close to 35,000 cultural items, and we have to integrate those databases from different museums. And she has the knowledge and the skills to be able to do that. Eventually, the University of Arkansas is going to redo their database, and they're going to give us thousands of dollars in IT support and database development because they want to integrate our database in with that. And if we can do that, then we can have those items online so anybody can view them anywhere, our tribal people. So that's important. So I'll let Maddie talk for a minute.
I'm sorry, I'm not good at improving like Colin is, so I wrote stuff down. Hello, as Carrie said, my name is Maddie Inlow. I am an enrolled citizen of the Quapaw Nation, and as Carrie said, I recently graduated with my master's in museum studies and a graduate certificate in Indigenous studies from the University of Kansas, which I wouldn't have been able to do without the support of you all. So I'm sorry this might be boring, but I would like to talk to you for a moment about the importance of collections data management for our NAGPRA program. So due to the new NAGPRA regulations, we as a tribe are receiving a high influx of consultation requests, and we'll see an unprecedented amount of repatriations in the next few years, adding to our already extensive collections. In order to safekeep these objects and support transparency about program work, as Carrie was talking about, a complete inventory followed by the creation of a database is necessary. And we're not only talking about NAGPRA objects repatriated over the last 30 years, but also everything, all collections that are currently housed within Quapaw. So for the past 2 years, I have done much of the database management, organization, and procedure creation for NAGPRA at the University of Kansas. I was doing that as I was getting my master's. And I would like to use that knowledge now to support and protect our material culture and give that knowledge back to our tribe who so graciously supported me getting my master's, as well as I learned from you all. So yes, basically we want to be able to inventory the collections and make sure that that information is not only something that we as a program have access to and all of the numbers and information in one spot, but also that allows us to be more transparent with the tribe and provide that information to you all about what we are repatriating. That's all I have, sorry.
Consultant fees would be used for, like I said, expert opinion that's needed for NAGPRA repatriations and to prove cultural affiliation. Also, it'll be used to pay maybe a stipend for speakers to come in and talk to interested tribal members that want to know about different sites. And on the Greenbrier side, Dr. Jason Kennedy and Dr. Morrow are willing to come after they've, at an appointed time, to come and talk to you all about what's going on with the Greenbrier site. It's an important site, and it's really interesting. There are no burials. They're actually houses, and the houses have been filled with that big piece of pottery and things like that. So that's going to be something that I think we as a tribe should take total interest in. Training and travel is pretty self-evident, but we're looking at, 3 of us being able to go at different times, and the local travel I've already explained, and then the professional services will be used for equipment, and there again, public outreach, brochures, and that kind of thing. So at this point, I think probably I would call for the motion to accept the NAGPRA budget as is. So
we've got a motion on the floor to approve the NAGPRA budget for fiscal year 2026 as presented. We're now in discussion. Is there anyone who would like to discuss this particular motion? Mikhail?
I know in the past I've presented a little bit of less enthusiasm in capturing our historical culture and more enthusiasm for pursuing our future. However, we can't really pursue our future unless we preserve our past. And at the risk of sounding too political, these 3 are probably going to have to start fighting a much harder political battle in the greater scene of things. Further, this is a very specialized skill for our tribe. I don't think this is enough compensation for them individually. I know from past discussion that a lot of us don't really like paying employees too much. But still, I would like to amend this so that at least a $10,000 increase to each one of those salaries.
There's a motion to amend, or did you say a dollar value or to?
A $10,000 increase for each one of them for a total of $30,000, which would come to $207,700 for the total budget.
Is there a second? Thank you. We are now in discussion on the amended motion to increase the budget by $10,000 for a total of $207,000. Sorry, $10,000 each, so increasing it by $30,000. Is there anyone who would like to discuss this amendment to the main motion? Oh, somebody's coming up. Dana Daylight.
Hello. So I have a question. I understand that Carrie V's the director, Colin's the assistant. Who's the coordinator?
I apologize for not making that clear. The NAGPRA coordinator would be me, but I would be a consultant, so that is how Carrie talked about it, but that would be my title to the tribe. I apologize.
So we're going to do 17,000. We want to up that 17,000 to another 10,000 to make it 27,000 plus 14,000 for consulting fees. Just the salaries? So a coordinator with the master's degree is going to make 27,000.
Well, she's not going to be working full-time. She has an internship at, hopefully, God willing, she has an internship at the Field Museum, so she'll be working part-time. And we base that on what the NAGPRA assistant's getting right now. So, you know,
So the Field Museum, that's in Chicago, correct?
Yes.
So how is she going to work do her internship there and then come here?
She's going to be working with shared databases, and she'll be home. She lives in Neosho, so she'll be home too. But it will work out. And really, in some respects, Dana, this is going to be good because the Chicago Film Museum has the C.W. Riggs collection, which is from
right, I understand how huge that
northwest,
is.
Yeah, northeast Arkansas. So hopefully we'll be able to have her have hands-on, there with aiding the repatriation of that large collection. And that large collection originally appeared in the Chicago World's Fair. And
yes, I know June Carpenter, who's over that program now, and she's working really hard to make sure everything goes back to where it needs to go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. Remember, we're in the discussion phase for Amendment 1 of the main motion. Is there anybody else who would like to discuss this amendment? All righty, we're going to go to the vote, and this is on the amendment. The Amendment 1 was made by Mikhail Whitecrow, $10,000 increase for each of the three for a total of $30,000, making the total fiscal year 2026 budget $207,000. I know that's way too long, right, Frank? So it's to increase the fiscal year 2026 budget by 30,000. That's the amendment. Was that short enough? Okay.
Okay, I've had to reawaken mine, so probably some of you do too. So there's the question up there. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Time has commenced.
Yeah, 1 is yes. Yeah.
She's got it up here. Yeah, I know. I've been like, that's why I can't take a picture. Just like, damn, I got it back there.
It's like I don't even exist. Every time I hit the send button, it goes down to 0 bars.
False alarm.
Okay, I got received. There we go.
Okay, time's up. The results will be displayed.
What? It's 0 to 0.
Well, that's not the result we was looking for.
Nothing didn't work.
Okay, we're going to have to revote. Technical difficulties up here. Everybody go ahead and revote again, please.
Oh, they're getting tired. Okay, I got received. It didn't. Give it just a second, it should go through. Oh, yeah, you're right, Linda. It went through.
time to bust out the sheet of paper.
Now we get to choose.
Please look for your blue ticket. The next number is 396689. 396689. It is for the Tulsa King items. $396,689. Okay, if you could please take your ticket to the back. The next number is 347405. It is the same items from Tulsa King, which include the playing cards, leather koozie, even higher plain lighters, Dwight Mayo corkscrew, and a gift card. Once again, the number is 347405. Okay, go to the back, please. Thank you. Now that we're on a roll, this gift basket, this door prize is from Realty. It is a Care Cleaning Kits EverStart Commuter Safety Kit. Again, this is from the Realty Department. The number is 396836. 396836 for the gift basket from the Realty Department.
Okay, we're going to try it again. And we have a good result this time.
All right, so the 30,000
Congratulations.
increase passes. Now we go back to the main motion as amended. So that would be motion to approve the fiscal year 2026 NAGPRA budget as amended. We are back in discussion on the main motion. Is there anyone who wishes to discuss this? All righty, let's go to the vote.
What are we voting on now?
The amended NAGPRA budget.
Gotcha.
Okay, the question is now on the screen. Go ahead and make your vote. And again, if anybody has any problems, hold up your hand. Somebody will come and help you.
We're going to do another door prize drawing. The ticket number is 347063. It is from the Marshalls. It is a gift basket that includes a pillow, blanket, candle, koozie, cooling towel, coffee, and a hot and cold cup. Again, the number is 347063. I think so. Oh, I do see everyone standing up. Last call for ticket number 347063 for the Marshalls gift basket. 347063. The next ticket for the same basket that was not claimed, there you go, Linda, that's the word. Claimed is the word. 347472. I might need a pillow and the blanket. 347472, the Marshall's gift basket. Minus the Marshall. Oh, we have a winner. I think, sort of, kind of. Hold on. We have a winner? Donna, do you want me to take the ticket back there? She's, okay, and what number was that? 347472? Okay, thank you, honey.
Okay, the voting is over. This also passes.
All right, so the motion passes, and we now have an approved fiscal year 2026 budget for the NAGPRA program. Wonderful. All right, so we're going to go on to the next item in new business, and that would be the Ethics Commission. Regarding NAGPRA? Sure. Do you want to come up to the podium, Vance, so people can hear you?
Very quickly, last year we spent a good deal of time discussing this program and Carrie's role. And what I really want to emphasize here is that it's the way General Counsel, Indian Council should work, in my opinion. We discussed it in detail. We suggested revisions. Carrie took those suggestions. There was a little bit of mistrust, and we General Counsel, corrected it. And that feels really good. The other thing we did at that time is we made a motion, and that motion restricted some of Carrie's work, again, based on a small element of mistrust. We asked that most of her work, or all of her work, be done at a tribal office. I don't have the motion totally in my head. I'll give you the high points. But we restricted her work, and it really, in terms of artifacts and the work that she does, she has to have them at home sometime, in my opinion. She's not going to keep them at home, but she may have artifacts at home for a period of time. So I need to defer to Eric, but it seems to me that she wasn't able to totally complete her work. So in my opinion, it seems we could amend the motion that was made last year because she was not able to totally complete her work. So rather than rescind the motion, I would suggest that we revise the motion that was made, and it would require a 2/3 vote, in my knowledge, but that should be checked as well, Eric, okay?
One of the things that I have to do is, because I'm a consultant, I don't have a home base, I think it'll get better, being as we have Colin in that position to be able to kind of keep track of everything. But I have to be able to take my laptop with me wherever I go, and whatever documents and inventories I'm working on. The only time I would have artifacts in my possession, because I try not to do that, is to, let's say, if I'm bringing something back from a museum, rather than having them send it, sometimes pottery gets broken, that kind of thing. If I have an opportunity to bring it back with me, so I can take it to the Archaeological Survey collections facility that holds all of our items, not all of them, but a lot of them, then I may have to keep it overnight or do something like that and take it to them. So this isn't something I'm holding on to or whatever. This is just, if I get home at 2 o'clock in the morning and the facility's closed, I'm going to wait till the next day or something. So that's what we're talking about.
Thank you. My only question is whether this needs to be addressed in open forum since it wasn't already included in the new business agenda. It's an important topic.
Sure.
All right. So we'll address this as the first item in open forum. The Ethics Commission, the chair, the sitting chair, Sean Matthews.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean Matthews. I am the chairman of the Ethics Commission. I just came up here today to discuss the Ethics Commission and what our job is and who technically we are allowed to take complaints against. The complaints that we can take are actually only against elected and appointed officials or commissions. When it comes to employment, HR, general managers, those complaints do not come to us. There's nothing that we can really do. We tried to get employee handbooks, were denied, to try to help people find the way to do the proper steps to take to move forward with their complaints that they were having when it came to employment. That is not what the Ethics Commission, the resolution that was passed by General Counsel last year does. That was pretty much all of the 95% of the complaints that came to us were those style of complaints. And going back and watching the 2023 General Counsel, the General Counsel wanted something as for employee advocacy, right? That was not what was passed in the ethics resolution last year. I'm just bringing that up to let people know why no action was taken on some of the complaints that were brought forward to us, because there was nothing that we can do because the complaints were technically invalid. Secondly, also to bring up to your attention that what was wanted from General Counsel in 2023 is not what was approved in 2024. The resolution that was passed last year was presented to this General Counsel by the previous chairman of the Ethics Commission without approval from the other Ethics Committee members. We never voted on that to have it given back to the Business Committee. It was given to us on June 4th of 2024 for approval. We did not feel good to give our vote on it in a 24-hour period manner before it was published for people to see and read. All right, so that's what I'm putting forward out there, is that when our original document, we wanted to cover the management of our casinos, the directors of our tribe, our tribal entities, so that employees had a place to go. That was not done. Okay? That is part of the reason that within the document that employees were not allowed to originally be on the Ethics Commission. Another part of that is when that part was put in there, they put employees or business committee members. The other issue that we have with this current resolution, this ordinance, is that the people that we can technically investigate can sit on the Ethics Commission. And I also believe that that part needs to be amended to add any elected or appointed official, committee, commission cannot serve. I know that there was some complaints because we had 2 people that were appointed to the Gaming Commission that was on the Ethics Commission. The issue with that was if we said that they are contract employees that cannot serve, then we are saying that the Ethics Commission could no longer investigate complaints against the Gaming Commission. So I am here in front of you because I would like to amend to add any appointed commission or commissioners or committees to be excluded from being on the Ethics Commission. That's the first amendment. The second one that I would like to put forward is that we add back management, directors, and HR under the ethics complaint for complaints to be filed against those employees.
Sean, could you repeat what the second one to add?
The second one is to
management?
add directors, managers of our casinos, of our tribe, the higher up management within the tribe. Because so let me rephrase. To be able to investigate them for complaints, but the biggest one that I have seen with the complaints that have come in is either to amend this or to create an employee advocacy group that are advocates for the employees of the nation, for somewhere for them to go to have representation to argue against HR departments. Human resources departments are not here for employees, they are here for the employer. They are not here to protect our tribal member employees, they are here to protect our businesses. So either way that can go is what I am kind of suggesting. And now I know a lot of people here do not want to set up another committee. I am fully aware of that. Now whether we set up another committee or you want to put that into the ethics committee's purview, I would leave that up to general counsel.
Is that the full list of your recommended changes, Sean? Okay. Do you want to go back? We need to take them one at a time, and we can put that in the form
Let's
of a
start off
motion.
with the first amendment that I'd like to make is, oh crap, I had it, hold on.
This is what I wrote down. It may or may not help you, Sean. Said appointees or commissioners are prohibited from sitting on the commission.
Correct. Because those that actually fall under our current purview technically can sit on the commission. So I'd like to add any appointed or elected committee or commission members cannot sit on the ethics commission.
All right. Is there a second for that motion? We've got plenty of seconds. We are now in discussion. I'm going to repeat the motion. And Sean, I want to make sure I've got this worded correct because this is important. Appointees, committee members, or commissioners or other commissioners are prohibited from sitting on the Ethics Commission. Give us a moment to clarify.
just want to make sure appointees, committee members, or other commissioners are prohibited from sitting on the Ethics Commission.
We can add that to the code.
Appointed committee members or commission members, whether through general counsel or by PC, cannot sit on the ethics commission. Appointed or elected. And then committee members. Yep.
I could just say elected committee members or commissioners. Got it? I'm going to rephrase the motion. Appointed of elected committee members or commissioners are prohibited from sitting on the Ethics Commission. I know there was a call for the question. The issue is we have to have an opportunity to discuss. We've already got a second. We are now in discussion. Is there anybody who would like to discuss? Bonnie Shaw, can we get a microphone over to Bonnie, please?
So Sean, I'm an elder. So to understand you, you're saying that on a director or a manager.
That's not the current amendment that we're trying to pass. The current one is to stop any other committee members, so someone from the Gaming Commission, someone from the DDA, someone from the Grievance, the Grievance Committee is already on it. Someone from the Election Committee, someone that is under our purview cannot sit on the Ethics Commission. That's the current amendment that we're in discussion for.
Gotcha, understand.
You had a call for the question too.
Yeah, I know, but she wouldn't allow debate. We're not doing it that way.
It's a privilege.
All right, no more discussion. Let's go to the vote. Do I need to repeat the motion? Appointed or elected committee members or commissioners are prohibited from sitting on the Ethics Commission. Oh, is Mikhail over there? No, I can email it to him.
Okay, it was a little lengthy for our technology, but basically what we're voting on is what Sean said. The people on the Ethics Committee are not allowed to be on any other committees. Correct, Sean? Committee or commission, elected or appointed. They can only be on the Ethics Commission, which makes sense. But we could not put all that on our screen. The computer won't take it. So if you agree that only the people on the Ethics Commission will only be on that commission only, no other thing available to them, yes, you agree with that? No, you don't. So commence voting, please.
Is that called, hey, Michelle, is that called, I'm thinking that's true.
Okay, voting is now suspended. We will have the results momentarily on the screen. Motion passes.
All righty. So now we're going to go back to the second item that Sean was recommending on behalf of the Ethics Commission.
So the second amendment that I was talking about, and under covered official, I want the covered officials to cover executive directors, directors, general managers, and the HR departments for the all Quapaw Nation entities to fall under the Ethics Commission. So that any tribal employee that has a dispute with HR over terminations, but we would have access to all employee handbooks. We were denied employee handbooks when we were trying to get them and told them that that was not our lane, that is not what our resolution that we passed does. Even if we find nothing within that, we still want to have the access and the ability to help employees find the direct route to go, even if it is not a viable complaint against individuals.
So this is what I wrote down. We'll probably have to clean it up. The motion is to add back, covered officials are to include general managers, management, directors, and HR to become subject to the code of ethics.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, and executive directors? Did that get it? Did that get it? The DDA is already subject to the code of ethics. So I'm going to reiterate this because I'm not sure if we've got a second. Covered officials are to include executive directors, general managers, management, directors, and HR to become subject to the code of ethics. Okay, we've got a second. We are now in discussion. Is there any discussion on this particular motion? All right, looks like we are going to the vote. Might I suggest an abbreviated just sentence to say updated covered officials? And I'll read the motion again. I want to make sure everybody's real clear on what it means. Covered officials are to include executive directors, general managers, management, directors, and HR to become subject to the code of ethics.
Okay, we're going to reword this just a little bit, but we're still voting on the same thing that he said. It will include all basic supervisors, HR, all the way up to the top of the ladder, executive directors, and everybody else. And we had to word it like motion to expand covered individuals under the code of ethics. But I hope everybody understands what we're voting on. We just had to shorten it up. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Let the voting commence.
I did want to make a quick announcement on behalf of the Ray family. After the meeting is over today, the Ray family members should go to the fireplace in the lobby for a family photo. So, you betcha.
Blue tickets, folks. The number is 347498. It is a gift basket from the BC for kids' yard games. 347498. Yay!
Have fun with that. Okay, voting is now closed. We will see the results on the screen.
Maybe we'll see the result.
And motion passes.
And the motion passes. Thank you, Sean.
Okay, I have one more. Sorry. This is the last one, I promise I'll hurry up. Under section 9.04 of confidentiality, I would like to change, the commission shall disclose no objection letters upon written request by any Quapaw Nation citizen not Pokagon band. Within the ethics resolution, it says Pokagon band, not Quapaw Nation, under this section. So I'd like to get rid of Pokagon band and put in Quapaw Nation.
Scribner's error.
Except that this was an approved resolution by this General Council. Therefore, we need the General Council's approval to change any section of this resolution.
Unless it is just sometimes typographical errors take place, those are considered Scribner's errors. So you're saying we need to go ahead and make a motion. You would like, as General Counsel would like, to go ahead and make a motion to make that update. Okay. Can you please repeat the wording change?
In
9.04,
9.04,
confidentiality.
to change Pokagon band to Quapaw Nation.
Sean, can you come down here for a second so we can get it in the notes?
I'm confused.
Can you change from?
It says Pokagon.
Yeah.
Right. What's on the website says Pokagon Band Citizen, and you're changing that to Quapaw Nation.
Thank you.
So it's a change from Pokagon Band to Quapaw Nation. Okay, so we've got a motion and a second to change the 9.04 Ethics Code confidentiality section, and that change is to replace Pocagon Band to Quapaw Nation. Okay, and then there's a second reference to the band's website. I presume you want to omit that as well, Sean? There's a reference to the band's website? Yes. Just say Nation's website. Do I need to send this down to Mikhail?
Yeah,
Wonder, okay.
and they can, from what you send, and they can come up with their own verbiage.
Okay, so we're going to correct a mistake that was made. We're actually going to change the verbiage to reflect Quapaw Nation instead of what was in there originally, and that's what you'll see up on the screen. Vote 1 for yes. You want to change it, drop the wording that's currently in it, and replace that with Quapaw Nation. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Let's start voting.
Okay, folks, here we go again. This is a gift basket from the BC for gardening tool, 2 metal flowers, and a solar turtle. Ticket number 347421. 347421. Lower. Do you want me? 347421. Oh, we do have a winner.
Which one was that one?
That was number 10 for the gardening basket.
Okay, voting is now halted, and we put the results on the screen. And it passes.
That's all I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean. All right, next on the new business agenda is the Constitution Committee, deciding on next steps for the draft Constitution. Roman Kahiga, could you please come forward?
All right. Thank you, everybody. In all of our packets that we received whenever we checked in, there is a copy of the draft Constitution that was mailed out to all households. So everybody has had a copy of it. It was sent out, I believe, 40-ish days ahead of today. So what I'd like to do is walk through a little presentation of what we have. All right. In your packets also with the minutes. On the back 4 pages are 3 documents that the Constitution Committee also submitted. One is a general timeline, frame of reference, what was the Constitution Committee up to the whole time it existed. The next two are a comparative analysis of the 1956 governing resolution next to the governing resolution with 16 amendments that were done in 2023, and then the last column would be the proposed draft constitution. So again, that's for reference. So what we have on the PowerPoint, and I apologize, I was sitting back there and the other PowerPoint was really hard to read, so I apologize in advance that some of this is going to be difficult for folks to read. So I pointed out the timeline, just that there's nothing on this screen that's different than the timeline in yours, except this is abbreviated with some key points. In July 4th, 2019, General Counsel, there was a motion to establish the Constitutional Committee. That's where it started. In October of 2020, there was a 5-person Constitution Committee created with the Business Committee's guidance. So over a year after the motion was made, the Constitution Committee was finally established. In February 2021, we had our first citizen survey, and that's what was our guiding force behind a lot of the stuff that we put forward in the draft Constitution. November 2021, we engaged the Business Committee. We engaged the Business Committee multiple times for feedback about their current roles, their positions, their wishes for the nation, and some key thoughts around a new form of governance and the existing. In July of 2022, we presented 16 amendments to General Counsel. In July of 2022, the amendments presented to General Counsel would be voted on by a national vote that went, or a balloted vote, I'm sorry. In March of 2023, the following year after those first 16 amendments, the Constitution Committee identified a fund that was north of $2.2 million, and that is what really helped the Constitution Committee kind of catapult into this next phase of filling in a lot of the blanks that we had. July of 2023, I'm sorry, the 16 governing resolution amendments passed with, none of them passed with less than 80% approval. Okay, so what that tells us is that the Quapaw Nation really wanted these changes. In April of 2023, we began having monthly in-person meetings open to all citizens. Again, this fund that was identified allowed us to do a couple of extra things, and a monthly in-person meeting was one of those things. In September of 2023, we gained full-time support. We proposed to the business committee to give us a full-time employee underneath the tribe. The business committee chose to make that a contracted position that was open for bidding, and it went through the proper procurement process. In April of 2024, through our committee's own due diligence and being able to have committed staff, we were able to find that we were not subject to a secretarial vote. So early on in our endeavor, we thought that, we were told by BIA, well, one, we were told we have to ask BIA what is the proper process. So we acquiesced, we asked BIA, and they told us that we were subject to a secretarial vote, but if we're going to do a constitution, we're subject to that vote. But they said that we could amend the governing resolution to our heart's content. So that was the impetus behind why we chose to do the 16 amendments first. So with that knowledge, moving forward, in November of 2024, we had a two-week straight collaboration with a writing session where all citizens were invited, both remotely and in person. We had food, we sat around, we argued, we decided what the base for this Constitution was going to look like. In April of 2025, after a few months of edits and going back and forth with things here and there, we had 4 town halls, and again, the community, everybody was invited to attend that, both remotely via Zoom and in person. And we actually had a pretty good, decent turnout for a few of those meetings. And then in May 2025, our final draft was approved and submitted for printing, and that's the draft that everybody has in their hands. So some of the key things. So I referred to the survey that we did. Some of the key statistics we identified in that survey that we built on was that 52.9% of those who participated in the survey feel that they were inadequately represented currently, and by currently I mean in 2021. This is not a reflection of this business committee. 95.45% wanted culture and traditions incorporated into our governance. 91.5% supported checks and balance systems. 91.5% want term limits for elected officials. 85.9% prioritize accountability and governance. 79.7% support adjusting term lengths, and 83.7% are unaware of past governing amendments. And what our key takeaway was is that there is an overwhelming support for reform of our governing resolution. We asked, not only in the survey, but we asked this body, what are some of the top priorities that you wanted the Constitution Committee to focus on? The top one was accountability, 85.9%. Education, some of the ones that we couldn't necessarily delve too deep into were education, tradition and culture, elder care, those all with more than 77%. And then ethics. 76.28% of those responding said that we needed some form of ethics. And I just want to speak to that really quick, because we put a lot of thought into how we wanted to roll out that ethics commission, the things that we wanted to do to empower our grievance committee, and One of the things that we built in was what General Counsel did here today. You took charge of your own document. We left the door open so that the chairs of these committees can bring those guiding documents that they operate by back to you and ask for your support. And I thought it was fantastic. I was sitting back there watching it, and it just makes me happy to know that that's exactly how we intended this to work, so that we don't have to wait for a business committee to okay one thing or another for us. Some of the other comments were business development, personal rights. 51% of people wanted personal rights to be addressed. We hear you. Personal wellness, 47.4%. The insight that we gathered from that was that citizens want transparent, accountable governance that honors traditions while serving all tribal members effectively. And we believe we've met that condition. There it goes. Some of the findings we found from our business committee. Now, we did two attempts to survey our business committee. The first one, all 7 participated, and we even surveyed past business committee members to get their feedback. And then we asked again, and we didn't get the support that we quite wanted, but we had 2 people from the next request participate in this. So these are the numbers from that. 75% of our leaders and former leaders support 4-year terms. The theme is that leaders need time to learn and implement effective governance. There were mixed views on term limits, but a balance between fresh ideas and institutional knowledge was critical, is critical. 87% of those wanted a legal code of ethics, universal support for ethics codes for all positions, they said, all positions. 71% say transparency can improve. Business committee acknowledges need for better openness. Multiple leaders called for separation of powers. One identified a 3-branch government system desired. Current grievance system was inadequate. Now, this is coming from the business committee, right? So there was recognition that our grievance process was inadequate. And then there was a 50-50 split on adequacy of oath violation procedures. What we were trying to glean was, does our oath of office hold teeth? Or is it just a formality that somebody decided to put in and it just stuck, right? And there's a couple of those things in a lot of what we do. And there was a 50-50 split on whether that should be binding. So why a constitution? Why all of this work? The constitution that we're presenting, it promotes a stronger democracy. We have a separation of powers. It ensures no single entity has unchecked authority. We have an executive, a legislative, and a judicial branch providing a balanced governance. The judicial branch, if you have looked at the Constitution, is not quite what we think of it in the U.S. system, but more of an interpretive body specifically to the constitutional interpretation. There's enhanced accountability. Everybody asked for it. You asked for it. The business committee asked for it. There's enhanced accountability, clear roles and defined processes, independent oversight mechanisms, leaders answerable to the people through multiple channels. Protected rights. Our governing resolution is silent on what your rights are. There's a lot to be said about that. What we have is fundamental rights explicitly guaranteed in the Constitution, due process protections, appeal mechanisms for citizens. We tried to instill some cultural preservation, and I'll talk about this in a couple more slides. It was more difficult than it sounds. Quapaw customs and practices are somewhat embedded in the structure. Cultural continuity ensured for future generations. Long-term stability. The committee believes that four-year terms allow strategic planning and implementation. Balanced budget requirement ensures fiscal responsibility. Separated financial oversight prevents conflicts of interest between one body controlling decisions and money, and separating that into you control the money, you control the decisions. It's a responsive government. General Counsel is empowered all throughout this document. You're empowered all throughout this document. The executive chair has defined authority and limitations, and there's an independent judiciary for fair dispute. In 2019, the motion was as follows. To establish a constitutional committee that creates a draft that will be presented to the General Counsel. We will then make amendments based on the discussion of the General Counsel, and following that, we will have a vote to establish a constitution that we forward to the BIA. The Constitution Committee interprets, I'm reading off of the last page of what's in our packets now, that's titled Constitution Committee Recommendation. The Constitution Committee interprets the 2019 motion as comprising of three distinct phases: creation and submission of a draft constitution, 2, amendments by General Counsel, and 3, final approval by the people. The Constitution Committee believes that we have completed the first phase that we were asked to do. Phase 2 of that motion would be for General Counsel to amend, to have a chance to amend the document. We recommend through our document, I'll read this in its entirety later, we will be recommending a special session for General Counsel. That is not the only option this body has. I want to be clear about that, but it is a option that we believe would be better suited for us. And then phase 3, the last phase of that motion is for citizen approval. All members 18 and over in our tribe will be allowed to cast a vote in this election. Now, there are some things that go along with that vote. Highly recommended that if we're not using the secretarial process, that we get very close to it in how we conduct our own election. In today's political climate, who knows how that could go whenever we hand something over to the interior. But again, that's 2 phases away. What we've accomplished. Citizen survey responses with clear mandates for change. Multiple business committee surveys providing leadership insight, 16 successful amendments to current governing resolution, all with 80% average approval, or that's not right, more than 80% approval. Okay, some had upwards of 90. 2-week collaborative writing session open to all citizens, 4 town halls for direct community engagement, legal confirmation, our sovereign authority to adopt constitution without a secretarial vote. And what we've learned from that, our people, you, me, those not here, we all want an accountable and transparent government. Leaders, okay? While 95% have asked for it, cultural integration is tricky, very tricky. And we spent a lot of time going around some of the best ways to integrate what we could. And it was difficult. It was very difficult. Separation of powers is desired. Check that. Current representation is inadequate. 53% were dissatisfied. Leadership recognizes the need for structural reform also. So when your leaders know that this needs to be fixed, it needs to be fixed. What we're offering a constitution that honors our past while securing our future, a governance structure that responds to citizen priorities, balance of power that prevents abuse and ensures accountability, and a framework that can evolve with our nation's growth. That last one is important. We have a 1956 governing resolution, and its design is not to scale at the speed that our nation has scaled. It's not built for us to be protected inside of that document with the speed of growth that we grew at. And we believe that this new document is. All right, that's it for the slide. What I'm about to read is the Constitution Committee's recommendation, but a part of the recommendation is reliant on additional information, and some of that information would be information that the Business Committee has. So I kind of want to ask the Business Committee's participation here regarding the Stanford engagement potential. In March of this year, the Constitution Committee and Stanford began to discuss an engagement possibility of how the Stanford Law Program can assist the Quapaw Nation on our endeavor. We were committed to a timeline. We're in the middle of explaining ourselves to you. Our feet have been held to the fire over the past few years about when's our Constitution coming, when's our Constitution, and we could not waver on the dates that we promised you, even though we believed what was being presented was a good idea. So as a result of that, we made some proposals to the Stanford program and asked for their assistance, but the things that we didn't have and we couldn't secure was an agreement. Needed a formal agreement. Didn't want to stand up here in front of you without a formal agreement. We believe that without that agreement, asking you to vote on something without that would be improper, and we couldn't get that. There were external circumstances. Though one of the parties involved in that negotiation, God bless her, she had a child and she went on maternity leave, so she was out of contact for the majority of the summer. However, the Business Committee was able to establish contact. When did you establish contact? In April? End of April. End of April, the Business Committee established contact. Madam Chair, do you want to speak on this instead of me? I don't want to fill in the blanks. I would rather it come from you.
So I'll just roll back in time a little bit. This would have been in the March and April timeframe that Stanford had offered additional legal review and student coursework, #1 tribal law program, #1 law school, and of course it was reported that no agreement had been made thus far. And in that same meeting, another Business Committee member indicated Stanford expertise on the draft Constitution is encouraged, as well as tribal member input. At the end, this is the latter part of June, so June 21, the Constitution reported at the BC meeting there's still work to be done. The committee is hoping that additional work can be supported by a law school, and hopefully know more concrete information by the end of August. So based on all that enthusiasm, in late April, I directly contacted Stanford Law requesting a meeting with the Business Committee to see how or if they might be willing to assist the Quapaw Nation. The full Business Committee met with Stanford Law on June the 25th. Afterwards, the following was sent to the Constitution Committee after 2 reviews of that draft, as well as changes from Business Committee members. On June the 25th, Quapaw Nation Business Committee met with Professor Reese from Stanford Law. I reached out to Professor Reese 2 months ago. June the 25th was the earliest she could meet due to that paternal leave that you just referenced, Roman. We had a good discussion. That's the BC and Professor Reese. In that meeting, the following points were made. Stanford Law is very interested in helping us evolve the draft Constitution if that is what General Counsel, you good people, decide today. Stanford would establish a policy lab class with 5 to 10 law students. The students would receive course credit for their work, and Professor Reese will prepare a draft memo of understanding between Stanford and the community, you all, where we can place limits on the way in which Stanford uses that information, things like summary reports, news articles, things of that nature. The memo of understanding would be sent to the Business Committee, that draft, There's absolutely no cost. We plan to share the draft memo of understanding with the Quapaw Nation citizens for feedback prior to executing the memo of understanding by resolution. Stanford will require as much information from the Constitution Committee's past internal work papers or minutes, as well as the community input that we can possibly provide. They want to understand why certain items are included and captured in the draft Constitution, and they want to preserve that input. They'll provide a memo on changes they propose through a rigorous review process and why. An initial draft will be provided for the Business Committee and Constitution Committee. The second draft will be succinct, high level, accessible, and could be sent broadly throughout the Quapaw Nation. Total duration of the lab is 9 weeks, so that's the fall quarter. There'll be an opportunity at midpoint to give community feedback. Then they go back and rework. Will then receive a clean revision at the end of 9 weeks. They want their role to be clearly defined, and assuming they proceed based on the outcome of General Council today, they might suggest material changes. It is up to the Quapaw Nation to accept those changes or not. The Business Committee will serve as the point of contact if General Council agrees today during this engagement, but will not author any changes. The Business Committee will then relay progress to the rest of the community at the monthly Business Committee meetings, Quapaw Post, and other venues as needed. Then on June the 30th, we received a communication from Constitution Committee via email. While surprised by this news, we fully support the opportunity and look forward to how it may help strengthen the draft should General Council choose to move forward. And that's up to you folks. That's probably more detail than you were requesting, Roman.
No, that's great. Thank you. Okay. The remainder of that email that the chair did not read was, and I'll read it to you. For our Constitution Committee records and continuity, could you please share all the email correspondence between the Business Committee and Professor Reese leading up to the 625 meeting? It's important we include it in our archives. The selective presentation to you that the chair just gave you is why this is a bad idea to leave it in their hands, okay? There's more. We did not ask the chair to intervene. The Business Committee did not know that the chair intervened. Why she chose to do that unilaterally is what we're trying to fix here, ladies and gentlemen. It should not be that way. It was a gross overreach of authority. The Business Committee has confirmed that they did not know about this until they were sent a meeting invite by the chair, which indicates additional communications took place. Why? And more importantly, for us, our committee, what's this got to do with us? Why were we excluded? There was no CC, carbon copy, forward to the Constitution Committee. There's 2 opportunities at the Business Committee meetings where we give a report every month to this Business Committee. And there was nothing from the Business Committee that said, hey, by the way, we took it upon ourselves to act in your stead to do something that you were already doing, and we chose to do it for you. This is embarrassing. We don't have all the facts on why this happened. We still have not received the correspondence that we've asked for that is contractual part of my responsibility anyways. And so this really plays into us needing more information as to how this relationship materialized. Who requested this and why? And who else was involved in that request? And why are they trying to circumvent the Constitution Committee that you asked for to get this done? This was a wonderful plan. We wanted this. But if we are going to be cut out, I don't have the faith that I'm going to get an answer. They haven't replied to my email still. She chose to not even read you the rest of the email. We want this relationship. We do. We think that this program has a lot to offer us, and our committee wholly stands by this relationship if this body chooses it. Okay? What we are entirely against in this relationship is that this body be the point of contact. We think it's absolutely gross and negligible for this body to be responsible for that. Now, it doesn't have to be our Constitution Committee. It does not, okay? It could be anybody, any other body. It should just not be this one. With that being said, I'm going to read this document, the Constitution Committee recommendation to the Quapaw Nation General Council. I'm going to reread. What's the question?
Yeah, there's no motion. There's no motion.
Do you have facts that I'm unaware of? We're not talking about the election committee right now. We're talking about our next step to approve, to hand over the Constitution that the election committee wanted to get off of our plate, right? You guys were saying, well, when's it going to be done? When's it going to be done? Well, that's today. That's what we're trying to do. That's what we're trying to do.
Might I suggest the following, that eventually, I know, Roman, you're prepared to put forward before General Council a motion or perhaps a series of motions, and then when we get into the discussion phase, these items might arise, and to address them at that point.
Thank you. The original motion, I'll read one more time. To establish a constitutional committee that creates a draft that will be presented to the General Council. We will then make amendments based on the discussion of the General Council, and following that, we will have a vote to establish a constitution that we forward to the BIA. That was the motion, and that was conducted by a voice vote, and there was one abstention in that vote in a room similar to this size. The Constitution Committee interprets the 2019 motion as comprising three distinct phases: creation and submission. 1, creation and submission of the draft Constitution. 2, amendments to General Council, or amendments by General Council. And 3, final approval by the people. In regards to item number 1, creation and submission of a draft Constitution, the Constitution Committee believes it has fulfilled this first requirement by developing and now submitting a comprehensive draft Constitution for consideration by the General Council. 2, amendments by General Council. We recommend the General Council convene a special session to discuss and amend the draft as needed. This process will allow the General Council to provide direct input and make any necessary changes, thereby fulfilling the second part of the 2019 motion. The Constitution Committee also informs the General Council of a potential academic partnership with Stanford University. If this relationship is finalized, Stanford's program would review the submitted draft during the fall semester, and after structural and contextual recommendations, we anticipate knowing whether fall semester and offer structural and contextual recommendations. This was written before we knew what everything was being said behind our back. We anticipate knowing whether this partnership will materialize by end of August 2025. Contingency plan. If the Stanford review does not move forward, the committee recommends that a special General Council meeting be scheduled for October 2025 to carry out the amendment process. Item number 3, final approval by the people. Once the General Council has finalized its amendments, the resulting document will be presented for a vote by the citizens of the Quapaw Nation. This vote will determine whether to accept the new Constitution, thereby completing the third and final phase of the 2019 motion. One additional note on secretarial vote. The Constitution Committee does not believe secretarial election is required in this process, but recommends that General Council be informed that it remains an available option should the nation choose to pursue it. Ladies and gentlemen of General Council, the Constitution Committee officially presents you with the draft Constitution, and now it is in your hands.
Would anyone like to make a motion regarding the draft Constitution and the key next steps?
I have a question.
Yes.
Could we get a microphone? We can't hear the motion, I assure you.
I had a question first before she raised her hand.
Yes, Dana.
So my question is, this sounds more like a plan than a vote. So what we're asking is to start these steps.
What the Constitution Committee is presenting is what we believe is the path forward that General Council has previously asked. That does not prevent General Council, though, from presenting its own motion here today if you disagree with what we are presenting. So yes and no, it's what we believe is a safe path forward. But
So it's the path forward. But I do want to just comment to something previously stated, where you said that she should have not intervened. However, she is the head of our nation as it is. So she does have a seat in that conversation. She should have been privy to it and included in it. So your committee and her should have spoke together where she could allow the business committee to know what was happening so they would know when you came to them with us. She wasn't doing out of line. She was working for the nation, for the people.
100% agree with you, yes. We agree. That's why we reported to the business committee every month and let them know about this relationship before she decided to do that.
She should have been included in the beginning and went to the table with them.
She was.
So on your path forward, I'll make a motion to move your path forward through the three-step process that you listed.
We had a motion here first.
Is there somebody else that was in the queue?
I was speaking before the question was asked.
Okay, so we had a motion made, we had it second, but what was your, I'm sorry, what were you trying to accomplish?
I was trying to present a motion, and then she asked to ask a question.
So we've got a motion, it was seconded, it's out there. Is there an amendment perhaps that you would like to provide to the motion?
I think I had the first motion, and it was interrupted.
And what was that motion?
The motion is to partner.
It is so hard to hear and see in here, I'm so sorry. So what was your motion?
My motion is to enter into a partnership with Stanford Law School via an MOU to have them look at, perfect, and work with us as a tribe on our Constitution.
The one point I do want to make is, the reason I asked things out of order was to see how similar or dissimilar the motions were. And it sounds to me like that both of these motions are highly complementary. The Constitution Committee's recommendation still includes a reference to Stanford and some plausible timing. How different is the motion that you just made? Because I don't think, Roman, the motion that even Dana made was deviated from the Constitution Committee's recommendations.
That's not what I heard either, so I
Okay.
agree with you.
Bill Griffin. I'm sorry, we've just got too many motions going at one time. I got to figure this out. Can we get a microphone to Bill Griffin, please, in the front?
Is it true that Stanford University Law School offered to help with this Constitution?
Yes.
Did you accept it?
We have expressed 100% interest in growing this relationship with Stanford, yes. But we don't have a formal agreement in place.
Did you, did they offer to work with the tribe?
Yes, what Chair Supernall has read and separately what has been conveyed to the Constitution Committee, what she reported and what was shared with us in our meetings with Stanford is very closely aligned, minus the point of contact. Thank you.
Yep. Hi, I am Annalie Johnson-Jennings. I'm a student at Stanford Law School going into my third year. I'm involved on the meetings with the Constitution Committee, and I would just like to clarify that, yes, Stanford and my mentor and professor, Professor Elizabeth Reese, has agreed and offered. However, the university can only enter into a proper MOU agreement with the tribe itself. And so from Stanford's understanding and willingness to respect our tribe's sovereignty and our nationhood, they have agreed and offered help, but that help needs to be directed towards our tribe as an entity in order for them to follow their internal policies of tribal respect and honor, as well as just an overall sentiment of bolstering the Quapaw Nation's sovereignty, which, because the head of our tribe is the business committee, that is the entity which the university feels comfortable and overall willing to engage with as our sovereign nation.
Thank you. I just want to make sure everybody's aware. Dana made the motion to accept the three-part recommendation from the Constitution Committee.
Point of order, please. I'd like a clarification on whether this discussion can take place without a motion and a second in place.
That's what I was trying to reiterate. There is a motion on the floor that was seconded, and that motion was to accept the three-part recommendation from the Constitution Committee. That was indeed seconded, and that's the discussion that we're in right now. And then once we dispose of that motion, let's carry it through to its logical conclusion. Then there was another motion to establish a partnership with Stanford Law School that has not been seconded yet. I just wanted to make note of that and keep you all updated. So we are in the discussion phase of the first motion.
I would like to know then, when did we start one individual on the business committee doing work without the agreement of all of the business committee without a vote?
So I think the question was, who authorized or by what authority did a single business committee member initiate this communication? Is that correct?
Yes, because we've been down that road before, and it was found that the individuals were not eligible to decide on their own.
Happy to answer that question. How it transpired was based on the enthusiasm the Constitution Committee was reporting on a monthly basis regarding a potential work effort with the Stanford Law, and then it sounded as if the communication went silent, and that was even prior to the professor going on paternity leave or thereabouts. I did indeed take it upon myself to directly contact the point person. It did take some time to finally create a meeting 2 months later with the rest of the BC. My recollection is that I did communicate with the rest of the BC
would you like to sit down and meet with Stanford Law? I recall the majority email traffic was yes.
Thank you for the response.
I'm sorry, Barbara.
I said thank you for the response.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Can we get a microphone to Vance, please?
I believe we're out of order. I believe Ms. Daylight asked for a question, and she went from a question to a motion, and there was actually a motion on the floor back here, so I think we're out of order.
So we need the parliamentarians to weigh in. When we discussed that matter, the conclusion was, and perhaps it needs to be reconsidered, the conclusion was that the motion that Dana Daylight made, because it was seconded, we needed to address that first and then go on to the second one. Eric Giles, would you please weigh in here?
Eric, I need to challenge that.
Here you go.
So there was a question that was raised first.
No, the motion was made first, and I don't believe everyone heard it, but at least this side of the room heard it.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, did you acknowledge her? Which one did you acknowledge?
Here.
So it's, who the chair acknowledged.
Chairman Supinaw, she stood up with a mic. She stood up with a mic before Mrs. Daylight.
All right.
Madam Chair, can I propose a solution?
Was there a motion?
There was a motion in progress, and then it went to the question.
Got it. So it was an interruption.
It was an interruption.
The question was, that was not like a privilege.
No.
It was just a point of inquiry, I guess.
It was a point of inquiry when the motion was not completed, which she was in progress of making.
So what was the motion?
Well, she just made it. She just went over it after that discussion over there. So I truly state we were out of order.
Right, yeah, so.
Or to establish a partnership with Stanford Law School, but that's what we got, the second iteration.
That was seconded.
That was not completed.
Okay, so let's go back to that first main motion then.
Was that motion seconded? Got it.
Madam Chair, if I may, Ms. Daylight, would you be willing to rescind your motion just to make this easier? I believe what's being proposed over here is inclusive of what your motion originally was also.
That's exactly what Ms. Chairwoman did. She asked what her motion was. They were not against each other. They were in agreement. I was waiting to second her motion, but, whatever order you would like it to go in, I can do that.
Okay. So Dana, we'll rescind your motion, then we'll address the initial main motion, and then if necessary, we'll come back to yours.
So you're in the debate phase right now of that motion.
Now, we do have some important items to take care of. Could the individual who made that initial main motion, would you please rise in a microphone and state your name, please?
Dr. Tiffany Jennings.
I heard James, what's the first name?
Dr. Tiffany Jennings.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, and I know it was seconded over there.
Yes, I second that.
Wonderful. Okay, so now we are, Dr. James. I'm sorry, Ani. Yeah.
Jennings.
Please confirm that you are an enrolled Quapaw member. Oh, okay. Okay, we have entered the discussion phase now that we've kind of gotten ourselves a little bit unconfused. Minnie Francis Hawk.
Okay. I'm Minnie Francis Hawk. I'm the one who made the original motion to establish the Constitution Committee. I want to commend first to the Business Committee and the Constitution Committee for their hard work. But first, when I made the motion, nowhere in there did I say anybody else but anything else but that a Constitution Committee be established. Okay. I didn't recommend the BC or anybody else to be involved, but I make a motion that we work with Stanford people, that our committee, Constitution Committee work with Stanford, and we review, what does that say? That word, you typed it. Okay. No, that word. Review the Constitution. Oh, okay. That we review the Constitution draft for a minimum of 90 days. At that time, General Counsel comes back, we make amendments or changes or whatever. If that needs to be done, then we go on to another 90 days, try to get that done, which would bring us another to General Counsel, so we could get this document in place. We need this. That was my intent when I made the motion, and I'd really like to see it done. And I want to thank Roman and your committee. I worked with y'all for a while, and I was impressed, but my health just wouldn't allow it. But thank you. That was the end of my motion.
Thank you, Minnie Francis. Vance Gilmore.
Minnie Francis, thank you for those comments, but there was a motion on the floor, so I think we have to reflect on her comments as support of the motion. I don't mean to correct you, but there was a motion on the floor, but it sounded like you were supporting the motion, Minnie Francis. There was already a motion on the floor.
Yeah. So it would be an amendment that would include this 90-day minimum period going forward. So you're in this was what was proposed was an amendment to that main motion.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got an amendment to the main motion made by Minnie Francis Hawk for a 90-day review period of the draft Constitution. Did I capture that properly? Is there a second to that amendment? We've got a second. We are now in discussion of the amendment to the main motion regarding a 90-day draft review period. Ms. Julia Peebushy.
I have a question. How much is Stanford going to charge us?
Zero.
Zero amount?
Zero.
Question?
We have a hand up. Jody Whitecrow.
I have a question. Why do we keep need to doing the 90-day, 90-day, 90-day thing? We've been going through this for quite a while now. For 6 years, we've been doing this. Can we get rid of the 90-day review? We've got the document in hand.
Question over here. Discussion.
Dana.
So I understand the 90-day thing. However, we don't have an MOU in place with Stanford yet, so I would think we would need to get that written before we can move forward on the other.
Thank you, Dana. Other debate? We've got, yes, can we get a microphone up here on the front row?
Would it be possible if there's any communication with the committee
or anything like that, wouldn't it be appropriate to go ahead and contact Roman since he is on that committee? He should be notified of any kind of communication with Sanford or anybody else regarding this.
Okay, so we're reviewing an amendment to the main motion that pertains to a 90-day review period. That's the component of the motion that we're addressing, so.
But aren't we, the 90-day period, then this is going to be when Sanford comes in and looks at this and all that, correct?
Well, we don't know that because, as has been stated, we haven't seen a draft MOU. Quapaw Council, General Counsel has not seen the draft MOU, so it's not ready yet. So we don't know if we're actually going to be able to come to a good quality agreement or not.
But during that 90-day period, if that happens, since we put the Constitution Committee in place, shouldn't they be notified of any of that communication?
If that's the way this body decides, that's how it will be done.
Yeah, I would think so, since we asked them to do this in the first place. That's a committee that's what they're supposed to be doing, that's their job. And then when we don't tell them what's going on, it makes it a little hard for them to do their job.
Thank you.
I would just like to clarify, if okay, Annalie Johnson-Jennings. So an MOU has been on the table and offered for the Business Committee as the head of the tribe to enter into a partnership with the university. That said, the 90-day timeline is most likely unfeasible, but that is like the timeline of when things can be done is something that could be negotiated, provided that we as a general counsel today decide to enter into an agreement with Stanford University. After that, then the details of deadlines, timelines, all of those things, etc., can be influenced and debated and decided in that MOU agreement after. So that's something that can be changed. But considering we do start our school year in the end of September, the last week we are on the quarter system, and our term, the proposed plan would be this 9-week plan with a policy lab starting in late September and spanning until December. The 90 days would most likely from today not be feasible, but again, that's something that would need to be negotiated if the General Counsel decides to enter into this MOU with Stanford University. And then we would conclude our classes, and upon conclusion of our classes in mid-December, early December, that is when we would have the final product to return to the nation.
Thank you. I was just informed that I missed an important word in this main motion, or this amendment to the main motion, that it should have read, for a minimum 90-day draft review period. Vance Gilmore, I see you with the microphone.
I'm trying to understand the minimum, but here's, and maybe I should clarify. I have spent 4 years working on the Constitution Committee, and I would recommend we vote down this 90-day, and then we need to have discussion that in the MOU, either the chairman of the Constitution Committee or the Constitution Committee is in all meetings that the BC meeting are in with. And therefore, both are represented and the discussion is clear. The other thing I must state is that this is not negative toward Professor Reese. I don't know her personally, but I want you all to understand, as I have listened to, I believe, 95% of the meetings and all the discussions with Professor Reese. Professor Reese has driven this with Chairman Supernall, not Chairman Supernall driving it with Professor Reese.
Thank you, Vance. Hi, Derek.
Hi, Derek Jennings. I'm on the Constitution Committee, and I want clarification. We were established by the General Counsel, and we never were established. We were voted on. It fell flat, which means we are not a GC committee. When we were established by the business committee, we are actually a business committee. I just wanted that clarification.
Thank you, Derek. Any further discussion? Oh, we do have, yes?
I have a question on the 90 days to review. Was it to review the draft of the Constitution? Is that what she had asked for?
That's what I heard. Can somebody that was standing closer to Minnie Francis confirm that?
Because
Eric?
didn't all those get mailed to our house for all of us to review? So I don't know why we would need another 90 days to review it.
All right, let's go ahead and go to the vote on this amendment to the main motion for a minimum 90-day draft review period. A minimum 90-day review period. I'm just trying to get it shorter so you can get it to fit on the screen. We don't have a perfect. Oh, I didn't know that.
Okay, looks like I gotta wake them up again. And this one's about as clear as mud to me, but it appears we're voting on, put it up there. Okay, we're going to vote on a minimum 90-day draft review period. Yes, you agree to that, or no, you do not. Let the voting commence. Okay, voting is now ceased, and we'll display the results. And it fails.
Sorry, folks. Nature calls sometimes. The motion fails for the 90-day review period. Now we're going to go back to the main motion, which is to establish a partnership with Stanford Law School made by Dr. Jennings. Discussion? Mikhail Whitecrow.
This may be a little devious, but I think it might actually be good for the tribe. I vote to amend this, and I'm for this, with some friendly competition. I say we enter the MOU and have them work with WENA, while at the same time letting the Constitution Committee commit their draft. And then we have a three-way open election between the Constitution Committee's draft, Stanford's draft, and our current governing resolution.
Okay, there was a lot there to unpack. Mikhail, can you help me out? Break it down for me.
Yes.
You want to enter into the MOU
Yes.
and keep going.
Yep. And then have a friendly competition between the current Constitution Committee, Stanford, and the current governing resolution.
Okay.
On an open election.
Via a balloted election?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to read this back. You may need to stay, Mikhail. Enter into an MOU and then have a competition between what Stanford comes up with and the draft constitution via a balloted election. Oh, and the current, okay, and
Yes.
the current governing
And the
resolution.
current governing resolution.
So there would be 3 items on the ballot. They could vote for Stanford and their changes, the current draft constitution we currently possess, and the current governing resolution.
That's correct.
I don't know if that's an amendment to, the only piece that relates to the main motion is entering into that MOU. Is that too much of a change, Eric, that it's no longer an amended main motion? I'm sorry.
Too large a motion for just
That's
this?
okay?
Okay.
No. Sorry, I can't hear that from that far.
So the main motion says, for the one that we are voting on, is to is Dr. Jennings, that's the main motion, right?
That is the main motion.
You're saying enter into the MOU, which is the same thing as with, but then have a competition between Stanford and the Constitution Committee.
Would that be a separate motion?
Well, I'd like to amend it so we still do the main motion.
Yeah.
But then we have
And.
the and, yes. And enter into the competition between the Constitution Committee's draft.
Well, but you want to have, you're basically, you're amending the main motion to
Include
say
additions.
balloted, to say that you want to have a balloted election between the Stanford version and the Constitution's committee version.
Yeah, hold on just a second, just a second.
That's
Too
Too far
far removed.
from just entering into an agreed partnership standard. It's like a separate.
Okay, so
Wouldn't that be the same as the main motion as if we're
Well,
entering into?
that's what Eric's saying, is that these additional steps about the ballot and election is just too far removed.
So after this main motion is voted on, then you can offer your idea of having a ballot election between current governing resolution and the two drafts.
Okay.
That would be a separate motion.
That would be a separate gratitude.
Yeah.
So you have to rescind this amendment motion.
Yeah, I'll have to rescind it.
Yeah.
Okay, we came to the conclusion this was too much for an amendment, so I'm going to rescind it, and if this motion passes, I will present it again.
Okay, Abby, I think you had a question.
Abigail Logan, part of the Constitution Committee. I was added during the 10-week period, or the 10-day period that we had discussions for tribal members and even our business committee to attend and be a part of. At this point, it sounds like a personal family issue that wants to be ahead of this without even the general counsel to even be able to view, read, discuss with amongst each other. To say that our Constitution Committee chairman hasn't tried to get everyone involved during this process has been a little futile and very saddening. How many have not turned up to participate or be in discussion? But to send this to a law school when your own people have questions because they think that they don't realize that this is just a draft. This isn't what we want as law. This is what we prepare to give you an idea, you, the general counsel. So, if you all do not read it and do not have your questions or what your ideas and where your heart decides for not just now, but for our future generations, why are we allowing the law school of a government who created laws to destroy those in the past and will try to continue to destroy our people in the future? We are a nation, but we're not acting like one. But we're up here picking fights over everything all day long. This Constitution isn't just for us, it is for all our people. And it is for your kids, my kids, grandkids. Because at some point, we're not going to be here, we're going to be the ancestors. If you're not involved in this, then we can stick to the governing resolution. We can stick to people manipulating everything. It doesn't matter who sits up here. It doesn't matter who you vote in. If they're not moral and ethical here in their heart, then they're not going to be that way no matter how many laws you make, create, and put forth. So I don't even understand if we're going to have this law school and our people don't understand, and they're going to bring in something that even you really won't understand, because it's not going to be in the language that you chose. It's going to be in their language and how they see you. So I don't even think that shouldn't fly. That shouldn't fly for any of you. Not for your elders, not for your loved ones, not for your moms, your dads, your kids. This is our document for us, not what the government wants us to be, not what the state wants us to be, but legitimately what we want for our people. And yeah, they can help us, but right now our people don't even, they haven't gone over it. Not all of them. They haven't read it. And most of them, sadly, probably won't. You're right. But they still have a right to have a voice in it. Because as the Constitution Committee, as a member, I don't like creating a law that I know the majority of people aren't going to abide by anyways. See what I'm saying? Why create something if you're not involved? It's sad and it's heartbreaking. We voted for this. General Counsel, you asked for a constitution. But your voice isn't being heard because you still have a committee that is trying to get your input. And you haven't given us your input. So I don't feel like doing anything with Stanford law is going to change anything except confuse people more. That's it. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Abby. Grace, I don't know if I saw Vance walking first. Sorry about that.
Okay. My name's Katie Pratt, and I've been listening to this Constitution discussion for a long time. I've been thrilled about the Constitution. We all know how difficult it's been to have this governing resolution in this day and age. With all the discussion, I still have no idea why we have to go to Stanford to get their input on this, or why this has to be a student project for them. That's fine, and I understand how academia has to work with governments, and I understand how our future attorneys need to understand Indian people. But no, we need to do this ourselves. And is there nowhere else in Oklahoma that has a law school that's interested in constitutions? We have OU, we have TU, they all have, I don't understand why it has to be Stanford, and I don't understand why it has to be a school project that takes 8 weeks. I understand why their need for that, and I get that, but why do we have to be dragged into it too? So I would say, let's go back to the suggestions of our Constitution Committee and what they said, how they wanted to go forward from here, and how we're to review it and go back over it. And if we need some kind of, I don't know, government approval by an attorney, that's the only place it is Stanford? So all I'm saying, and I'm not saying it very well apparently, but we got to move forward on this. It's time. The time for our Constitution is now. And this is totally why we need a Constitution. We don't need members of the BC, stepping in to say, no, I got a better way to do this. If you guys just hear me out, I got a better way to do this, and it'll be more inclusive and more, we know all these things, okay? Okay, we know all these things. So I'll wrap it up here, but I'm saying I'm against collaboration with Stanford Law. No disrespect to them, but it's time for us to go forward with this. And we do have help in the state of Oklahoma with different law schools.
Thank you, Katie. I don't know if, Grace, you were first or Vance. Give Grace the microphone, please.
My name is Grace Good Eagle. I'm also a member of this Constitution. I know of the work that has been put into this. from the beginning. We want a constitution. We need one. And we've been working diligently with this over the years. Just as you have attorneys advising you, we have had other people advising us on how to do a constitution. Now, Stanford has done a lot of work with other nations, tribal nations, on how to do a constitution for their people. We want a constitution for our people, but we need help, and we know that. There are times when we do need professional help, and they can give that to us. We have a student who's in law school, and she believes and loves her nation. She wants to help. And they're not even going to charge us for their expertise, the professors, and what the students are learning. We need help, and we've been getting help, and we need to continue that.
I just wanted to clarify there's no charge for what Stanford has proposed thus far. Vance?
Thank you. Vance Gilmore. I've spoken too much today. But first, I want to clarify so you all understand that I respect the work that Roman has led us in doing. I want that to be real clear. Secondly, to the individual before Grace, the Constitution Committee, and Roman can correct me if I'm wrong, but for the past, ever since we had our meeting with Stanford, the Constitution Committee 100% has been in support of our work product going to Stanford, okay? So it would be incorrect to think that the Constitution Committee does not want this. All the discussion has been that we want it to go to Stanford. If I may, I'm going to use an analogy. If any member in the nation, if I got a call and they said they had cancer, I would say, I'm going to do all I can to get you to Sloan Kettering in New York City. Why? Because they're the best. Dr. Elizabeth Reese is the professor at Stanford. She's Native American. She knows, she's fair, she's honest. And for whatever reason, I personally think she made a mistake in bypassing Roman, and I don't know her reason for doing that. Part of it is clearly this memorandum of understanding that we have to have. I do believe as a committee, we could not have signed that memorandum of understanding. That was part of it. Was that all of it? No. But I don't know what it was. I have spent 4 years, and it has been a tremendous joy to try to do this for our people. So to recap, I have just 3 quick points. The work that Stanford did, and they reviewed 8 pages of our work product, and it was not substantial changes. It was positive changes, and it was good changes, but it did not change the work or the intent that we had done, okay? We will have the final say. It's not like Stanford is going to give us this and that is it. You all have the final say. You have the right to say yes or no if you want it. And in terms of Mikkel's idea, I appreciated that idea. We want cooperation. We don't need competition in this. The work product that has been done, I want to emphasize, I hope you all have read it. Clearly, it's a lengthy draft. But have you read it? I'd like you to ask yourselves that right now. Have you read the full draft? I don't want hands raised, but I want you to internally ask that, okay? And think about that, okay? So what we're doing is we're taking the work product that has been done by your members, and we're giving it to the leading expert in the country on Indian law. That's what we're trying to do. I ask you to please support the work product that the Constitution Committee has done going to Stanford. Thank you.
Thank you, Vance. I think, Ani, you had the microphone, or no, somebody else. My apologies.
I do. What Vance is saying, I agree with entirely. What this young lady from Stanford's saying, I agree with entirely. I think that both thoughts and ideas of what people have been talking about are fine. But when Mikhail made his motion a while ago, it brought me back to my original thinking when they talked about creating a constitution. The Constitution, I've been in on writing 2 or 3 constitutions, and they were all voted down by our ancestors and people in the past, our general councils in the past. They were voted down because they didn't want to be tied into what the constitutions relayed. Not saying that this one isn't good, because they've worked very hard getting it to where it is, as well as I'm sure the authorities at Stanford could also help with that. But I want to bring something to you that I want you to think about before you make any decisions about anything, not necessarily today, but in the ultimatum of what we decide to do for our nation. One of the largest nations in the United States still operates under a resolution. And we have operated under this resolution that we have for 70 years, since 1956, when my mother, my parents, your parents, some of your grandparents created this government for our tribe. Why can we not keep our resolution in place and place an ordinance or policies and procedures to make it what it needs to be, instead of writing a full-blown constitution to decide that? So please just think about that when you're making a decision on what should or shouldn't be done. When Mikhail brought his motion to, and I hope it passes in fruition, to have each one of them compared against the resolution, I think that's a wonderful idea, because in my opinion, which probably is not your opinion possibly, but I feel like our resolution stands strong and our ancestors were wise, and that we can continue on as we have if we just adjust it to our needs today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we are in the main motion. Let's see. Oh, I'm sorry, there was a call for the question. But you were already up, walking to speak on this topic, so please do so. Thank you.
Barbara and I disagree on an awful lot of things, but on this situation, we're totally in agreement. I am a big fan of our governing resolution. It stood since 1956, and until this last spate of amendments, I believe it was only amended by General Counsel 3 times, maybe 4, and they were all in one area. It had nothing to do with a separation of powers. It was all about elections and membership. I think it has stood the test of time. It's small enough that we can read it and understand it. I've gone through the Constitution. I believe it's 30-some pages. That's longer than the Constitution of the United States of America that governs 50 states. 50 states, not just one general council like we have. It governs 50 states. The Iroquois Nation Confederacy, the Iroquois Confederacy, dealt originally with their four tribes, and then 6 nations. They needed a balance of power. We have no need for a balance of power. This body right here is the ultimate power of the Quapaw tribe. Anytime you see a document that says someone besides this general council is the final authority, I would hope you reject it, because they're trying to take power away from the people. Our governing resolution, is the closest thing I have ever seen to true democracy. The Constitution of the United States is not a democracy. It did not set up a democracy. It's a federalist republic government. We have true democracy. I really like Mikhail's motion. I think if we have the opportunity to have advice from Stanford, free advice. Now, I don't know what I'd be saying depending on the cost, but if it's going to be free, I'm all for it. I would like to look at it. And then have them also take a look at our governing resolution. I'm not sure, despite all of the numbers that we've seen about what the people have come up with, they did not all respond. I know I didn't respond to a lot of that. I think we ought to really take a closer look. I'm not happy with the Constitution, draft Constitution as it's written. And whatever we do, I would hope, and I think Roman may have alluded to it a while ago, that when we finally decide to adopt a system of government, that we do it in the same general way. They try to do it ourselves, but do it in the same way that the Department of Interior would conduct a secretarial election, which would mean we don't vote here. We vote on the draft here, we vote on everything from General Counsel. But when the final decision is made, it ought to be mailed to every tribal member with a ballot from the tribe to every tribal member, not just the ones who are able to be here. This is something that our tribe desperately needs to think about. And I really would hope that you take a look at Mikhail's resolution. I think he did a good job of kind of making a compromise. And I'll get off of here in just a second. I do want to think that I say that I do understand why WINA got involved in this situation. It's a question of sovereignty. Stanford could not deal with the Constitution Committee with a memorandum of understanding without eroding the sovereignty of the Quapaw Nation. So WINA had to be consulted and become involved, or that could not have happened. Thank you all. I'm sorry to take so much of your time, but our governing resolution is very, very dear to my heart. And thank you, Barbara.
you. All right, so somebody else previously called for the question. Let's go ahead and proceed to the vote on the motion to establish a partnership with Stanford Law School.
Okay, he's got it up there as enter into an MOU with Stanford, and I think the doctor back there explained what that was. So, yes, if we want to enter into the agreement with Stanford, or no, you do not think we should enter that agreement. Go ahead and vote, people.
All right, we stand corrected. Hold your horses, don't start voting yet. So the call for the question means it's closed for debate. We've got to vote on that and requires a 2/3 vote. Can we get a microphone? Amanda.
So, I've personally been sitting there reading over this Constitution, and I think it's a conflict of interest because her father is on the DDA, and whatever he kind of puts towards her can conflict with the tribe's interest, if that makes any sense. I don't think that it should. Where is she at? Isn't that your father that works for the DDA? Isn't that a conflict of interest? Because you would be writing the Constitution yourself with your class.
Well, let me repeat one of the things that was stated. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to speak over you. Please get her a microphone. It's a 5 to 10 person policy lab. It's not a single student.
Okay. And I would like to clarify, I'm not currently enrolled in the class. The class has not begun. And I would also like to reiterate, it would not be me or my fellow students writing the draft. Okay. The tribe, the general council, would be writing the draft. So the people of the Quapaw Nation would be the ones to give us that information, our ideas of what it should be, what it shouldn't be, especially as a member of the class and for my academic pursuit. That would not be proper for me to input my own thoughts. What we would be doing is taking what has already been done with the Constitution Committee, reviewing those records, reviewing our governing resolution, and giving suggestions about how we can strengthen the document, improve, clean up the language, or take a different direction if the Quapaw people would like to go another avenue and perhaps work with our general governing resolution, and we can help with that. It is really the directive of the Quapaw Nation and the General Council. It's not me as an individual, and it is not my classmates, nor is it Professor Elizabeth Reese. We have had a partnership with the Yurok tribe at Stanford University, which has been led by Professor Reese, as well as the Hopi tribe. And you can look those up online if you're interested in what that looks like. And you can see it's not the students' directive, it's the students at the order of the tribe, the tribal people, and the tribal leaders. And in the past, some of our involvements with the Yurok tribe has even involved the Stanford students going to the Yurok tribe's general council and getting feedback and reporting and presenting on what that looked like. So it's a lot more of a comprehensive project. And while I would hope to be involved, and I hope that I can be accepted into the class, this is a project with Professor Elizabeth Reese, partnered with the nation through the MOU agreement.
Thank you for that. Thank you for explaining it.
Thank you. All right, now we're going to go.
I just want to back up on that. Also, during the initial engagement, it was the Constitution Committee who was talking with Professor Reese and Mrs. Jennings, but it was the Constitution Committee in concert. We all did it together, so there was no conflict there, or I don't believe that there was any conflict there. If you feel differently, I understand that. How the second conversation transpired, though, that's entirely up in the air, because if somebody went behind the Constitution Committee's back to the chair, that would definitely be a conflict of interest. So it didn't start out that way, though.
All right, let's go to the vote to close debate.
Okay, let's try this again. I think we're through talking about it, so now we can vote on it. One for yes, we agree to move into an agreement with Stanford, or no, you do not want to agree with Stanford.
No, this is just a closed debate, Frank.
Oh, close the debate. Okay, I didn't read the question. Sorry. Close the debate.
If you look at your blue ticket, please, 045382. This is from the Child Care Development Program. It is an umbrella, water bottle, t-shirt, and walking stick. Once again, the number is 045382. Door prize number 11. 045382. Moving on. The next number is 396889. 396889. Door prize 11 for an umbrella, water bottle, t-shirt, and walking stick from the Child Care Development Program. All right, folks, let's try it again. 396680. 396680. I'm trying to get there. It's his fault. It's his fault. 396706. Now I need to go higher. 396706. Oh, whoops, got it. Yay. Okay, if you'll just, I don't know, I can't see what it is. Okay, just go to the back. Okay, thank you.
Okay, voting will cease, and we'll see if we're going to close the debate. Yes, we are closing that debate on the agreement with Stanford.
Okay, so now it's time to go back to the main motion, which was, Frank, the previous way you had it up before around executing the MOU.
Okay, now we have on the screen voting on whether we want to enter into an MOU with Stanford. One for yes, two for no.
folks, if you look at your tickets again, please, 347492. 347492. It's from the Business Committee. It is a cedar box with a beaded fan. Three, 47492. I think the gentleman right there in the blue shirt. Ticket number 347492. Okay, honey, if you'll take it to the back, please. Thank you. That's right. Okay, last one is from Facilities. It's an ice chest and tool set. 396967. Three 96967. Okay. Hold your hats, folks. What? It's 2 years in a row. 2 years in a row. Knows that. No. She was supposed to take this right here. She was supposed to take that to Sunday before.
Okay, voting will now cease, and he will display the results. And it passes.
Okay, I think we've still got some unfinished business regarding this, at the very least, the designated point of contact. Is that correct? There may be others, Roman.
Thank you, everybody. So continuing with, of course, contingent, right? Contingent on an MOU. The Stanford semester starts September 22nd and ends on November 21st. By that time, a product would be produced. So it would be in General Counsel's hands 30 days. I was trying to do the math when I sat down, I'm sorry. It would be in General Counsel's hands Christmas. So definitely by January, mid-January, a General Counsel to review the changes would fall around that area. So, that being said, and if not, if for some reason the MOU does not materialize, because we have to talk about that also, we would suggest in our recommendation that a General Counsel meeting be scheduled for October of 2025 to carry out the amendment process as recommended by General Counsel in 2019. So there's two things on that. One is if it doesn't happen, and then the second would be if it does and everything carries out. And Ms. Jennings, if you can help me with that timeline, does that seem accurate, November 21st? Okay, so 30 days from that, we wouldn't touch it. We would give it to General Counsel.
And I'd have to check the 2025 through 2026 academic calendar to be precise, but going off prior years, I believe our finals begin on the 21st, and then our term last year wrapped up on the 18th of December, but that's subject to a couple of days plus or minus there, but the policy lab would not include a final. I think the final time would be spent reviewing and making sure that the draft constitution was
something worthy of the tribe's reception. So I would anticipate the end of our quarter would be, which can be found on our website for the 2025-2026, would be the final deadline of the project.
Thank you. So with that additional information, General Counsel still has a couple of items to entertain, and that is how to proceed with the MOU. And are those, how would you like your General Counsel meeting to be called? Those are the items that we're still in consideration of.
Well, I think once we know a little bit more about the MOU, then we can go ahead and establish that date, especially that interbound date for October of 2025. And then if it does materialize, meaning the sooner we can call it, the better everybody is able to prepare and plan for such an event.
Correct. Did you receive an end date of, or when is the last date that we could expect an MOU?
We've got to call it and provide the materials at least 30 days in advance of the meeting. I mean, we can call the meeting date significantly earlier and then make sure that the materials are in everybody's hands 30 days in advance.
In Stanford's hands?
I'm sorry?
In Stanford's hands? I'm asking, when is the latest that General Counsel can expect an MOU to be signed so that we know, are we meeting in October or are we meeting in
I genuinely
January?
do not know, because a lot of that was predicated on the outcomes of today's date, and I know not how long it might take for not only a draft MOU to be prepared, but reviewed and put in front of this body.
Do you have
Did that answer your question, Roman?
Yes. Do you have a proposed solution?
A proposed solution?
A proposed recommendation for General Counsel to accept moving forward. Because as of right now, it's just an engagement of an MOU. That's all that we have right now.
Because if the MOU, I see what you're saying, if the MOU process takes longer than the advance
Madam
notice
Chair?
required by the October of 2025 date, is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Go right ahead.
So I'd like to make the motion that if we can get the MOU signed and in place, that we meet to go over that resolution in October 2025. But I also want to make that motion from previous, where I said that I wanted to, I want to go with your 3 phrases that your committee has chosen for your path to take. So with the MOU being in place and everybody agreeing upon it, and then them getting an MOU put in place together, I think you'll be on your path.
And I think your timeline is appropriate, Dana. I know you made a motion, nobody seconded it, my apologies, but I think that timeline seems reasonable, because that would definitely give us the 30 days advance for a projected October meeting. Well, but that's if it doesn't materialize, but we'll know by August what's going on, which I think is consistent with the Constitution Committee's view some time ago.
I believe that's accurate.
Now we need to get, you made a motion, Dana, that we get the MOU signed and the resolution passed August of 2025. That's the motion, correct?
I thought I said October, but August is great.
Okay. I'm just trying to think, we would have to get all that done, the MOU done no later than September in order, because our fallback is we proceed with the special general counsel to take edits to the draft constitution, right?
Right, so I propose, or I make the motion for us to be able to meet together October 25 to go over that MOU that was signed and agreed upon, so that we know that that material is given both to the school and also to our Constitution Committee.
The issue with that timeline is that we don't want to, when I say we, I mean the collective we do not want to execute that MOU until General Counsel has an opportunity to weigh in on it. And we can take feedback in a variety of ways, a survey, social media, things at town hall, things of that nature. But we want to get that feedback to make sure that the MOU is not too broad or too tight, to be satisfactory to the Quapaw people.
Right, to let the institution along with our governing body work together.
Mhm.
So do I need to have a motion to second that? I make the motion for us to get this under hand, have that resolution for the MOU in place with Stanford no later than the beginning of September, but to also have our general counsel to be able to go over these and give testimony to it. So then that final date would be October 2025. That way it gives that school their time. We've got to be in their time frame as well.
Okay, so the motion I wrote down was get the MOU signed by resolution no later than the beginning of September 2025.
Yes.
And Julia, you seconded it? We're now in discussion.
I call for the question.
Okay, thank you, sir. So there's been a close the debate motion, therefore we need to take a vote to close debate. It requires a 2/3 vote. Election committee, we ready? Oh, I thought I already heard a second. Mhm. Well, that was, Julia seconded the motion, and then I thought I heard her close the debate second. Yeah, we'll close, so it's call for the question, that got a second, then we vote on closing the debate, and that requires the 2/3 vote.
Okay, what we have on the screen is the motion to close the debate on this. Vote 1 for yes, 2 for no. Okay, voting has now ceased. We'll have the results displayed on the screen. Motion
Okay.
carries, debate is closed.
Now let's go back to the main motion, that we get the MOU signed by resolution no later than the beginning of September of 2025.
Can we add to this, can we amend this motion to include that, yes, the business committee has to sign the MOU, but the point of contact is the Constitution Committee, not the business committee?
Since we've closed debate, we can't amend the motion at this point. So my suggestion is to make an additional motion afterwards for those additional important points.
Okay.
Do you want me to email, get the MOU signed by resolution no later than the beginning of September 2025? Whatever, however you want it is that. Right. Just MOU signed.
Okay, we will now be voting on having the MOU signed by no later than September 2025. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Okay, time's up for voting. We'll have the results displayed. And it passes.
Okay. I know, Virginia, you brought up a topic just a few minutes ago.
Yes, I understand that the business committee has to be the one to sign the contract or the MOU. I completely understand that. However, I make a motion that the point of contact be the Constitution Committee, not the business committee.
So the motion is the point of contract for this MOU be the Constitution Committee.
Yes.
Is there a second? All righty, we're in the discussion. Now, if you call for the question, that means close debate. Then we got to do a vote to close debate, and then we got to vote on the motion. Can we? Okay. All right, let's vote on the motion that Virginia Mouse made, and that was seconded for the point of contact.
Sorry, quick commentary. I think what might be most helpful so that we're not being redundant on issues that we would discuss with the university. I'm not sure what the university policies are on entering these types of agreements and who needs to be point persons for what types of questions. I think it might be helpful to first understand or perhaps have commentary when the MOU is presented to General Counsel to understand what the university policies actually are and how those would play out, and then we are more informed and can move forward on that basis. But my fear would be that there are university policies with who needs to be the point contact on certain types of things, deliverables, et cetera, and just being mindful of that. I'm not sure that that has been relayed to us at this point, so I'd just like to point that out.
Thank you. Derek?
I think after hearing what Ani just said, it seems like it makes sense that we get the MOU first to figure that out and then negotiate those things first and find out the information before we make any decisions like Virginia has suggested. But that seems like the most logical way to approach this.
I agree with that.
And Carrie has a...
Dealing with federal government, you deal government-to-government relationships and sovereignty, and so the business committee is the head of the government, and then after that MOU is passed, or you write that, then it could put into that the business committee defers to work directly with the Constitution Committee or something like that. But usually when you start out the consultation process, it'll be government to government, which is you guys, so.
I agree with the fact that what she said, government to government, is usually with the business committee. But here in front of the general counsel and everyone, the business committee can agree that they will share all of the information received from Stanford with the Constitution Committee, and that'll take care of the problem.
It's as simple as a delegation of authority after the contract or the MOU has been established. Just like Carrie said, just like Barbara said, it's a simple delegation of authority.
So are we amending the main motion now? Is that the desired outcome? Because without any sort of amendment, the main motion stands as it was originally written. For the point of contact for the memo of understanding be the Constitution Committee.
I'll make an amendment to that. I make an amendment to...
All right. So what I didn't fail to understand was that somebody or two parties had already called for the question and it had been seconded. Therefore, that's to close debate. Frank, let's go to the vote.
Okay, we're voting on closing the debate. 1 for yes, 2 for no.
Said they still got two components of work based on their original motion. I see. Everybody's operating on this assumption that the Constitution Committee it's debatable. I know I've had this conversation before, that actually, as long as they turn it over, because their job was to deliver that.
Okay, voting has ceased. And the motion to close the debate carries.
Okay, the motion to close debate, that passes. We must now proceed back to the main motion for the point of contact for the memo of understanding, be the Constitution Committee.
Okay, he's going to put it up on the board. Point of contact to the Constitution Committee. That's what we're voting for. 1 yes, 2 no.
That's a good announcement. I can even do that. Tomorrow, we do have an important announcement to make. Rations will be available tomorrow morning from 9 to 11 in the community building. Please get there early. The team has got it all organized. Guarantee you'll get through quite quickly. Thank you.
Okay, the voting has now ended. Display is, it passes.
All right, so the motion passes, and the point of contact for the MOU is to be the Constitution Committee. Okay. Is there, Roman, is there anything else to be decided upon regarding next steps for the draft Constitution?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The last piece, I believe, has been addressed in an already existing motion, which is the 2019 motion for General Counsel to amend the governing resolution or final approval by the people. That's item number 3, and I believe that's already addressed, and that's going back to Ms. Daylight's motion, but that is addressed in the existing 2019 motion already.
Thank you. The last item we have on new business for today should be a quick item. It's regarding the Business Committee compensation. Per the 1956 governing resolution as amended, it states, all Business Committee members are to be compensated fairly for their work as an elected official of the Quapaw Nation. All compensation to the Business Committee is to be presented by the Business Committee and shall be voted on annually by the Quapaw Indian Council, provided that the voting membership has had proper 30-day notice to review the proposed compensation and the method for its determination. It'll be the Business Committee's duty to present any and all proposed changes of compensation to the Quapaw Indian Council for approval, and that adjusted compensation shall be effective beginning the next term of office for each position. The Quapaw Indian Council reserves the authority to suggest and vote on additional compensation for immediate implementation by motion from the floor. Seeing no 30-day notice of proposed compensation change and the method for its determination was made to the Quapaw Indian Council, no changes in compensation are requested by sitting Business Committee members. Does the rest of the Business Committee concur? Yes. Okay, thank you. Item 4 under new business is complete. We will proceed to the candidate forum. All I can't spit it out right. All candidates will have 5 minutes each unless there is a motion to do otherwise. All right, we have 2 vice chair candidates, and these individuals are all listed in the order in which they have appeared on the ballot or that we'll see on June 26th. The first is Jess Mans McKibben II.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for coming out today. It's been an honor to serve you guys for the past year. I appreciate the faith you put in me to serve in this position. I just want to continue to serve, and I do believe in being accountable, holding our employees accountable, and holding us accountable as well. So showing up to work, doing your job. I'm just a big fan of policies and being policy driven. So please exercise your right to vote. You don't have to vote for me, but I just want you all to get out and vote, because in past elections, 500 sometimes is a good turnout. So hopefully we get more people involved in voting. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mans. The next vice chair candidate is Amy Panther Kvistad.
Does this come down? Does this come down? Thanks. Good day. My name is Amy Panther Kvistad. I am running for vice chair. I like to work. I give ideas, and I would give more ideas to improve our needs. And I have the ability to stand for the love of my people, the O-gah-pah people. As I stand here, I know that most who know me personally know I have no issue speaking my mind or telling anyone how I feel. But I also know that I am capable of putting aside my personal feelings to work together in unity for the betterment of all people. We just need changes, and we need improvements. And as far as we can see now, we have no improvements. What the BC says is not always, maybe not the truth, but we don't know because we're just sitting here listening to them. Our employees, both tribal and the casinos, they need better benefits, more medical benefits, a better dental plan, and they need housing that does not go by or involve the federal guidelines. We need to make housing affordable to all those that have a need. And leadership ability, I have. And if given a chance, I will stand for the rights of my people. I believe in myself. I know where I come from. I will lead the needs of the Uga'pa people. We have all heard what others have been in office have said. It is the same year after year. We need new leaders who have a voice. Those who own their homes need roofs, need sewer lines, drains, even new fences. Yet we cannot get help from anyone on the BC or those that are supposed to help. We have more managers than we have employees. And in a lot of cases, management needs to improve how they relate to their employees within their department. As I see it now, leadership is not in our BC. Instead, we have a ruling over us by a wannabe dictator. The sacrifices our ancestors made were made with less resources, and that made a difference. The chair in BC before us have had so many resources, but we seem to see less for our people during the past year, and there are a lot of needs. Leadership should not talk. They should get things done. My goal is to serve my people and to be a constant reminder to the BC of the goals of our people. No matter if the General Counsel is present or not, I will be the voice for General Counsel and achieve goals for the present and future of our generations. We each have a choice, a chance to make a difference. I would like to have the chance to make a difference for you, my O-gah-pah people. Finally, I am asking my people to think and reflect. What have our leaders done for us? Is there a change? Have our voices been heard? What has been accomplished that has made it easier for our nation? Today, I ask for your vote for Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. There are 3 business committee member positions that will be filled on June the 26th, and we've got 7 candidates. The first is Joey Gibbswater. Oh, did I say June? July 26th. Thank you.
There it goes. Good evening, everybody. Just want to, before I start to go into it, just ask all my elders if you guys overlook me. I don't mean to stand here and talk before any of you, do anything before any of you, or try to be anything before any of you. So just ask that much in the way good spirit of our own people do. My name is Joey Gibbswater Smith. I come from the Griffin and the Track families here in the Quapaw tribe, Quapaw Nation. I have been blessed beyond any measure of words or expression that I could ever say that the people of our great nation elected me in 2023 to serve in the capacity as a business committee member. Since then, when I first went out and I threw my hat up in the air, I had a handful of things that I wanted to do and that I wanted to address. And so far, if you read our candidacy answers inside of our books, I've just about completed everything that I said I wanted to do, about 80%. I still got a few things left that I really want to address, along with the food sovereignty, a couple of different things from the 23, but I want to continue to improve not only our culture, but our economy, our relationship between the governing board and the people and all these other subcommittees who do things, our youngsters, our elders, everybody, anything all-encompassing. I'm not a refined politician. I don't come from this. I come from working real hard down in the ditches, you know. That's me. That's what I am. I'm a worker, and I try to do the best I can in this life to uphold what I say, try to live what I say and what I do in this life. I can't promise you anything, but I can tell you from very good personal experience after coming over here to this side on the BC that no matter what anybody says, I've got to learn that this is one of the most complex things I've ever faced in my life to date. And yes, we are a voice for the people who elect us, but with that day that we come into office, we take an oath of office to uphold the policies and procedures of our great nation, and that doesn't always mean making everybody happy. Sometimes there are hard choices. Sometimes there are very disgruntled folks, you know, but there is a way to move about, to go along with each other and continue to bring up the policies and procedures on which we go by. So I'm not into underhanded, backwards politics, undermining other people. I'm not a politician like that. The only thing I'm interested is to work for the interests of our people the best way that I know how, the best way that I can, the best way I was raised up. Anyways, I just want to say that much. I don't want to take up too much time. I want to thank you all, for all the support that I've had over the past 2 years. It's been a very interesting road, and I offer myself again to do the best I can, however that may be, however God makes it for me, for you all. So I just want to say that much. Thank you all. God bless you all. You guys have a wonderful weekend, wonderful powwow. I ask for your support come election day, and however it goes, thank you. Kind of good.
Thank you, Joey. Linda Davis.
Hello. For those that do not know me, my name is Linda Davis, and I'm a fifth-generation descendant of George and Minnie Cold Springs Red Eagle, the great-granddaughter of Josephine Sophia Red Eagle Greenback, the granddaughter of Leroy and Marguerite Kennedy Watson, the daughter of the late Delbert and Martha Watson Longden, and belong to the Bear Clan. I have been in the workforce for several years. 30+ of those years have been devoted to working in tribal gaming, pre-casino, so I'm dating myself. I go back to Quapaw Entertainment Center, bingo hall, tribal government, and tribal health care. I have served 20+ years on subcommittees within the nation and currently serve on the cemetery committee. I would like to thank past and current administrations for the opportunity and trusting me to serve in different roles while on those committees. I have spent a lifetime dedicated to the betterment of Indian communities. I was taught to leave it better than I found it, and I have taken that concept to heart. As a worker, I am task-oriented, policy-driven, and a team player with a strong ethic nearly to a fault. I'm a servant leader, and I value genuine relationships. I strongly advocate for fairness, consistency, and equality for all tribal members. I continue to support efforts to maintain culture, preserve our culture, promote tribal member services, economic diversification, and other worthy causes. As our ancestors faced barriers and fought to survive through their determination and perseverance, it has afforded us the opportunity and the ability to stand here today only to deal with different challenges. This administration has dealt with adversity as past administrations have and recognize we will face more challenges along the way. We too, through determination, perseverance, and strategic clarity, have worked diligently to overcome the difficulties seen by the nation with a desire to build a strong foundation and a bright future for the next generations to come. I am proud to be an enrolled member. It has been an honor to serve on the Business Committee and hope to serve again. I feel I have represented the nation professionally, with honesty, with integrity, and humility. In closing, I want to thank you for your attendance at General Council. It has been a long day. You had a choice and you chose to be here. Just as you have a choice to vote, know the power is in your hands. You determine who holds these seats by casting your vote. I do not take the role as a Business Committee member lightly. I have no hidden agenda, and I humbly ask for your support and vote. May you and yours be blessed abundantly. Gunagay.
Thank you, Linda. Larry Mercer.
I want to thank, as everybody else, I want to thank everybody that's been here, those that have been attentive to the business of the nation. I really appreciate the confidence you have put in me for 2 terms on the Business Committee. I'm humbly asking for you to re-elect me for 1/3 and last term. I will not be running again if re-elected. I feel that it will be time for somebody else to take. I want to thank this Business Committee. They've been great to work with. We've had our differences at times, but at the end of the day, we've all left with a good heart and respected the opinion of others, and we have dedicated ourselves to the outcome of the vote, no matter how it went, if it went against us or if it went for us. And in order to respect your time, I just thank you. I ask humbly for your vote. I thank the Creator that I feel that to the best of my ability I have been loyal to the oath that I have taken before, and I will continue to be loyal to the people, whether elected or not. The people will always be in my prayers and in my heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Virginia Mouse.
O-gah-pah. My name is Virginia Mouse. I stand before you today with pride, purpose, and humility. I'm the daughter of Martha Griffin, the granddaughter of Hayes and Becky Griffin, great-granddaughter of Chief Victor and Minnie Hominy Griffin, great-great-granddaughter of Silas Hominy, also known as Sigdal Track, and Anna Thompson Hominy Slagle. Today, I humbly ask for your vote for member of the Quapaw Nation Business Committee. We face some real challenges, but I believe that we're stronger than any hardship when we work together and remember who we are. I started my service in tribal government in 1997, managing budgets, you know, I had this big old long speech. But I want to thank all of you for everything that you've done today, the steps that we've made to move our nation forward. Those are important things, and the fact that you stayed shows your commitment to this nation, and I appreciate that. So I began, in 2004, I moved into gaming, working from manager on duty, training and development manager, and then moving into compliance leaderships over 7 tribal gaming facilities. In 2016, I moved into aerospace, federal compliance, where accuracy and accountability are non-negotiable. At every step, I've been a watchdog. I know how to identify problems, correct them, and build strong systems to protect our people. And if standing up for what's right makes me a bully, I will proudly wear that label. I will never apologize for defending the integrity of the Quapaw Nation. I'm running because I think that our nation deserves leadership who protects sovereignty, demands transparency, and puts Quapaw people first. I bring a regulatory mindset, I can't even read this. I bring a regulatory mindset grounded in tribal values. I know how to align programs with law and enforce accountability and develop training programs that drive long-term success. As a Quapaw woman, mother, and eco, I carry the lessons of my elders. I serve with humility, I speak the truth, and I act with integrity. Gaming has helped us, but it can't carry us forever. Why are we still paying outside contractors to build shoddy houses when we could be training Quapaws to do this? All Quapaw, all in-house. That's how we build true economic sovereignty. Transparency is not just a slogan, it's your right. As a member of the Quapaw Nation, we deserve to know what decisions are being made, how our money is being spent, and why those decisions happen. We should be able to question this business committee without fear of retaliation, loss of job, or our family being intimidated. This business committee routinely withholds updates from General Counsel. There's a huge communication breakdown. That is unacceptable. We need leadership that communicates, not silence. We need leaders who listen, inform, and respond with fairness and respect. Transparency is more than just a published agenda and meetings. It's a right to hear and have a voice. It's our right to understand what's going on. If we say that we believe in transparency, we must do it. We must live it. Anything else is just performance. Transparency means having a voice and having the opportunity to participate, not just sit there and observe what they're doing. It's a voice. Look who's running. There's the chair of the Ethics Commission, the chair of the Constitution Committee, and 2 seasoned regulators. We're not running because everything is fine. We're running because we know that our nation deserves better.
30 seconds.
Okay. I ask for your vote, not just for me, but for the future that we can build. Let's build our own homes. Let's train our own people. And let's govern with honor. Most importantly, vote. And vote like your life depends on it, because future generations do. Ganagay.
Roman Cahiga.
Hello again. I didn't have a speech plan. My name is Roman Cahiga. My mother is Mary Sky Cahiga. Some of you might know her as Bootsy. If you know her, you know where I come from. I'm a member of Crawfish family, and I'm asking for your vote today. I'm asking for your vote because I see a lot of inconsistency and operating inside of our business committee that needs to be adjusted. These aren't bad people. Good people here, but sometimes good people need to be redirected. And I would like to assist with that. And I'm asking for your vote to allow me to assist with that. By trade, I own my own business. I'm an engineer by trade, or engineer background by trade. So my mindset is analytical. a lot of times over-analytical, and I think that a lot of you have seen that. What you have seen from me, though, is what you're going to get. That's who I am. The way I've conducted myself throughout these past 4 years, I've tried to hit every mark that I promised along the way. I've upheld within our committee the things that I said that I would do, accomplish the things that we did, and we brought great success in that. I've stood up here in this podium and had to take blows to the chin, and I've been able to take it with poise, so I know that I could sit here because I know that it's going to be more of the same. I'm asking for your vote because there are basic things that can be fixed quickly inside of how we operate. Today we have a governing resolution. Some of you spoke to how wonderful of a document it is. But when we look at it, again, when we analyze it and how this business committee operates, they don't follow it, right? There are things, an example. Our nation brought charges against 2 former individuals who sat up here in these positions. The things that those charges hinge on, everything hinges on proper authorization. All right? Proper authorization, meeting minutes. They do not exist for a lot of the things that were discovered. This committee does the same thing. There is a huge discrepancy in minute availability, resolution availability. Decisions get made like the one we witnessed today. It happens, and sometimes it needs to happen, but a lot of times we just want to be lazy, and I'd like to change that. We can't continue to set ourselves up for future tribal members to be looking back at us and saying, there's no documentation that this ever happened. You're responsible for this. You're responsible for that payout. And we could fix that. And it's basic stuff we've asked for. And there's another point. This body has tabled general councils previous, and recently, January, we tabled general councils, and this business committee has decided that your voice doesn't matter in those moments. We're not going to have those general councils. They decided that when you asked for it. Now, it's easy to say it's all the chair, but there's 6 other people up here who could call for that meeting just the same. And they failed to do it, and I don't know why. I've demonstrated that I will speak up for you. I will do my best to protect you. And for that, I'm asking for your vote. Please support Roman Kahiga.
Buddy Shapp.
Good afternoon, General Counsel. My name is Buddy Shapp, and I'm running for Business Committee member. I grew up in Quapaw and moved back home in 2021. The same year, after 26 plus years of federal law enforcement, I retired from the federal government. The last 16 years, I was a special agent with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, one of the most respected law enforcement agencies in the world. I'm Elk Clan. Buddy Shapp was my father. My grandfather was Thomas Shapp. My great-grandmother was Julia Stafford Shapp. My great-great-grandmother was Pahasi. My great-great-great-grandmother was Mihasa, more commonly known as the Widow Stafford. To be honest, a few months ago, I had no intention of running for the business committee. I was enjoying a rotational schedule in Alaska that allowed me to work 3 weeks and then have 3 weeks off. In January, I applied for and was selected for the Quapaw Nation Gaming Commission. Because of the Gaming Commission's meeting schedule, I chose to resign from my position in Alaska. Many of you are probably missing the photos, mostly of snow-capped mountains, I posted on Facebook while traveling back and forth. These past few months have shown me how the current business committee operates, and I cannot sit on the sidelines and do nothing. We need leaders on the business committee who will move the nation forward. We are stagnant. We rely solely on our gaming revenues, while other tribes are diversifying into various business ventures. I'll be a strong voice for the Quapaw people. We need leaders on the business committee who will make the best decisions for the Quapaw people. I have a strong background in leadership, integrity, work ethic, adaptability, and accountability. I have experience and knowledge in agriculture, public safety, the court system, wildlife, natural resources, the environment, the Tar Creek Superfund site, grants, and budgets, to name a few. I also know a small amount about construction. Ask my cousin, I can build a heck of a privacy fence. As mentioned, I have recently been appointed to the Gaming Commission. While I am no expert, I have gained much knowledge over the past several weeks about our 2 casinos and gaming in general. My understanding of these topics does not mean I will micromanage our employees. That is not the role of the business committee. It simply means that my knowledge of these topics will allow me to participate actively in internal and external discussions. In order for me to provide information to the Quapaw people and for you to ask me questions, I will hold 1 question and answer session per month. Over the years in my law enforcement training, I heard one phrase numerous times. It was, when performing your job, act as though the court and jury are watching. If elected, I will carry out my duties as though the Quapaw people, past, present, and future, are always watching my actions. Thank you for your time this afternoon. I would appreciate your vote.
Sean Matthews.
Good afternoon. I'll try to hurry up a little bit since I know I'm the last one before open forum. My name is Sean Crawfish Matthews. I am a descendant of a Latte hairy crawfish, and I am running for the business committee because I believe that we should have transparency. As you saw today, 75% of the money that we operate off of comes from our casinos. And I do believe that needs to change, but the issue that I have with that is how many of us actually know what percentages our casinos are making? What is our profit margin on our properties? What out of the money that was given to the tribe from these casinos, how much of it came from downstream? How much of it came from Saracen Casino? Saracen, because of the charter, has not given $1 to the Quapaw Nation. How much money has Quapaw Casino given to our operation budget? My biggest issue is with the current U.S. government. What happens to our tribe without grants? If the current committee does away with the Indian Sovereignty Government Fund, what happens? Are we self-sustainable with what we generate ourselves? And I believe that is a question that our entire tribe needs to ask. Can we operate our government as is, just off of what we currently have? I just want more transparency from our business committee to give people information, to let them know what our businesses are actually doing. I spent 16 years working in gaming. I have served on this tribe's grievance committee. I currently serve as the chairman of this tribe's ethics committee. I'm not going to sit up here and say, please, to vote for me, please vote for who you think is going to do the best job for this nation. And if you believe I am that person, then I would appreciate it. Thank you very much.
you, Sean. We're now on to the next item on the agenda, item 14, open forum. I did have just a couple of brief comments. Keep in mind the parliamentarians, Eric Giles and Ryan Lawler, are here to assist in preparing any motions you wish to bring forward for consideration. In terms of open forum, only this body can decide on special rules for open forum. For example, there's no time limit unless someone makes a motion and they get a second and it passes. When speaking, please identify yourself and explain if you're making a statement or making a motion. Anyone who wishes to seek advice on making a motion, of course, the parliamentarians are here today to help you. Their presence here is as the designated parliamentarians. You make a motion, do not debate the topic prior to making the motion. Simply make the motion, assuming you get a second, then we begin the discussion phase, and the individual making the motion can be the first one to discuss. And if you wish to speak for the motion, please come to the podium. Only elders in the red seats will be brought a microphone. Everyone else is expected to line up at the podium front. Earlier in today's meeting, Carrie V. Wilson and Vance Gilmore had an item that they wanted to bring forward for open forum.
Thank you. If I could refer you to your minutes, I'm going to read from those rather quickly. In those minutes on page 4 of 4, a motion was made last year, and it stated that all NAGPRA assets, including all artifacts, documents, and equipment, be held on Quapaw Nation approved property and not personal or private property passes. And that passed by a significant vote. As we talked about briefly today, that motion has hindered the work of the committee, of Carrie, and now it would also hinder the work of her team. Again, that motion was put into place based on some feelings and some feelings of mistrust. Clearly, we have taken a year and made progress on that. So I would recommend that we strike within that motion and amendment last year and not personal or private property, okay? And so it would stay on Quapaw Nation approved property, which that needs to be defined, but I do not believe now is the time to define that. So I would like to make a motion that we strike from the previous motion and amendment and not personal or private property.
Is there a second? Okay, we've got a motion and a second to strike the phrase from last year's motion, not personal and private property. Did I have that right, Vance? Yes, sir. All right, let's go into discussion. Is there any discussion?
So I want to make sure you're wanting to strike and have it where Carrie B or whoever is over NAGPRA could then take artifacts to their home or keep them in their private possession, like in their car or something like that. Right. Right. So my question is, I have a BA in history. My question is, at what point in time would you need to take a historic artifact to your house that you couldn't have something done in a facility that the tribe owns? And also, insurance-wise, how would that work? If your house were to be broken into or were to burn down, how would that, and then that artifact were to be destroyed or stolen, what would happen then?
Well, anything could happen. What I brought up when I gave my report earlier is that sometimes, well, it's just like my laptop computer. You know, that is NAGPRA, quote-unquote, equipment. So if I have to leave it on tribal approved property, then I can't take it to on-site consultation. You know, I can't, it hinders me as to what I can do. If I'm in a situation to where I've picked up an artifact or something like that, just like this frog pipe, and take it back how do you get it from one point to another if it can only be on private or property? How do you move your stuff? So it has to have a certain amount of leeway in order for us to do our job. Whether it's Colin moving it or myself moving it, it has to go from point A to point B, whether it's that. And I got into a discussion with David Tarler, who's the attorney for the National Park Service NAGPRA program, and he said that there's no such thing as NAGPRA equipment, there's no such things as NAGPRA assets, there's no such thing as NAGPRA cultural items, because he said it's the process that it's involved. So I think it really kind of goes beyond that and say, how do you do your job? My job is, I'm not an employee, I'm a consultant. My job is to go around and travel to on-site consultations and deal with artifacts. So if I get back from a plane ride at 2 o'clock in the morning and I put that artifact in my car, I can send it, but it's still not on travel approved property if it's going through the mail. But things can get broken, things can get lost, just like you said. It's going to happen, and it's something that we, can take into effect, but that's never happened. I've been doing this for 30 years. And so, when you go to a museum, museums are very methodical about checking everything out. Maddie Enlow can understand that. We check it out, and then you take it out for a period of time, check it back in. Museums are very good at record keeping. So I don't see that as a problem, but I need to have a certain amount of flexibility in my office because, in our program, because we are going to be faced with moving artifacts or dealing with just the cultural items in our possession. So, but the motion that Mikhail put through, I understood where that was coming from, but it hindered me more than it helped the program. And what you want to do is you want to set up a program to succeed, not to fail. And so that's why we had to revisit this motion. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this particular motion to strike from last year's motion, not personal private property? Oh, I'm sorry, can we get a microphone over here? Do we still have folks? Yeah. Thank you, Eric.
I would just like to, I would like to talk about the U.S. postal system. It sucks. I mean, it really, really does. I'm just telling you that, these people take parcels and they throw them across the floor, and I can't tell you how many times there's constant breaking things. I would never want a piece of pottery to go through the U.S. Postal Service. Just saying.
McCann?
Now, I was the one who originally made the motion last year, and the goal was so that we would know where our artifacts are held. That's the ultimate purpose. And this amendment they're making is only striking the second half that limits her from having anything on private or personal locations. It still requires it to be in locations approved by our Quapaw Nation. So it still achieves the original goal without creating a hindrance. I just want to point that out.
All right. Grace, can we get a microphone to Miss Grace, please?
I know when this motion was made last year, it brought a question up to me.
as an elder, when I'm out there, or maybe others, as an item, and it's given to me, do I have to turn it over to you guys? Because what I oftentimes do, I will give it to you. But you're saying I have to give it to you if it's given to me.
Okay, so that's beyond the scope of what we're asking for at this moment. But the intentions that we know where the artifacts are. I believe the lawyers would have to probably intervene there, but the act of the nation giving you an artifact would be an act of us approving its location. Would that be correct? You can? Okay.
I would just like to confirm that tribes are not subject to NAGPRA. So if you have an artifact that is yours, that is not covered under the law. So a tribal NAGPRA program cannot come in and take something from you, just like if we have something on our land and another tribe tries to come and claim that, they can't do that. So we will never, Carrie will never be able to come to you and tell you to give her your things. Sorry.
I also just wanted to clarify from the reason I came up. I do not feel like Carrie B has done anything necessarily inappropriate with our artifacts. The only thing and I also agree with Betty that the U.S. Postal Service is not the best at all. My point was simply, and it has nothing to do with transportation of artifacts, it has to do with long-term storage. I just don't feel like anyone in the NAGPRA program should be taking our historic artifacts to their home, period. That's the end of the sentence. There's nothing, as a professional who studies history, there is nothing that I can do at my home with an artifact that I cannot do in a tribally funded place where we keep our artifacts. It needs to be in a museum. It needs to be somewhere where we have control over not only the area, but where our insurance will cover it if something were to happen to it. That's my point. It just needs to be stored appropriately. Transport it's a different question entirely. So I would make a motion to Mr. Gilman's amendment that transport is one thing, but long-term storage of any artifact should be held on tribal grounds. So I do not feel that the NAGPRA department should be taking our artifacts to their home at all, period, end of the sentence. That's it.
Let me explain something. I think what this gets back to is there was an FBI confiscation of some pottery that was found by an older man in Indiana, and we got it back. And so I brought it up to show the business committee. Well, the university was closed for Christmas, and then we had a series of bad weather, so I wasn't able to take it back to the university. The university knew I had it, the Quapaw tribe knew I had it, and I was just waiting. And it was fine, but that was the circumstance where all of this has evolved from. It was the one and only time I've ever done that, and it wasn't malicious, it wasn't negligent, it was just what was going on at the time, which was the university being closed, Christmas, and bad weather. So I haven't done that. However, there are times when I'm going to be traveling. When we go to Indiana with the elders, they want me to go with them, and I have an opportunity to go pick a pot up, and I want to bring it back. So, if I have it in a hotel room, you're going to have to trust me. This is not your average program. I've been doing this for 30 years, and I haven't taken anything, I haven't stolen anything, I haven't broken anything. And so if we have big collections, they're going to be transported. I'm not going to touch them. If we have, 250 human remains we have to get back from a museum, they're going to be transported, just like the McDuffie site did to the University of Arkansas. we brought back 300-something individuals that day. You know, at Indiana, we did the same thing. We're going to do that. This is not standard procedure of keeping things on private property. But if it says, as it is now, NAGPRA assets, NAGPRA equipment, and I put my laptop computer in my car, I'm in violation of that motion. You know, so what I wanted to do is to free it up so I could handle my day-to-day activities and be able to repatriate items. I've repatriated to this Quapaw tribe, who now has ownership of these items, 35,000 items. You know, so we're talking about one pot as opposed to the 35,000 that I've repatriated. So I understand where he's coming from, but I also know me, and I know my responsibility to the Quapaw people. But more than that, I know my responsibility to my ancestors. Okay? I am an elder now. You know, I understand that. I understand it more than anything. And so, you know, trust me, don't trust me, you know, but I have to have, and my staff has to have the ability to work, and we will do it honorably, we'll do it trustworthily, and we will do it with respect to all of our Quapaw people, past, present, and future.
So I've got to go back to something. I know that, Chance, you made a motion to amend to prohibit taking artifacts to a personal home. However, I never heard a second. Is there a second on the amendment to the main motion? I see a second. All right, we're now in discussion on the amended motion, and we're strictly focused on to prohibit taking artifacts to a personal home. We are now in discussion. Would anybody like to speak to that? Terry, do you want to, if you can?
I'm Terry Kearns. In response to Carrie V's, she has an old soul. She always has had an old soul. She connects with her ancestors. And this isn't just like a hobby. She's not going around and, you know, collecting bones to decorate her house with. I mean, we've got to be realistic. We've become a nation of distrust. We don't trust anybody anymore because we've been burned too many times. I'm telling you, you can trust Carrie V. I trust her with my life. She was my Grandma Dorothy's Indian sister, and she still decorates her grave, and she passed away in 1991. I have in my personal possession my great-grandma Hogami Good Eagle's handmade Quapaw blouse, sewn by hand, made by hand. My mom loaned it to our Quapaw Museum. The maintenance had put in new spotlights, and it faded that blouse horribly. So because my mom had put it on loan, I was able to take it out because I'm Good Eagle. Also was my great-grandma's, or great-great-grandma's Mohawk. Her sister was Watanoji, and her shawl was in there, beautiful purple shawl. And it's faded all across the top because of the lights. So Carrie V is the one that alerted me to the fact that the blouse was fading. When I picked it up, I cried. I just started bawling because it's not repairable. You can't just go in and just dye it because it's a design on there. And I mean, I just heartbroken. I still am. Try not to get emotional about it. But Carrie V contacted the Smithsonian. She's been talking with, their scientists and their archaeologists and everything about how to preserve that blouse so it will last forever, and to research to see if there's anything to do to at least partially restore it. And she told me that she would hand deliver that. She's not going to put it in the mail. She'll hand deliver it to the Smithsonian, to these people who deal in, I think she said, Egyptian? Oh, Carnegie. Yeah, Carnegie. Anyway, I haven't been able to give it up yet just because it's just so near and dear to my heart, but very soon I'm going to entrust that to her because I know she can take care of it. And I just want to make sure that my kids and grandkids and everybody got to see it. But as far as I know, it's the only original Quapaw handmade blouse in existence. I also have my Hogami's dress, her ribbon dress that she made that my grandma Dorothy wore to every powwow she came to. I have her bag. I've got Grandpa Francis Good Eagle's Indian dice in his dice bag that he made and beaded himself. You know, and these are, they're considered artifacts. And I know when I feel it's time that I can entrust them, I'll entrust them to Carrie B. And because I know she's going to take them home and decorate her house with them. She's going to do what's best for that because those things have family fingerprints on them. And she would never do anything to destroy those fingerprints of her ancestors. I wear my mom's medicine bag a lot, and I was rushing this morning and didn't put it on. But I was going to clean it because the buckskin was really dirty, and I could hear in my spirit my mama saying, "That's got my fingerprints on it, sister." So, you know. So anyway, I'm making a personal recommendation that as God is my witness, you can trust Carrie B. with your artifacts because she loves our people, or she wouldn't have been doing this for 30 years, you know, with little to no compensation for many, many years.
So we are back at the amendment.
One thing I say is that you never know, if you say never, you know, you can't do this ever, and the situation arises. I understand what his motion is, and, you know, I understand where he's coming from. However, we never know what the situation can be, so I don't want to violate a motion. And if you want to say, well, I would contact the business committee members, I would let people know, but I'm always hesitant about putting up a wall when I don't think it's really needed. So, that's all.
Call for the question.
So just to inform everybody, what I referenced, that Chance Turla made an amendment to the main motion is incorrect. And Chance, I think you agree that you're basically arguing against that main motion as opposed to an amendment. So we're still inside of the main motion. We had a call for the question. Let's go for the vote. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's to close the debate, Frank. Close the debate. Oh, we got to have a second. We got a second.
Okay, motion to close the debate on this subject. 1 yes, 2 no. Let's hit those buttons. Okay, voting is now ceased. We will display the results. And the debate is closed.
All right, now we're going to go to the vote on the motion, the main motion. Vance's original motion to strike not personal and private property.
Okay, he's already got it displayed, so let's hit the buttons again, people. Okay, voting is now closed. And it passes.
Okay, and the motion passes, and Sean Matthews.
All right, I'll try and make this short and sweet. So, how many of you know how much we paid in tax last year to the state of Arkansas? Paid over $26 million in taxes. How many of you know what we paid to the state of Oklahoma in taxes last year? Over $7 million. That's over $33 million that we've paid in gaming tax on our gaming revenue. So I would like to put forth a motion that we authorize our tax commission to tax our casinos at 10%. And with that tax, it is to be paid out to all tribal members 18 or over as a gift in the 1st of December of every single year.
Okay, so I know we've got a motion and a second. I'm just going to, you guys can talk faster than I can type. So Sean, the initial motion was to authorize the tax commission to tax
casinos at a rate of 10%. And for that money to be paid out as a gift to all tribal members ages 18 and over the first week of December of every year.
first week of September, December,
Yes,
annually.
annually.
Okay. Thank you. I heard a second. I'm just going to reiterate to make sure I've got the motion correct. There's a motion to authorize the tax commission to tax our casinos at 10%, and for that to be paid to all tribal members 18 and above the first week of December annually. All right. So, I'm sorry. All right, we've got a number of individuals that have raised their hand and would like to discuss this motion. I know Buddy Gilmore. I'm sorry, I can't hear you, buddy.
Where does this revenue come from? Where does the revenue come
So
from?
it'd be taxed the same way that the states tax us on the adjusted gaming revenue.
What gaming revenue are you talking about? The total casino or?
Okay, so adjusted gaming revenue is the amount of money that the casino makes after all bets have been paid out, minus money put into the units.
Okay, so what are you saying we do with that money then? That money?
The tax to be paid out to all tribal members 18 years or older as a gift. So a gift would be non-taxable once on an annual basis. So it'd be a one payment a year, annual basis payment.
Is this the transparency thing I had up there earlier?
Okay, we've got other folks that have wish to speak. Can we get a microphone to Ms. Brenda Murray? Oh, I'm sorry.
I've got one, thank you.
I'm sorry. Over here. Can you speak up?
Are you talking to me? Did you recognize me?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Are we receiving other benefits or other revenues besides what you're talking about?
This was outside of what's currently going on.
This is a what? It's something outside what we already currently, he's saying. It's an addition. What do you mean? Now just have none. You're talking about a gift. Where does the gift come from? The gaming revenue.
So the gift is how the tax commission would pay the tribal members as a gift, because a gift allocation is not taxable. Whereas we say it's a per cap, that is actually a taxable amount. And as long as the amount of money, I think it is currently $18,000, if it's under $18,000 and it's paid out as a gift, you can receive those once a year that are non-taxable.
Sean?
Excuse me, Barbara wished to speak.
If they're through, earlier, a couple of people mentioned the word transparency. And I have a big issue with currently knowing what's going on in the tribe. I know that it's supposedly, we're always told it's on the website, it's here, it's there. That's fine if you're 20 years old or 30 years old and you know how to do that. But if you're not, then you don't necessarily know how to get that information. The quality of being open to public scrutiny, the majority of the funds disappeared without any transparency regarding the recipients. The company's commitment to transparency has meant that they are now more open about their supply chains. That's the definition of transparency. Just recently, I have been very concerned about a letter that I saw issued by our business committee. Doesn't have any signatures, but it has the names of everyone on the committee following a sincerely Quapaw Nation Business Committee. It's to the Downstream Development Authority, the Quapaw Casino Authority, Board of Directors, Stuart Grayson, Downstream Casino Resort, Kenny Anderson, Mary Caballero, Chief Financial Officer. Directive regarding sales tax payments to alcoholic beverage sales. They are wanting, I'm just going to read it to you. We extend our appreciation for your continued leadership and diligence in overseeing the operations of the Downstream Casino Resort, Quapaw Casino. Your commitment to compliance and transparency is essential to our shared success. After careful legal and policy review, the Business Committee has determined that the collection and remittance of Oklahoma state sales tax on alcoholic beverages sales conducted at the Downstream Casino Resort and Quapaw Casino is not required and is inconsistent with the nation's sovereign rights. Accordingly, we are directing you, effective immediately, to cease payment of sales taxes to the state of Oklahoma for alcoholic sales occurring on the Downstream Casino Resort and Quapaw Casino properties. We appreciate your attention to this matter and your continued efforts to uphold the economic and sovereign interests of the Quapaw Nation. Please feel free to reach out to the nation's General Counsel should you require any additional clarification or support in implementing this directive. Now, I've discussed this issue, and I was told that, and I am all for sovereignty. Don't get me wrong. I've lived it. I've worked it for 35 years. I worked for sovereignty for this Quapaw Nation, and I believe in it thoroughly. But I also know in the beginning, in 2004, and J.R. Matthews can verify this because he was the person that had to do it all, he made 5 or 6 trips to Oklahoma City to the Alcohol Beverage Board. They insist that you pay their taxes. Now, because of your sovereignty, they're saying that you have a choice to pay them. You do have a choice because you're a sovereign nation. But if you don't pay them, then the individual vendors that sell alcohol to the casinos would not be permitted to do so without losing their licenses. So how many alcoholic companies do you think are going to sell to Downstream Casino or Quapaw Casino? And I don't know about Arkansas because that's...
We've got a point of order over here, Ms. Carrie V.
Because he was talking about the taxes from alcohol and what they paid, and that's what he's getting his percent on. That's why I'm bringing
I
it
think
up.
Sean was talking about net gaming revenue taxes that are paid.
Sean, were you including taxes on alcohol? That's included in net revenue. Alcohol sales are included in net revenue.
So what I'm trying to do is to tax our adjusted gaming revenue for a gift payment to all tribal members 18 or older as a one-time payment, as an annual payment, one-time annual payment a year.
That's wonderful, but do you think that taxes don't come from the alcoholic sales?
I'm only wanting our tax commission to tax our gaming revenue like we are taxed by the states in our compacts and our agreement with the state of Arkansas.
The compact includes the alcoholic beverages. Our compact with Oklahoma.
Our signed compact, actually, only thing in the compact that we signed with the state of Oklahoma for gaming only mentions that that we will not serve anyone under the age of 21, and that no one under the age of 21 is within a area that is designated a bar.
JR, do you agree with that? Okay. Forgive me then, I'm wrong.
Yeah, no,
if anybody wants to know about the taxes that we're not going to get money from when we need the money, then you can let me know. I have a question.
Brenda Murray, go ahead.
Whenever you put this in the budget of 10% tax to the tribe, will that come out like the Arkansas before they adjust the profit to figure the Arkansas tax?
Okay, so this is a tax just the way that the states tax, our compact on the state and the Arkansas taxes us, would be 10% on the adjusted gaming revenue. So that is adjusted gaming revenue is money goes into a machine, money is paid out of the machine, or money goes into tables, money is paid out of the tables. So what I'm wanting to tax is that money prior to.
But down below.
Correct.
Okay.
So it's only on adjusted gaming revenue.
Take the gaming profit minus the 10%, is that figured for
Taxing it, it'd be taxing it the
Arkansas
same way that the
13.
states tax us.
But it's a deduction off, just like utilities or payroll. On your sheet, on your profit sheet.
Has nothing to do with those.
Perhaps it might be helpful to just have a point of clarification around the scope of this tax. I heard Brenda reference Saracen, and I thought
So
that was
the
a
way that
reference
we
to
are
Oklahoma.
taxed on by the state is on adjusted gross rate on adjusted gaming revenue.
So this would be like an expense of payroll or tax or
It is
utilities.
going to be a tax the same way we want to tax our casinos.
Yeah.
This is to tax our casinos the same way the states tax us, with this revenue going to the people.
Yeah.
So that is. They would be charged, so yes, the casinos would be paying taxes to the state as well as to the tribal members of this tribe that are the shareholders of those properties.
Call it dividends paid instead of a tax.
No, I want it done as a tax on the adjusted gross revenue. If it is dividends, that can be taxed. I am trying to get this paid out to the people as a gift where there are not taxes paid to the government.
But would it be an expense before they figure the profit to pay tax?
Okay. There's a motion to close the debate. I'm sorry, we got a second? Absolutely. Came right out. So, we've got a motion to close debate. Let's get that voted upon.
Okay, we're voting on the motion to close debate on this issue. 1 for yes, 2 for no. I've got to say, I have to commend everybody that's still in this room. I think it's probably close to 7 o'clock, and I'm very proud of the people that have stayed here this long. Okay, voting ceased. We're going to display the results. And that motion is closed to debate.
Okay, so let's go back to the main motion, and I'll read it again. I'm sure you guys will come up with a shortened version of it to fit on the screen. So the motion was to authorize the Quapaw Nation Tax Commission to tax our casinos at 10%, and for that to be paid to all tribal members 18 and above as a gift the first week of December annually.
Okay, we got it up there. Let's start hitting those buttons, please. Okay, voting ceased. Results will be displayed. And it passes.
Okay, so that passes. Next up, Michelle Bowden? I think Mikhail. Oh, okay, Mikhail.
All right. It's the motion I mentioned earlier. I have it written out for you with and I also sent it to you by email if you need it there. But I, Michael L. White Crow, under the condition that an MOU is agreed upon between Stanford and the Quapaw Nation, motion a three-way balloted election of the Quapaw Nation voter population between the Stanford and Constitution Committee constitutional drafts of the Quapaw Nation Constitution and the current governing resolution to be held on the annual election following acceptance of both constitutional drafts.
Is there a second? We got a second? We're now in discussion.
All right. Just, I want to make a comment. Some people categorize this as a compromise they came up with, but really, I think this is more a representation of a current ongoing spiritual conflict within our tribe itself. We are in an age of great change, and we have escaped a very harmful administration in the past, and we are healing from it. We are kind of chafing under a lot of the changes, but at the same time, we're trying to push a path forward, and a lot of us are struggling with a lot of the legal jargon of the modern world. So in my mind, this is a representation of that battle among our tribe. We have already amended the governing resolutions. So this would be representation of, if we accepted the governing resolution as is, we made enough changes. At the same time, we're tired of the feds telling us what the heck we are. The governing resolution was defined by them originally, and then we're also talking about sending it to a university of lawyers to tell us how we should draft it. That's why we should have the option for one that we define. But at the same time, they are experts. We have to interact with the federal government and the states. So we should also have the option to have the experts tell us how to draft it. And we have to decide as a people. And whether, no matter what it is, whoever wins will at least know where we stand.
Okay. So we've got to address the motion to close debate.
Point of inquiry, Madam Chair. Would this motion be in violation of the motion we made earlier to make the Constitution Committee the point of contact for the Stanford draft?
Let's go back and read what was approved. Because I think that the part of this that makes it perfectly valid is the fact that we do not have an MOU yet. Meaning, this one is predicated, this would not be enacted unless the MOU was executed, and that's an unknown at the current time. So there was a point of inquiry as to whether this motion is valid in conjunction with the earlier motions that actually passed. And my response was that because this motion is predicated on the execution of an MOU, and that is unknown at the current time, it only kicks in if it is approved. The MOU is acceptable to folks.
I am going to have to withdraw the motion because I have been informed that the Constitution Committee, since they are the point of contact, no longer wants to have a competing draft. So that, I'm sorry for those of you who wanted to path your own way forward. I guess that's no longer an option.
Did you just rescind it? Mikhail, you rescinded your motion? Yes. Thank you. Michelle Bowden.
All right. Hello, everybody. How are we doing? My name is Michelle Bowden. I just had to bring up a couple of issues, and I really am not sure if I need to address this to our attorneys or to our business committee. If you all are not familiar, I am the Food Sovereignty Director here for the nation. We've had a lot of ongoing projects that are under construction, and unfortunately, none of those have been able to come through fruition, either under budget or completion. We started off with a pavilion that has been laying on the ground for well over or almost a year now. We have brought attention to that to, obviously, the construction manager that was in charge of it. Then after this, okay, so we hired a company. They did the pavilion. The pavilion was not engineered properly. The legs were bowing out as the top was too heavy. So, in the meantime, after they had put that up, they started work on another project of ours, which included drains and a wash and pack house. Those drains subsequently do not drain out of the building. So after this second issue that I've had with this business or this company, they actually walked off the job. Our QSA construction manager was made aware that we were going to go to legal on the pavilion part of it, and as they were working on the second part of the second project that they were on, our construction manager decided to go ahead and let them know that we were going to go to legal on the first project. So at that point, everybody threw their hands up and walked away. That company subsequently got another contract through the Quapaw Nation to do the housing concrete with the walkways or the driveways, or I'm not exactly sure, but they got that business also. So as I've been bringing this up, and after all this has happened, apparently, I think if I'm not incorrect, I'll have to ask the attorneys, but I would like to know where we stand on our legal recourse from this company. Are you aware? Who do they know?
So, the facts that you're presenting and everything, we would have to look at, all the underlying, contracts that would agree to on that to understand what our recourse would be. So we would be clear that we would have to, take action against them, but what the concerns and everything that you're bringing up, I would direct those to the business committee so that they can instruct us to follow up with you all. So that
Okay, well, that's a concern for me too, because I've been told, this was what was told us from legal, that we cannot sue them because we did not have an actual formal contract with them.
Okay, yeah, that's why I'm like not.
Okay, so now
So
I'm
we
going
can
back to
take
the
that
business
up.
committee.
That's why, yeah. So.
I don't know the details of every contract on these projects that you're talking about, and I did not know until you just explained it, that there were similar or dissimilar contractors used on differing projects. One had a problem, maybe the other did or did not. I wasn't aware of that, Michelle.
No, we've had ongoing problems, and I'm
Oh, yeah, I knew that about Wash and Pack, but
But they also did the other two projects, and my deal is, why can we not go back after them for the pavilion that's laying on the ground for over a year? And why can't we go back and actually have them take care of the drain situations that was caused from this, because that drain isn't even running out. That project should have been done over a year ago, and I'm still fighting. That grant ends in 2 months, and I have to have that operational, and I guess we're just going to pretend like it's operational. So I'm not sure where we're at, where we're standing on this legal recourse to go after this company.
I genuinely do not know. Without sitting down and going through, we probably need to take, think of it as a full review, the history of the project. I think there are multiple projects, and then figure out what we want to do.
Okay, I definitely think this is something we definitely need to address, because there's a lot of money we're going to be spending to correct these issues, and I don't think that it's right that we have to pay twice for these projects. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Barbara Collier.
Yeah, I'd like to finish what I was started earlier. I talked with the chairwoman about this tax issue, and she tried to explain to me what they were going to do concerning the sovereignty, but I'm still at ill ease with it, and I'm going to turn the mic over to J.R. Matthews so that he can explain to you what we had to go through to get the Able Commission to agree to allow us to have the income that we have from our alcohol. Because without alcohol at these two casinos, the high rollers are going to go elsewhere. So that's going to really curb the entire income of the public process. J.R.?
Thank you. All right. You are aware that we have a liquor control ordinance in place, correct?
Yes.
And the ordinance was passed in June of 2001, published in the Federal Register in December of 2001. You know that, right?
Didn't know the date, though, J.R. Thank you.
Yes. And in doing that, we wanted to buy alcohol, and this was all for Quapaw Casino when we established our bar there. I was vice chairman, and I was the one spearheading that whole project, but we couldn't find a wholesaler who would sell to us because we did not have an able license. They are required by state law to only sell to licensed able retailers. Tribes are not that. We were the first tribe in Oklahoma to acquire a license, and that was because I went back and forth, meeting with the commissioners, meeting with all of the people in Oklahoma City, to them finally agreeing to give us that if we would pay the taxes. And we said, yes, we would do that. So we started paying the taxes. We found a wholesaler. But they said if we stopped paying those taxes, that wholesalers who sold to us, they would strip them of their able license. And that's the problem you're going to run into. Secondly, by not paying the taxes, have you established a control board yourself with agents and with all of the things it's going to take to license the facilities? If not, you're in violation of your own ordinance.
Thank you for that explanation, JR.
So exactly what were you going to do to not have to pay the taxes? Can you explain that, please? Did you hear me? I said, what were you going to do? What was your plan to not have to pay the taxes to continue on? As I didn't quite understand what that was that you were explaining.
Yeah, so once it became an issue, you know, we're going to stop. State will figure it out whenever they do. We were going to file for injunctive relief, and in the meantime, that way we could seek remedy through the courts, because our contention is, for our issue is, we don't have to pay the taxes based on federal law. So what you're bringing forward from this perspective, we're going to have to go back and take a look at it. It needs to be thoroughly researched to ensure that we don't put either the casino properties in jeopardy. You get your steps in, Johnny.
It's okay if I speak?
Yes, Art Giles.
So, under federal Indian law, for a tribe to sell alcohol, they have to have a state license. We will have a state license, and we will continue to renew our state license with the Able Commission, and we will pay the license renewal fee. What has been developed recently, since at least 2019, is that states cannot condition liquor licenses at tribal casinos because the tribe's interest in economic development and the regulatory framework of the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act outweigh the state's interest in taxes. However, we still have to have a liquor license and the fee that we have to pay for that liquor license. So we're not abandoning the state liquor license. We're going to continue to maintain compliance with state liquor licenses on all the casino properties. It's just the application of the state sales tax.
For multiple reasons.
Okay.
I would like to submit the following motion to General Council for approval. I hope it does not take a lot of time. It's pretty straightforward. The motion is that the Business Committee annually on the 4th of July shall submit their budget for the ensuing year to the General Council for approval. Thank you.
So I want to make sure I got the motion correct, that the motion is for the BC to submit the annual budget, is that right? Annual budget during a general council each 4th of July. Okay. I just want to make sure I get for the following fiscal year. Okay. And I know it was seconded, just give me a second to type.
Thank you all, and I just want to say one last thing, and then I'm going to shut up because I want to go home too. When I look out right now, this is the heart of our tribe right here. The ones that have stayed right down here till the very end. And I thank each and every one of you for the love that you're showing for your tribe. Thank you.
Thank you. So the motion is for the BC to submit the annual budget to the General Council each July 4th for the following fiscal year. And we are now in discussion. Okay. Close debate.
Okay, we have the motion to close debate. He'll have it up on the screen momentarily. And commence pushing your buttons.
And that's the fastest. I got the received message. Yeah.
Okay, the voting has ceased, and we will display the results. And the motion to close the debate carries.
Now we'll go ahead and vote on the main motion.
Okay, it's on the screen. Let's go ahead and vote on it. 1 yes, 2 no. Okay, voting is now closed. And the motion carries.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Shower, and I'm a tribal member. I offer the following motion in honor of remaining members in the room who have continued to do the work. All members who turned in their clickers after adjournment received $200.
So that motion, I just want to make sure, so,
My name is Michael Ray, that's my sister, and I'd like to speak in favor of the motion. It is the 4th of
oh,
July.
hold on. I don't even have the right motion, and we've got to get a second. Hold on. So, okay, we've
First,
got a
we need to
second.
make sure that we have the motion correct.
So the motion is, just
All
go slow
members,
for me.
all members who turned in their clickers after adjournment received $200.
Is that for today?
For
Forever?
for today.
Well, we've already got that taken care of.
You do?
Oh, I'm sorry, Nellie.
She's asking for $200 instead of one.
Oh, $200 instead of one. Okay, $200.
First, we have to find out if the funds are actually exist at the moment.
So the motion is all members who turn in their clickers receive $200 today. After adjournment,
Only the people still in the room.
that was absolutely seconded. We are now in discussion. We're hearing our CFO fall over right about now.
Eric, I want
I'd
you
like
to
to
be
speak.
calling on you.
I'd like to speak in favor of the motion. It is the 4th of July. We could have all spent the day with our feet dangling in the pool. But thank you to the business committee for being here and being patient with all of us. We appreciate it. But you also have all stayed the whole day. I noticed that first thing this morning, we had about 550 votes per motion, and we're down to about 130. That's a lot of work, and I think you deserve it. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this motion?
I close.
Okay.
Close the question.
All right, let's close debate. Cynthia, is it good?
I would mention that at our peak number today, we had 591 clickers checked out. Okay. The question on the board is, motion to close debate. 1 yes, 2 no.
Hey, I'm the baby and I always get what I want.
She always pulls the baby card.
I always get what I want. Always get what I want.
I'm the baby. That's what she always says. I'm the baby.
And I always get what I want.
That's what I was trying to find out.
She's 10 years younger than us. So anytime we want, so if we can go ask for a shower. Thank you. When we go swimming, she'll tell us now. So we can say, Julia, go ask our mom. You guys want to go swimming? You guys want to go to the lake? You want to go roller skating? So we'd send Julia when we really wanted to do that. The only time I didn't get it was with cereal, because she never would get the cereal.
I always got the suit. That's why I say I always get what I want. I always get what I want.
Always. She would always do that.
They had to have Smurf cereal when they went to class.
I ain't saying a word about coffee because it's not Steven. It's Steve. Hey, Steven, can I borrow $50? Hey, Steven, can I borrow?
Okay, it's time. Voting to cease. Results will be displayed. And motion passes.
Now, that's to close debate. We still have to vote on the motion itself, Frank.
Sorry, I got ahead of myself. I think I'm getting tired. Okay. Motion for all members who turn in their clickers after we adjourn today to receive $200. Vote 1 for yes. I guess there might be a 2 out there. I would hope not. Let's hit the buttons.
I want to go home. I want to go home.
Okay, voting is now closed. Results will be displayed.
No. Because I want to go home.
There we have it, folks. Motion carries.
Julia.
I motion to adjourn the 2025 Quapaw Nation General Council.
All those in favor of adjourning, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. The motion carries. Member Mercer, would you please close us out in prayer?
But let us enjoy the remainder of the night. Let us enjoy the dances, the drum. Let it speak to our hearts in the name of your Son.